Welcome, everybody. Oh, welcome to Cat Camp at Home for the holidays. I am your very cheery host, Cat Daddy Jackson Galaxy. I hope everyone's doing great today because I'm just stoked. If that counts for anything, it's going to be an amazing day today. We have amazing programming for you. I'm going to get into that in a second. I want to welcome you guys to this holiday festivity. And first of all, I want to remind you guys that the reason why we're here is because of the success of the last event that we had and how many of you guys joined us from all over the world to voice your support, not just for Cat Camp, but for cats all over the world. And it really was an incredible time for all of us, and we're just glad to have made this move so that we can see all you guys. This time around, what we're going to be concentrating on, besides the holidayness of it all, which at some point today, I'd love to see your holiday sweaters and see if it even comes close to this. But anyhow, today we're going to be working on a life well lived for your cat, for you and your cat. So at every life stage, we're going to have it covered today, whether we're talking about kittens, whether we're talking about prime time, whether we're talking about seniors, super seniors, the entire range of life experience with you and your cat will be covered today. Also, because it is the holidays, we're going to have fun activities, including learning how to build a winter house for your community cats. We are going to have a visit with, hold your breath, Owl Kitty. And if you guys don't know Lizzie, AKA Owl Kitty, you have no idea what you're missing. But now you don't have to worry about it because you don't have to miss it. Another great thing we're going to have today is an after party. We didn't have that last time, and an after party which includes Catman Bingo and hanging around the virtual campfire to hear some incredible stories about incredible cats through incredible history. Anyhow, that's what to expect, but there's a lot more. Now, in the meantime, if you want to make sure that you have your stuff for, let's say, the crafts, just go to the camp prep tab at the top of catcamp.com. Get your bingo cards, and honestly, hurry up, you guys. There's only 500 of those cards, and also the supplies you'll need for crafts, etc. Chat with us, and you can only do that on catcamp.com. I know a lot of you guys are watching on Facebook and YouTube, but if you want to interact with us live, with all the Cat Camp counselors who are around, and if you want to register, because when you register also for some great prizes, including a one-on-one consult with me. And also we have a really awesome store with tons of new merch. As you guys may or may not know, every time we launch Cat Camp, then we have a store, which then goes away. Now it comes back just for the holidays. So we have great gifts, great, just unbelievable Cat Camp merch, including, by the way, this nifty beanie, which I have not taken off at all recently. And you can have great gifts for the holidays. But speaking of holidays, just a reminder, if you do want to get your goods by Christmas, we're talking about you got to order within the next 4 days or so, okay? Now, at the end, by the way, we will pick that winner of the consult with me at the very end of the show today, before the after party, but at the end. But there's also other prizes, including Bob's from Skechers shoes and litter genies and gifts from our esteemed camp counselors, etc. So go and register right now. And now, last but certainly not least, I have to have a huge shout out and thank you. First of all, of course, to the Petco Foundation, because without Petco Foundation, you guys, you wouldn't be watching this for free. They are making this possible. So also to Pet Ag, Sustainably Yours, Armacat, thank you all for making this day happen and free for all of our attendees. Now, let's move on to one of our first guests, because I did mention the Petco Foundation. I'd like to introduce Suzanne Kogut. And Suzanne Kogut, and Yeah, the lights, but we'll get to that in a second. Joined the Petco Foundation in June 2013. In addition to serving as the president of the Petco Foundation, Suzanne's also vice chair of HABRI, which is Human Animal Bond Research Institute, and she's chairman of the board of trustees. And lest I forget, before she joined all of these things, she also ran a very successful award-winning shelter in the Charlottesville area, Charlottesville ASPCA. It's Albemarle, which is one of the hardest things to say, and I'm sure I'm saying it wrong, SPCA in Charlottesville. And now you're here with us, blinking and with the same old beanie that I'm wearing, which looks a lot better on you than it does on me, actually. You look a lot hipper than I do. Welcome, Suzanne.
Hey, how you doing, Jackson?
I'm doing wonderful, and I'm so glad that you're here. And again, big thanks to you guys for making this free for everybody. So the first thing, whether folks out there know or not, Suzanne and I have been working on something called the Innovation Showdown for quite a number of years now. And it has been an incredibly fulfilling thing. 5 years at 5?
I think so.
Years. Anyway, so it's been an incredible launching pad for many animal welfare organizations who have just come up with great ideas, who have thought a little bit about, well, what about if we did this? What about if we did something a little different? And how that translates into life-saving. And lives have been saved through the years, and it's just been an incredible experience. And we've seen the programs come through there, like Citizen Science is the first one that comes to mind. And when we talk about what Innovation Showdown has done for cats, Citizen Science is, and I'll just tell you guys, me explaining Citizen Science, the word science is attached to it, so you know I'm not going to be good at this, but Citizen Science is a way of studying not only the population of community cats in specific areas, but also the impact of the spay-neuter programs and TNR and how that is helping out those populations. For somebody like me and a lot of our camp counselors in this virtual room today, that's exciting, because just getting a fix on the numbers, and this is also one of the, I'm not going to go on too long about this because I could, is the fact that they recruit community volunteers, human volunteers, just to take pictures of these cats so that we have photographic evidence and then we can study their movements. Honestly, yes, it's amazing for cat geeks like myself. And there have been other really great programs that have come out of this. And of course, they're slipping my...
Mama in the Box?
Mom in a Box. Again, for any of you guys out there who have ever fostered neonatal kittens before, and you know, you're up every couple of hours, but in a nursery, it becomes a real juggling act, a kitten juggling act. But Mom in a Box was a great idea that was funded by the Innovation Showdown. They won, and it was a very simple idea. Well, it's not so simple when you try to explain it or build it. But
well, and yeah, definitely when you try to build it, they are still working on building it. So they're still in production, but it'll be great if they accomplish that, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what it was all about. I mean, more than anything, it's about supporting ideas and encouraging folks to think out of the box, so to speak. Anyway, I wanted to talk briefly also. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say there's also a lot of out of the box thinking going on every day at the local organizations, right? So there was one that we recently funded at the Petco Foundation, and it was from El Paso Animal Services. And Lord knows El Paso's having a tough time right now during the pandemic and everything. But they are partnering with the El Paso Zoo. And they're going to bring a cat adoption center, of course, equipped with a cat cafe, because you have to, right?
Yeah, of course.
And they're going to be bringing that directly into the zoo. So we're really looking forward to seeing, how that comes out. It's a little bit delayed due to COVID. So
yeah,
that's a really interesting project.
That's really cool. And the idea of being made aware of animals in your community while looking at other animals. Anyway, it's great to circle that back around.
Yeah, no, and there's a, I mean, I love projects like that, which bring the animals from the shelter to the public. And there's another one too going on right now in Lawrence, Kansas. And it's a collaboration between the Lawrence Humane Society and the Lawrence Arts Center. And what they've done is really create a public art exhibit that is really offering a glimpse of the lives of kittens in the big city. And it's sort of a, you know, the kitty city, but it's just really beautiful. And it's accessible even now during COVID, right? So they have a massive front windows, or you could see it there, or you can see it live on their kitty cam. And I don't know if we have any video of this.
I think we did. I think we had a few shots of this kitty city, and we'll bring it up if we possibly can. Because
there we go. Yeah.
You see it? I don't see it.
Yeah.
It's there?
Yeah, we can. Oh. Yeah, we can see it
now,
okay. Right?
I mean, honestly, and I have seen it. It is, it's really addictive. Oh, there it is. It's really kind of, you forget what you're saying because you just start watching kittens. Anyway, I wanted to also bring up, while we're watching these cute kittens, the one other thing that I'm just absolutely spellbound by. So Hobry Human Animal Bond Research Institute is doing a study about cats and autistic children. Will you take me through that just for a second? Because I just think it's amazing.
Yeah, this is called Feline. It's a Feline Friends study, and it's conducted by the researchers at the University of Missouri. And it's a study of cat adoption in families of children with autism. So the study is looking at the impact on the children's social skills and their anxiety levels. It also will look at the impact on the cats, looking at cortisol levels, weight, behavior as a measure of stress. So interesting study, should be published shortly. There's a number of different elements to this. So I think that's pretty cool too.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think anybody who has ever had experiences I have with autistic children and cats, and dogs also, animals in general, it's stunning sometimes to see the effect it has on both of them. That it's the bond itself that is so tremendous. What happens when they come together? It's not just the separate entities. I also wanted to talk about what Petco Foundation is doing to help cats in other big innovative ways. And I think part of that is that their big news has been announced when it comes to cats. Well, you take me through it.
So one of the things that's really important, I think, is reuniting lost pets with their families, right? We need those pets to go back home. So Finding Rover is pet facial recognition technology. And what we're doing, Finding Rover became part of the Petco Foundation. And we're going to create a national lost and found database of pets. So getting all the shelters to put all the pets that are at shelters in the database. And then we're also going to, right now it's called Finding Rover. We're going to be, we're going to be changing the name. So it's confidential, right? Okay. So I guess it's out there, right? We're going to be changing the name because it's Finding Rover. We want to make sure that there's no confusion, that this can be used to reunite cats. And that it's amazing how that facial recognition technology can work on just a black cat too. So really incredible. We are all in to make sure that we reunite more pets with their families in this upcoming year. And we are super excited about this.
And you really, basically you take a picture of your cat and then you upload it and then it puts it into a database?
Yeah, so you can register in advance. And then if your cat ever goes lost, you just hit, hey, my cat's lost. Now, if someone in the neighborhood, maybe the cat is on their property, maybe they can get as close as that possible, take a picture of that cat, upload it, you will be able to communicate directly with that person who posted it. They could tell you where they saw the cat, maybe they have it in their house. Hopefully the cat won't even make it into the shelter and you can communicate just with your neighbors or any pet. So that'd be great. Not only can we help reunite pets that are in the shelter and get them back home, but we can prevent them from ever going into the shelter in the first place and let
Which
neighbors
is
talk to neighbors and reunite pets.
hugely important for the future of animal welfare. And speaking of that, so I know that you just announced some big support for animal welfare organizations nationwide, thanks to some touching stories about how pets change lives.
Yeah, this is a campaign we've done now since 2013, and we've received over 20,000 stories of how pets change our lives, right? What's interesting is this year we got more cat stories. So last year we got maybe 1,000 out of like, I think it was 4,000. This year we're up to 6,000, but we got almost 2,000 cat stories. And for those organizations, for those cat stories where their adopters submitted the story, the organization, we're going to be giving them $310,000. And they were just amazing stories. In total, we'll be giving 860,000, but 310 for the cat stories, right? So that's incredible. I mean, these are just amazing stories. There's one woman who, radio personality, lost her job because she adopted a disabled cat. She started a podcast after that. The podcast, it was really designed to help more disabled pets get adopted. It's called What the Chuck, because her Chuck is her cat. And just by starting the podcast, that enabled her to get a new job too. So like, that's a great story. That's an example.
That is an amazing story.
Yeah, and there's, I think Miss Christina also submitted her story, and that's an amazing story too.
Interesting. We'll get to that in a minute. And I know that there's a video here that we wanted to show, a holiday wishes video. We got that ready to go?
You guys have brought me the loves of my life, and everybody should know the love of a shelter dog.
I just encourage people to go to their local shelter.
This campaign started back in 2013, and since that time, we have received over 20,000 stories from adopters about how their pets have. It was a way to bring cheer during the holidays to incredible animal welfare organizations that are working every day to save lives.
Kaya really saved us.
When I cry, she makes me feel better.
She needed to show love and be loved, and very quickly she became attached to my dad.
It gives me a purpose in life, and I feel like that I'm a better person.
Bella's been such a light in my life, make 2020 memorable in a good way.
And yeah, come on. Every year I see the holiday wishes stories, and every year it gets even better. But the presence of cats, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, and I'm proudly bipedal, but still, it does go to show us that that the cat mojo is on the rise. Suzanne, thank you so much again for not just being with me here today with your flashy lights, but for everything that Petco Foundation does for all animals, for life-saving efforts in general, and for making it so all of these people out here can watch Cat Camp for free. We thank you again. It's been an honor. Thanks for being here with us.
Right back at you. Thanks for all you do.
And before I forget, you guys, there's Petco Foundation is giving away lots of Bob's from Skechers shoes. I'm never going to get over the resentment of them not making it in a size 14 just for me. But anyway, if you go and tag at Cat Camp USA and use the hashtag Petco Foundation, we'd love to see pictures of you and your cats, picture of you and your cat while you're wearing your ugly sweater, picture of you and your cat watching Cat Camp. Just again, tag at Cat Camp USA, hashtag, what was the hashtag again? What was the hashtag? Petco Foundation, duh. And hashtag Petco Foundation. And you can win not just Bob's from Skechers, but also some other great prizes. So do that as well. Again, thank you, Suzanne. So now, there's so much going on and so much to look forward to, you guys. But I want to start with a short video from our Cat Camp founder, overall extraordinary human being, and someone who, when you talk about, let me just say this really quickly. When you talk about innovation, as Suzanne and I were just talking about, Christina Ha, the founder of Cat Camp, was also that person who found a cat walking home and was like, now what do I do? And you fast forward a very short amount of time later, she has started one of the original cat cafes in the United States, Meow Parlor, and then is involved in every aspect of cat welfare in New York City, which is no mean feat. And then she starts Cat Camp. Yipes. And anyway, I just want you to see this video from Christina.
My name is Christina Ha, and I'm the creator of Cat Camp. I want to thank the Petco Foundation, Glitter Genie, Pet Ag, Sustainably Yours, and ArmaCat. In the most unpredictable of years, their sponsorship has allowed us to remove barriers and make this event free and accessible to anyone with the internet and a screen. For the past 10 years, I've owned a bakery called Macaron Parlor. 7 years ago, a cat showed up on my way home. 6 years ago, I opened one of the first cat cafes in the country called Meow Parlor. 3 years ago, I started Cat Camp. 2 years ago, I started my own rescue. This year, I had to look at all of those things and figure out how to make them work during a pandemic. In a lot of ways, this has been an incredibly challenging and lonely year. But in other ways, it's given me the opportunity to discover the beauty of the people around me and to realize how extraordinary so many of you are. This is my story of how I got here, and I hope it will shed a light on the impact we have on each other. When I started this event, I never planned to reveal myself. The best way to minimize my awkwardness is to stay anonymous. But over the past few years, I've realized that it's a discredit to people who may be struggling with invisible burdens if I don't use this opportunity to talk about it. Many Koreans believe that an especially vivid dream during pregnancy can foretell gender or destiny. They're called taemong. I was going to be the first person in my family to be born an American, and my mom was very nervous. When my mom told my aunt about her dream, my aunt reassured her that it meant that she would have a son. But I wasn't a son. The truth is, it was hard to be a girl, and now a woman, to have to study with a dictionary at my side because I didn't have a broad English vocabulary, to not really be Korean, and for others to tell me that I am not American. One of the reasons for why I want Cat Camp to be inclusive is because I know what it feels like to be excluded, to have to prove my legitimacy, or to be ridiculed for things I can't control, and how exhausting it is to have that burden. So many people share similar experiences of what it's like to not grow up mainstream, and I know how those experiences often translate into a deep empathy for others. This is not a story about me pulling myself up by the bootstraps. It's just me admitting that it was hard to get here, but also a chance for me to tell you that kindness has an impact. It's exhausting to feel like you showed up to a tennis match only to discover that you're about to play hockey, and you don't know how to play or skate, nor do you have the equipment. Kindness is the people helping you with what you don't have. It's teachers answering questions, parents offering a ride, classmates telling you about opportunities, friends standing up for you when you've become too tired or too overwhelmed to do it alone. Sometimes, it feels like everyone else has a strategy for winning, and you're just trying to survive. Kindness is someone on that path to success who reaches out behind them and drags you along, whether you know what's happening or not. I'm here because many people stepped in to do this for me, and they did it because they could see how much I was struggling, and they were in a place where they could help. You're here because you're one of those people. I know that because you're thinking beyond yourself. You want to be the best cat person, to work a job so your cat can have a good life, and honestly, be the incredible person your cat knows you are. Even on your worst day, many of you find that your cat's love is unconditional. You know what it's like to love without bias and to be loved. That kind of love is so unconditional that I want everyone who feels guilty that they aren't doing enough to forgive themselves. Our body doesn't always match up with our ambition. In my early 20s, a doctor told me that I will only function at 80% of a normal person. I can't change that, but I've come to accept that my best still counts. I want you to realize that you are a good person who is doing your best, and your best counts. And remember that your best right now is just a snapshot, but in time, your new best may be way better because you will have learned so much more. I want your time at Cat Camp to be a reminder of how we do this as a community. When you put together the contributions of thousands of individuals, that is a movement. When my mom had her dream, she couldn't have known that her temong didn't mean that she was going to have a boy. It meant that I was going to be telling you the story one day. She dreamt that her child was going to stand before a large group of people and lead them. My aunt had assumed that this would never be an option for a woman. In reality, I told her I was going to lead people directly to all the cats. There's thousands of you watching this right now, which means that I'm surrounded by incredible, passionate people who are the real warriors. People fighting every day to make a difference in feline lives. In no way can I take credit for the great things that any of you are doing. I'm just here to put all of us together in the same place at the same time and to welcome all of you, my old friends, my new friends, everyone who has ever felt misunderstood or judged, into this world called Cat Camp. Welcome.
Oh, Christina Ha. I will shout through the interwebs to you right now and tell you how much I appreciate you, how much I adore you, how much I love you. You're the most amazing person. I'm kind of tearing up right now. I should probably stop that. Anyhow, but you guys know I'm a crybaby. Coming up now, talking about one of my favorite people, Hannah Shaw, aka Kitten Lady, is coming up right next to take you through a kitten's best life. And let me tell you something, you guys, it's not what you think it is probably. And I'm gonna be watching because it's right up the alley, but stuff I don't know at all when it comes to challenging kittens, getting them to that next level, showing them new things, getting them ready for their best life into prime time. So that's Hannah, she's coming up next.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for being here with all of us at Cat Camp at Home. I'm so grateful to be here with all of you. Thank you, Jackson, so much, and thank you, Christina. I am going to be doing a new talk today. It's called Baby Steps. It's all about giving little kittens a big head start. I'm really looking forward to hearing all of the different life stages. After this, we're going to be hearing about adult cats and senior cats. But of course, we're starting with kittens because life begins here, at birth and those first critical weeks and months of life. Every single cat starts as a young and impressionable kitten. So that's what I'll be talking about today. I do want to say thank you so very much to Pet Ag for sponsoring this talk. Thank you to them for all of the wonderful products that they create to help people take better care of kittens. I also want to mention, if you want to learn more about kittens, you can do that in my webinar series. I have about 8 hours of content. So I won't be able to get to everything that goes into kitten care today, but if you head to kittenlady.org/webinar, you'll find a lot of great content there, as well as in my book, Tiny But Mighty, 300 plus pages of information about kitten care. But today I'm going to really be focusing on the importance of early experience for kittens. I'm going to be talking about the emotional, physiological, psychological, and social needs of kittens that can help make a meaningful difference in their life. We really can impact, things like their personality, their preferences, their habits. A little background on me. I am a humane educator focusing on neonatal kittens, but I actually went to school for psychology. And so when I'm raising my babies, I'm really doing it with their developmental psychology at the front of my mind. I think that so much of who a cat becomes really does start in kittenhood. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. I think this applies as well for humans. Obviously, as a 33-year-old woman, I can think about all of my kind of personality traits and my idiosyncrasies and maybe some of my neuroses. I can trace a lot of that back to experiences I had when I was just a little kid. So I wanted to start by kind of asking you to think about yourself and your past and what are some of the things that may have led to who you ended up becoming as an adult. Think about it. Were you raised as an only child, or were you raised with 10 brothers and sisters? Did you grow up on a farm, or were you raised in a big city? How were you treated when you did something that broke the rules? Did you eat the same food every single night, or did you try lots of different kinds of foods? All of these types of questions we can ask ourselves about our past. They might bring up some happy memories, they might bring up even some sad memories, but there's no doubt that the experiences that we went through when we were young really do contribute to the person that we do become. And I want to say, if you do have any sad memories from your past, I have personally found nothing more healing than having the opportunity to give a beautiful, loving, nurturing home to young kittens. So fostering might just be for you too. It is a really healing thing, and it's a gift not just to the kittens, but also to the caregiver. Now, experience is not everything. You can raise a whole room full of kittens and give them the exact same care, the same toys, the same food, and you're still going to have differences between them. And that's because, just like with humans, where there is nature versus nurture, the same thing applies with kittens. There are biological differences in kittens. There are medical differences in kittens. And there are different little experiences that kittens are going to have that are beyond your control. So, if you're looking at your cat and saying, what did I do to make you who you are? It's okay. Every single cat is an individual, and that's what makes it so wonderful to get to know them. But I just want to say, experience is not everything. However, we can, through experience, give them a big head start in some really important ways. One big example of that is socialization of kittens. Here you have two different kittens who are from the same exact litter. They're the same exact age. They're both about 7.5 weeks in this photo, but they have different life experiences. Apple on the left, she was found outdoors when she was only about 2 weeks old. So she was raised in a human home with me. She was raised to know that humans are your friend. We're the ones providing you with food. She knew what it was to, be in a warm blanket, cuddled up in my bed. And so for her, you can stick a little straw hat on her head and she's still gonna love you afterwards and want to cuddle you. Then take a look at Crabapple. That's her brother, but he was not found until he was 7 weeks old. And so for Crabapple, he had a different experience growing up. He was probably friends with squirrels and possums, and he was used to feeling the wind go through the trees, and he's not used to being in a human home. And so for him, when he sees a human, it's a really scary experience for him. So you can see how even in a matter of weeks, the experiences that they have really do make a difference in their preferences and their behaviors. Of course, Crabapple, he did come around very quickly. He was able to become a loving and social cat who is now thriving in his forever home. And the reason for that is because kittens really are adaptive. They adapt very quickly. And so, I want to tell you that even if you have a kitten who has had some kind of trauma in the past, this is Archie, who I raised just a couple months ago. Archie went through some serious physical trauma as a baby before he was rescued. But you can see here, he was just so loving, loved the opportunity to be in a foster home where he could experience that nurturing. And so they do really adapt very quickly, especially when they're presented with a loving, well-rounded, nurturing home. The gift of nurturing, it really is something that can't be overstated. When we nurture a kitten, we're giving them the opportunity to have their physiological needs met. We're supporting their cognitive development, their motor skills, which are just beginning at these ages. We are ensuring that they have emotional well-being, they feel safe. We're helping them to build their social skills with humans, with strangers, with cats maybe, and even maybe with other animals. We can also help them develop healthy routines so that they feel really confident in knowing what to expect every day, as well as confidence with novel experiences, things that are unfamiliar, giving them those coping skills. And then finally, we can teach them appropriate behaviors so that they can have success in their forever home. Even if you're the one who is raising your kitten and you're the one keeping them, kittenhood is a really important time to get in the groove of those appropriate behaviors so that they can have behaviors that are successful for them and also successful for you as the caregiver. So if you ever took a psychology class, you've probably heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So I thought it would be fun to make a kitten lady spin on it. The hierarchy of needs is really the idea that you have these fundamental needs that absolutely have to be met. That is the foundation. And then from that foundation, you can build upwards towards self-actualization. So those basic needs for kittens are things like food, water, warmth, protection from predators and hazards. They have to have those needs met. And if they don't have those needs met, then it's very hard for them to focus on achieving anything beyond those needs. And so, with this, we're trying to meet those basic needs, and then we can move up towards those higher needs, help them blossom and achieve their full potential. Do things like have bonding with playmates and caregivers, have those esteem needs met of having routines and also enrichment and novelty. And the goal, of course, being self-actualization, being a truly fulfilled cat in their loving forever home. So you're going to hear me say a lot, routines and novelty. And I'm going to talk mostly about routines to begin with, because routines are your basic foundation of helping a kitten feel safe. It's a baseline experience that sends the message to the kitten that, hey, you know that you're going to have your needs met. You know to expect that you're going to have food, you're going to have bathroom relief, you're going to be warm, you're going to have shelter. A kitten shouldn't feel anxious about these things. We're meeting their basic needs. They are habit building creatures who thrive with routines. And for the first several weeks of life, we're really not, we're not introducing anything that's meant to be novel to them, although everything is novel to them. Through repetition, we're showing them that this is a routine. It's not that you're just going to be fed today. You're also going to be fed tomorrow and the next day. And they grow to expect that and feel really confident in that so that they can actually branch out and do more novel things. So routines should always be established really well before you are introducing any very novel experiences. And one of the most important routines is feeling like you have a safe space, a space in which your needs are being met. And for young kittens in the first months of life, their needs are changing. They're developing really quickly and their needs are changing week to week. So what I want to do here is kind of talk about the different needs that kittens have during these various weeks and how we can craft a really safe space for them that also challenges them in the ways that they need to be challenged during that developmental period. So starting with the nesting period, this is 0 to 3 weeks old. And this is the period in which with a mom cat, they would really just be kept in a nesting box. Mom cats are so protective of their young. They hide them away in a place where they can't easily escape. So the kitten can't wander off. They're sort of contained. And they're also hidden from outsiders. At this age, it's not important for them to be socializing with a bunch of other cats or dogs or people. The important thing at this age is that they're safe, they're warm, they have frequency of care, and they're contained, so they can't wander off. So we want to try to replicate that for kittens who are in this nesting period time of their life. A nesting box, it should be climate controlled, soft, protected from hazards. We want them to be familiar with everything in there because again, we're setting the baseline for their routines here. So we want them to know where their warm spot is. They know where their stuffed animal is. They feel that everything is familiar to them, so they can kind of smell, even before they can open their eyes or hear anything, they can smell. So we want it to smell familiar. It smells like them, it smells like their caregiver. And we want to limit extended periods of time outside of that nest during the first 3 weeks. This is not the time to be passing them around to all your friends or bringing them with you everywhere. We want them to really just establish that baseline routine. So that's what that can look like. It's a very, very simple and small world for the first couple weeks. But starting around 3 weeks, kittens are really starting to develop their eyesight. Suddenly they can see things around them. They can develop the coordination to actually interact with objects in their world. So they can see the litter box, walk over to it, and get inside of it. So at this age, we want to open their world just a little bit, just enough that they can safely explore. They can start to establish those appropriate potty behaviors, which is an instinct for kittens. They want to cover their waist. So when you give them an accessible box, they will start to explore that. But at this age, we still are really in the routine world. We're establishing those baseline routines, keeping them very safe, and just giving them a little bit of room to roam so they can develop their motor skills and their coordination. This is what they look like. They're like, whoa, I can suddenly see things. And I'm kind of curious about what might be over there. Really exciting age. These are my current foster kittens. They're about 4.5 weeks old, and you can see they're on the move. They're really excited to explore, but they are contained. Okay, I called this 5 to 8 week period exploration station because this is a time in their life where they really, really need to explore. And that doesn't mean that you have to give them full access to your house. In fact, I wouldn't recommend it at this age. If they can have access to a whole room, that's amazing. If not, that's totally okay. You can start to integrate different objects into their environment, even if it is within a playpen. But at this age, we want to start introducing them to novel stimuli. So things like toys or sounds or strangers. It's really important during that 5 to 8 week period that they are developing confidence around new things. This is when they're deciding how they feel about stuff. So they're going to decide, okay, how do I feel about people? How do I feel about climbing and looking out the window? How do I feel about that wand toy zooming over my head? So really important time for allowing them to explore. This is also when they're really trying out their coordination skills. I'm not sure if Jez made this this jump or not, but the important thing is that he's trying. At this age, we're giving them a safe enough zone that they can really try new things and see how they can properly interact with the world around them. It's an important time for confidence building. This is my foster kitten James, who I had this summer. James was born with no back legs, and the reason I wanted to put him on here is because even for kittens who have mobility challenges or a special need, we really, even and especially with these kittens, we want to give them the opportunity to explore in a way that is accessible for them. So, think about adjusting your environment to make it accessible for the individual kitten that you have. Modify play so that, you're giving this kitten opportunity to try new things and also to build confidence. This age, 5 to 8 weeks, is all about building motor skills and building confidence. And hopefully by 8 weeks of age, that's adoption age in the United States most of the time, we want them to be able to be masters of their universe. By 8 weeks, these kittens should be able to explore multiple rooms in a home. from the safety of a home base. So at this age, what do they need? They still need a home base. They need to know, where's my litter box, where's my water and my food, where's a bed that I can sleep in. But we also want them to be able to explore from the safety of that home base, so they can go see what's in that room and see what's in that room. And ideally by this age, they will have some coping mechanisms to understand that sometimes there's going to be unfamiliar things and they know how to deal with it. This is a couple weeks ago. Some of my foster kittens who were deleting one of my presentations, I think, in this photo. But the reason that I wanted to share this is because something I do with my foster kittens live in a room. But in the couple days leading up to adoption, I like to give them an opportunity to just go explore another room or two. You can see they go like, wait, there's more? Like, there's actually more out there. And what I find is that helps them understand that there are different places. And when you go to that different place, even if it's a little unfamiliar at first, it's not necessarily a scary place. You know, they have that confidence of exploring a new room. So when they do go to their adoptive home, they're like, oh, there's just another room here. That's great. Now, what are some nurturing routines we can do in their space? A huge one is keeping their space warm. That is a physiological need, but it's also an emotional need. It is telling them that they have somebody there with them. You know, warmth usually comes from mama's body heat. And so we want them to feel that they're comforted and they have their physiological and emotional needs met of being warm. So keep a heating pad on a low setting with them, with soft blankets over it. That's going to be so good for them. When you're working with them, maintain a calm, loving, and intentional disposition. So you don't want to go in there while you're you know, having a really loud phone call with someone or arguing with someone. You know, you want to speak softly. You want to speak directly to them. I talk to my foster kittens all the time. I sing to my foster kittens. It's totally okay to sing to your foster kittens. You know, you want to handle them gently. You want to limit any feelings of powerlessness or restraint. So I'm not a huge fan of you know, forcing kittens into a situation. I know it's cute when you stick them in your pocket or when you, you know, hold them up for a photo, and doing that for a moment is okay. But if a kitten's trying to squirm away from you, you know, consent is important for our interactions with humans, but also our interactions with felines. So teach them that they have agency to say, I don't really want to do this, and then let them, you know, not feel that they're being restrained. You also want to provide them with plenty of petting, toothbrushing, other soft touch, and of course, cuddling. Cuddling is essential. Grooming is a love language. Grooming is something that mom cats do with their young. And if you ever foster a mom with babies, you will find that they are so clean. She keeps them very, very clean. And that sends them a message that they're safe, they're being cared for, their needs are being met. It's obviously also a physiological need. They need to be clean in order to avoid having irritation to the skin or infection. So when you're raising a kitten, we want to groom them daily. You can use baby wipes, washcloths, a flea comb, a clean toothbrush to comb through the fur. And sometimes you might have a kitten who's really, really, really dirty. Usually that's, you know, when you first get them in. If they have fleas or if they're truly filthy, don't be afraid to give them a little bath. You know, protect their ears, their eyes, their nose, their mouth. But I just always want to tell people, you know, you can and should wash a really dirty kitten because it does send them an important message that they're safe, they're clean, and of course that they're warm. So dry them off after, warm them immediately, and that's just going to be so good for them. The other thing that I want to share is that familiarity is really important for young kittens. So, you know, there are plenty of studies out there showing that kittens do develop preferences for familiar vocalizations. They can tell the sound of their mom versus the sound of a different cat. They develop preferences for familiar smells. So we don't want to change things up all at once. We don't want to like take away everything that smells familiar to them, take everything that sounds familiar to them and just put them in a totally different space right away. Stress from too much change can be really negative for them. So my advice there is to kind of interweave familiar and unfamiliar experiences so that, you know, they always kind of have that safety blanket, right? Think of it like their buddy system or their safety blanket, things that let them know there is some consistency. So for instance, if they're going to the vet for the first time, why don't you take their blanket out of their space and put it in their carrier with them? That way, when they go to the vet, they still have something that smells like home. You know, when they get adopted, I like to send them with a favorite toy or a favorite stuffed animal. Keeping kittens in pairs is something that you'll always hear me talking about. But, you know, there's nothing better than having a buddy system if they're going to get adopted. And then, you know, supplemental feeding, which I'll talk about now. I'm a big believer in kitten-led weaning, letting kittens dictate when they're ready to be fully weaned from, you know, nursing with mom or bottle feeding to eating solid foods. So do not rush this process, please. We want to look at weaning as a process of at least 7 days. In the wild, mama would be, you know, introducing prey to her young for a period of many weeks. And during that time, she's not expecting that they're going to just, you know, switch from nursing all the way to eating, you know, prey animals. She's going to expect that they're still going to be nursing for quite a bit of time before they can confidently make that change. So we want to do the same with our kittens. If you do have a nursing kitten, you want to supplement them. So you can let them have little bits of the wet food, and then afterwards, supplement them with a bottle or just continue letting them be with their mama until they're old enough to eat a full meal confidently and independently. That'll be at least 5 weeks of age before they can really get all of their caloric needs met through eating independently. But it's different for different kittens. That's why I call it kitten-led weaning. We want to follow the lead of the kitten. You also want to keep in mind that kittens don't necessarily know what you're trying to do when you're introducing them to wet food. You know, especially if you've been caring for a bottle baby, they don't know what a bowl is. They only know what your hand is, because your hand is usually what's feeding them. So in this little video, you can see sort of how we can ease some of those transitions. This is something I do with kittens who don't really understand what's going on. I'll actually just put a little bit of the food in their mouth, and then they usually can eat it right off of my hand after that. Kittens who have been bottle fed are really good at eating from your hand. They don't always understand how to eat out of the dish. So again, we're interweaving familiar and unfamiliar things. My hand is familiar. The bowl is not familiar, but what I'm doing is kind of trying to say, okay, here's the food and put it in the bowl, and then show Nelson that actually you can just eat it straight out of the bowl. So you can see here, then I'll take my hand away and voila, he's able to eat out of the bowl. So that might take a couple of days of doing that before they really make that transition. But I think it's super important to do everything really slowly, lean into the familiar with your babies. And you also want to remember that mealtime is an important time for bonding. Mealtime is sending a message of, you know, this is where your food is coming from. So you know you're giving them the food, but they might not know that you're giving them the food if you just put food down and walk away. They might think they just kind of found it. So it's important for you to stay with your kitten during those early weeks of them eating on their own. You know, you can pet them, speak with them, sing to them, let them know that, you know, food and you go hand in hand. This is especially important if you have fearful or feral kittens. Free feeding is the idea of, you know, leaving food freely available to a cat. And that's fine if a kitten is totally social with people. But if you have a shy kitten or a fearful kitten, you definitely don't want to free feed. You want to meal feed so that they start to realize that humans are the source of food, and they will bond to you much more quickly. Okay, so we talked a lot about routines. Now let's talk about novelty. When I say novelty, I just mean different experiences, something new that they have to experience and go, oh, I've never I've never been through that before. How do I feel about that? You know, the important thing about novelty is that it helps them develop coping skills so they can actually deal with unfamiliar sounds or sights or smells or objects or people. It also helps sharpen the mind and stay physically and mentally fit, stay engaged, curious, active. I think all of us who have been spending a lot of time at home this year understand how important novelty is. You know, we don't want to just have routine. It's important to have our routines, but we also want to have, you know, new experiences sometimes. That becomes especially important for kittens from 5 weeks and older, because this is a time where they do have the instincts to want to experience some novel things, but they also need to be developing the confidence around novelty. So what I've done here is created kitten enrichment bingo. Maybe you've heard of the term enrichment. Enrichment is not just playtime. Enrichment is really anything that gives an enriching experience to a cat. So it could be anything that adds to their experience bank, something that they have to think about and that makes them go, ooh, I'm really curious about this. So what I've done here is just put together some loose ideas. You can come up with your own. But if you like kitten enrichment bingo, then maybe these are some things you could try with your kitten or even your adult cat at home. Try to get a bingo, try to get 5 of them. You know, decide that in 1 week, you're gonna try to get a bingo for your cat or kitten. Some of these things are, you know, things as simple as exploring a cardboard box or watching a YouTube video for cats. Maybe listening to the sounds of other animals or playing with tissue paper. Drinking water from a faucet or fountain, or smelling new things. With some kittens, I'll just introduce them to different smells, like show them a candle or show them, you know, a condiment from my refrigerator. Not because I'm expecting them to do anything with it, just because you can see them really thinking about it and processing new information. So when we're doing enrichment or giving these novel experiences to kittens, this is what we're going for. You know, enrichment is something that makes your eyes go, wow. Enrichment is something that makes your heart thump, right? It makes them go, oh my gosh, this is really happening. And what is going on here? It might even make them a little bit spooked. I'm not sure what she's looking at here, but she's definitely sizing something up, probably a new toy. But even if they're a little bit uncertain about something and it makes them arch their back, that's still a good experience for them to go through, to have to experience something new and take in that information and integrate it into their experiences so that they can cope in the future. They have to figure out, how do I feel about this? Another really important thing that I think is important for enrichment is safe outdoor enrichment. Now, for kittens, you would want to wait until they are vaccinated, because we don't want to, you know, take them out into the world unprotected. But once a kitten is fully vaccinated, you can start practicing safe outdoor enrichment with them. With my nonprofit, Orphan Kitten Club, we actually provide copies of the book Total Cat Mojo, as well as Adventure Cats to our adopters. And the reason for that is we want them to be well-versed in enrichment and also in safe outdoor enrichment. So I highly recommend Adventure Cats. If you haven't read it, it's a great book for learning about things like harness training. But this is Cooper. I raised him earlier this year. And just a couple weeks ago, I saw him out and about with his little harness, and he was getting to explore the outdoors. And that's just such a gift to them. If you start them young, they're going to be able to enjoy that for their whole life through. Another really important thing is feline friendship. Kittens really, really do need feline friends. And I'm not just trying to upsell you on more kittens. I really do mean they need feline friends. Something that I always say is 1 kitten is half a kitten. 2 kittens are a whole kitten. And you might think, well, you know, I have a dog and my dog does okay, even though dogs are social. But think about it. Dogs have plenty of opportunities to see others of their same species. if they're going on a walk, if they're going to the dog park, maybe they have a dog friend who comes over and visits. And dogs integrate really quickly with one another, right? They meet a dog at the dog park, they smell their butt, and now they're best friends. Well, there's a reason that we don't have cat parks. And the reason is that cats oftentimes don't take too kindly to strangers. So something that is pretty amazing about kittens is they're really adaptive. They'll take kindly to anyone they meet. I've joked before, you could introduce a kitten to a dolphin, and a couple minutes later they'd be like, yeah, whatever, that's my dolphin friend, like, big deal. So they really adapt quickly. A great way to make sure that you have really bonded cats is to adopt a bonded pair of litter mates. Now, there's no replacement for having somebody who speaks your language, who has the same physiology as you, the same instincts as you. Even though we can be a great friend to a kitten, we'll never be as good of a friend to them as another feline. They really do need social interaction as well. So they're social creatures, they thrive in groups or pairs, and they learn a lot from each other. So kittens will actually learn appropriate behaviors by watching and observing each other. They tend to be less destructive when they have somebody else to interact with. And they also adapt really quickly when they have their friend go to their forever home with them. It doesn't have to be that you adopt 2 kittens. If you have a young and active cat, a playful cat, then adopting 1 kitten is great. We have a cat, Haroon, who loves kittens, and he is a great companion to our fosters. We do a lot of adoptions of paired kittens or kittens who are going to a home where they'll have a playful cat to be friends with. But what about with other species? Well, this is my foster piglet, Hugo, and I don't have any dogs, but I do sometimes foster pigs. So I've had many kittens get the opportunity to meet a pig, and I actually think that that is really good for them, because if they are going to be in a home with a dog, now they kind of have that experience of knowing that, okay, there's humans, there's cats who are like me, and then also there's, other types of animals. It's not such a big surprise to them. First impressions are very important when they're meeting an animal of a different species, especially if you're thinking about, introducing your kitten to a dog or a pig or any other species. We want to avoid any traumatic first experiences. So I would never take a kitten and just put them in the face of a dog or a pig. We want to do scent swapping or visually distanced visits where they see each other from across a room or behind the safety of a screen or something like that. And then, you can slowly integrate them once you know that it's safe to do so. But they really do adapt very, very quickly when they're young. This is a kitten that I raised a couple years ago, Numpkin, and because he had that healthy balance of routine and also novelty, meeting other animals, meeting lots of other people, going through outdoor enrichment as a young kitten, now he is able to have this very enriched life where he's confident on a leash, he can go outside, he can meet other dogs. And, this is one of the most confident cats I think I've raised. But I think that this is for me something to really strive for, is giving cats that baseline comfort and routine, and then introducing the novelty to them so that they can cope with all of this and really achieve a very fulfilled future. So I do think that they adapt most quickly when their routines are carried over from babyhood into, being a teen kitten. So if you are an adopter and you've adopted a kitten from a foster home, I would highly recommend trying to carry over their routines. Ask the foster parent, what type of food are you feeding them? When do they eat? Do they have a favorite toy or blanket? What litter are they used to? What's their daily schedule? And then, once you've established that routine, you can start to introduce them to new things in your home. Okay, so last, I want to just talk about some of the behaviors that we want our kittens to have as adult cats, right? With kittens, they're bouncing off the wall all the time. And it's kind of, you're not sure what they're going to be like as an adult, right? But we want to know some basic things, like we want to know that they're going to have behaviors that are going to lead to success in a forever home. And one of the big things that I have to say is, when you adopt a kitten, you are adopting a micro panther. These behaviors of scratching and biting and climbing and pouncing, these are all natural behaviors that you can assume a cat is going to have. So when you're raising a kitten, you want to actually prepare for that in advance. You don't want to wait until you're saying, no, 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 don't do that. You actually want to preemptively get ahead of the behavior and give them opportunities to express it in a way that is appropriate. So the goal is never to suppress an instinct or a behavior. The goal is to help them appropriately express that behavior in a way that works for everybody in the home. So get a step ahead of these behaviors. That principle applies to just about anything, whether it's biting or scratching or climbing or anything else. Anytime you want to say no to something, you should be giving them actually just an even better yes. Don't bite that, but you should bite this instead. And you want to, not suppress that behavior, just redirect. So a good example of that is biting. Kittens are biters. They bite. It's one of the main things that people ask me about. How do I get a kitten to stop biting me? And I tell people, kittens, they are going to bite you occasionally because they're learning appropriate behaviors around biting, and they have that instinct to just put their mouth on something and chomp down. So what we want to do instead is give them something that is more appropriate. The reason kittens like biting your hands is because your hands move and they're predators. So when they see something moving, that's like, ooh, that's so exciting. I'm going to attack that. So what do we want to do instead? We want to give them moving objects that are appropriate to bite. So, kicker toys, rattle mice, things that you can throw, things that you can move around for them. Don't play with your hands. Even if it is cute when they're a kitten, I promise you it's less cute when they're like a 12-pound cat. It's not as cute. So it's much harder to break them of that habit later on than it is to just establish good behavior patterns from the very beginning. Don't scold a kitten who bites you. You just want to redirect. And you can even reward good behaviors with a treat, because remember, biting is hunting. And what happens in the wild after you hunt? You get to eat something. So you might consider rewarding some of those good biting behaviors with a treat. Kicker toys are your friend. This is Archie, who I talked about in the beginning. Archie had ringworm. So that meant that he was contagious to other animals, and he had to be raised separately from any other kittens in a bathroom on his own. That meant that he was very, very wild. I can really tell you there is a notable difference between a kitten who's raised solo and a kitten who's raised with friends or with other cats. By the time he got out of his ringworm quarantine, he was just so excited that he was like, I have to bite everything. And that meant he wanted to bite my hands. He wanted to bite my feet. He wanted to jump in my bed when I was asleep and bite my nose. And that's I understand it, but it's not an ideal behavior, right? So what did I do with him? I kept a kicker toy on my nightstand. And every time he jumped into the bed, before he could bite me, I would just give him the kicker toy. And over time, he learned that a kicker toy is actually more fun than my nose to bite, because a kicker toy, you can wrap your paws around it, you can bunny kick it, you can take it with you, you can toss it around. These different toys and objects are actually more fun than the target that they might choose of your body. So, give them those things. Eventually he got to a place where he just knew the kicker toy was on the bed, and he would jump up and bite the kicker toy. And his behavior really did make a huge change. The other thing, y'all, is bitey kittens need friends. They really do need friends. Like I said, Archie was a little bit of a terror with biting until I was able to help him turn that around with kicker toys. But what I wish I could have done was introduce him to friends from a young age. I highly recommend raising them with another feline friend, because they teach each other those boundaries. They will actually yelp out when the bite is too much, and they kind of teach each other that, this is an appropriate bite, this is not an appropriate bite. Here's two of my kittens recently, and you can see, I love this photo of Kalu's face on the right. He's just like, oh my gosh, she bit me. But of course, he's biting her too. So they're figuring that out together. What about scratching? The same principle applies. Kittens want to scratch, they want to climb, so you might as well give them something from the beginning that is appropriate, because then they will express that behavior on this object, scratching post, rather than expressing it on you and your legs and ruining all of your pants. Not that I have any experience with that. So scratching is a natural instinct. It's something that kittens start to do once they're about like 5 weeks old. They start wanting something to scratch. As babies, their claws are non-retractable, and then as they reach about 4 weeks, 5 weeks, their claws start to retract, and they want to be able to do the action of scratching on a scratching post, whether that's horizontal or vertical. So I highly recommend giving them a sturdy scratching post, doing it near an area that is like a family zone. So if this is your kitten in your home, put it next to your couch. They're gonna wanna scratch your couch if they don't have a scratching post there, because they're trying to create that family scent. They're trying to bond with the environment, and they think they're actually doing something sweet. It's not so sweet when it's your sofa. So what I would recommend is putting a scratching post near those areas so that they have an appropriate way to express that behavior. The other thing you can do with young kittens is you can actually handle their paw pads from a young age. So touch their paws. You can practice pressing down on their little toe bean and having their claw come out, just so that they get used to the idea that sometimes your paws are going to be handled. Obviously, I hope I don't have to say that we're all anti-declawing. Declawing is not something that I would wish on my worst enemy. So what we want to do instead is set them up for success with nail trims. So claw trimming can start around 4 weeks of age, and you can make it a happy time. Give them treats, give them something delicious while you're trimming their little claws, and they may not even notice that it's happening. And if they do notice that it's happening, then they're understanding that this is actually a positive thing. You can do it every so often when they are babies, and you could even consider just doing 1 or 2, and then a couple days later doing a couple more, just so that they get in that pattern of understanding that it's totally safe and okay. And just to wrap up with that kind of similar thought, we want to prepare them for a healthy life ahead. We have to, as caregivers, take our cats to the vet. And we're going to be talking a lot about that, I think, in these coming talks. So what I want to say from the kitten perspective is we need to teach them from a young age not to fear the carrier. I took this picture this morning. That's one of my foster kittens, and he is being taught that your carrier is actually a really safe space. What I do is I just take the front off of it so that they can kind of see it as a bed, a place that's nice to go. It has a blanket in it that's comfortable for them, so that when they're ready to go get their first vaccines, they can go and do that and not be so scared of it. You can even do a practice run with your kitten where you just close them in the carrier for 1 minute and then give them a treat. When you have those first experiences with a veterinarian, you want to make sure that it's a positive experience for them. So make sure that you're, bringing that familiar blanket with them or a familiar toy. You can use pheromone sprays to make it nice and calm for them, and, give them a treat. I do recommend working with a feline focused vet or a fear-free certified vet, somebody who's going to really understand having your kittens go through a calm experience at the vet, because that's going to set them up for success for years to come. So on that note, the next speaker is somebody who I adore. It's Ellen Carrozza, LVT. She is going to be just quickly speaking about vaccines with kittens. But I just want to say again, thank you so very much to Cat Camp. Thank you to Pet Ag for sponsoring this talk. And thank you to all of you for caring about giving your kittens that beautiful big head start. I really believe we can make their futures bright by giving them this wonderful, nurturing, loving experience from the beginning, helping them build the confidence to deal with all of the things that they're going to have to deal with as an adult, and just really helping them know what it takes to have a fulfilled and happy life in a forever home. So thank you to everybody for listening. And we are going to hear from Ellen Carrozza. But first, let's watch this quick video. Thank you.
I can't even see myself. Hello? Can I? Hey, cat campers, it's Ellen, aka the Cat LVT, coming you from the holiday version of Cat Camp. Many thanks to Cat Camp for inviting me to come speak about vaccines, which right now, we're in the middle of a pandemic and we have an emergency vaccine coming out. But what does that entail for our kitty cat friends? Well, I actually had the pleasure of sitting down with the American Feline Practitioners Association, as well as the American Animal Hospital Association, to be on their task force to update the feline vaccination guidelines. And there are actually very specific changes that we have made to make your cats healthier, but also to make vaccination a lot easier to understand for our pet parents and for shelters, rescues, etc. So what we actually did was we recategorized many of the cats as pet cats, shelter cats, TNR cats. We put them in there too, cattery cats, and foster cats. So what we're doing is we're actually changing the risk assessments for these guys, making sure that you understand what's a high risk animal versus a low risk animal. At the end of the day, it's between you and your veterinarian to determine what's considered a high risk versus a low risk. Vaccines, of course, need to be given every 2 to 4 weeks for the little kittens and boosted every year to every 3 years for adult cats. But based on the clinical experience and the consensus of the expert opinion, we've actually made new tables for everybody to understand it very clearly. And it is publicly accessible for you to understand it. The main vaccine that everybody always wants to talk about, especially when it comes to fosters, shelter cats, and the cattery cats, is that distemper vaccine, which you might get in the mail from your veterinarian, that little annoying postcard that says your pet is due for the FVRCP. Well, what is the FVRCP? Well, it's all the important upper respiratory viruses as well as that panleukopenia virus. And all of these viruses are highly virulent, especially in the kittens that do not have a very good immune system, especially when we're looking at shelter kittens or foster kittens, especially the ones that do not have moms and they're considered orphaned, or the kittens that have an immune compromised mom. Those kittens are considered high risk and actually desperately need those vaccines because the maternal antibodies are really not going to be there, since they actually gather them from the colostrum within the first 24 hours of life. So every 2 to 4 weeks, we're going to be boostering those. And then what we're going to be doing as well is boostering them up until they're 16 weeks of age. So you're going to be visiting us quite a bit at the veterinary office, almost to the point that you feel like you're going to be living there and need a frequent flyer punch card. what we've changed is instead of boosting that vaccine at a year of age, we're going to boost that vaccine now at 6 months, because there actually has been a few studies that they've noticed that a third of the kittens out there that had been boosted up until 16 weeks of age, including up to 20 weeks of age, fail to have responded to the final vaccine. So instead of waiting for them to be a year old after that last 16 weeks vaccine, we're going to go ahead and boost them at the 6-month marker to make sure that that last vaccine is actually taken effect. And then we can go ahead and make the determination on whether or not it's a year or every 3 years that your cat can be vaccinated. So it's all about lifestyle with your veterinarian. So other than that, rabies vaccine is going to be consistent. It is still either a 1-year or 3-year vaccine, depending upon manufacturer. And also, you need to make sure that you are actually making sure that your pets in your household are actually vaccinated first before you bring any other feline home into your house while you are taking care of everybody. Other than that, there really hasn't been that much significant changes, but you can go online, check out what we've done, and see whether or not what category you guys fall into. I hope you enjoy seeing the 2020 feline vaccine guidelines. And, you should be seeing your vet up until 16, 20 weeks of age, making sure your kittens are healthy. What we're going to be talking about later in life is the senior cat, which vaccines, are an important part of it as well. So we just basically go from there. There are really no major changes other than the distemper vaccine that we have seen with these little guys in the future. So I hope you join me and Jackson in the next few sessions to talk about senior cats, and we're going to go from there. But in the meantime, I want you to enjoy the next upcoming sessions.
Oh, hey there, cat campers. Booty and I were just decking the halls with cat balls and getting ready for the Cat Camp at Home for the Holidays after party. First, we're going to be joined by cat historian Paul Cudenares as he tells us extraordinary tales of cats from across the decades by the campfire. Then we're going to close out a fun day at camp with a festive game of Catman Bingo. We've got a ton of awesome prizes, including one lucky grand prize winner who will get a 15-minute virtual meet and greet with Jackson Galaxy himself. Meow! Make sure you head to catmanbingo.com to learn more and get your bingo cards, and we'll see you later today. Cats rule the world, the kitties reign with all their charms and toys.
Their hairballs that bills, ticks, and fleas, and knocking down the cat mystery are not meant to annoy. They bring your home such joy. They bring your home such joy.
It's Chris from Fantastical Meows, and I'm here with Chris the Cat Guy, and today we will be building a cat shelter for our community cats. Here's some easy materials that you can use to build it. Alright, so we got a box cutter to cut the holes, styrofoam for insulation, or we could use straw. Not hay, because hay can get all wet and moldy. We're using measuring tape to make the holes, and duct tape. Step 1 is to make a 6-inch hole, 2 inches from the bottom. And step 2 is to make the same hole on the side for an emergency exit, I guess. If a predator comes from there or they're sleeping and they need a quick exit, they can just come out here instead of going out the front entrance. As you can see, we've duct taped the entire circle so it doesn't catch on to our furry friends. It doesn't have to be perfect as long as it's nice and smooth. Now that we have all their holes cut and taped up so they're smooth, get a smaller bin, do the exact same thing. Now it's time to keep our furry friends warm. So we should put a thin layer of straw on the bottom. Now that we got straw on the bottom, Now we can pack the sides full of straw. Next step is to lay some more straw down for like a layer of bedding so that they can still keep warm. Now that we have our smaller box top on, we should, before we secure it completely, you should put more straw on top of it and then put the big layer on. Now that we got our thin layer of straw on top of the bin, we can finally secure it and yeah. Now, our last step is to make sure that it doesn't blow off by putting duct tape all the way around it so it doesn't blow off in the windy. Now that we've got it done pretty much, we need to make sure that it's not sitting on the ground by using bricks, pallets, stones, pretty much anything that can level it, and make sure that it's not wobbly so that it can't, like when they go in, it doesn't tip over. Here's another easy way to make another cat shelter if you don't have any straw. You can use styrofoam, you can tape it to the sides like we did, and usually we put like packing peanuts or more styrofoam on the bottom, but since we have straw, we put more straw on the bottom, like this. But at this point, we don't need a second box. So like if you don't have a second box, you can also do this easy way. And you can also tape styrofoam to the top like that, and then put that on top. Now we just secure the top like we did that last one. Now you follow these simple instructions, you got 2 perfectly good cat shelters for less than $20 that you can, for an entire winter long, this can last. And now we're done with our cat shelter.
And we are back, you guys. I'm having a good time. Don't know about you. So I assume if I'm having a good time, and I've seen a lot of this and I've heard a lot of this before, and I'm still having a great time. I'm hanging out with you guys on chat, as are a lot of the counselors. So check that out. And don't forget, you guys, you can't chat unless you register over at catcamp.com. So all you YouTubers and Facebookers, you know who I'm talking to. Go and check out catcamp.com. Register not just for chat, but for the great prizes as well, including a one-on-one consult with me. Now, in the meantime, I just wanted to give a quick shout out and a big thank you to Hannah Shaw, aka Cat Lady, Ellen Carrozza, aka Cat LVT, for their great information on the kitten stage of life, living their best lives, which honestly, there was so much great information in there. A couple of things I just wanted to point out, because you start to see how it translates into prime time and into the senior life, as Ellen was alluding to in her last section there. But first of all, the concept of, as Hannah was talking about, routine and novel, that idea of always having that sort of knowledge of where that line is for them so that we can have them accept just a little bit of challenge all the time. That goes into prime time, and that goes into the seniors even, that there's always what I call the challenge line, one paw over, just to say there's always new experiences past the kitten world. But it was great to see that. And also, I did want to also mention that the kitten bingo card that you guys saw and you're all talking about in chat. We're working on getting that up on the website. We'll let you know about that later. So again, thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you, Ellen. Also, thank you so much to Chris from Catastical Meows, and of course, Cat Guy Chris as well for that wonderful video. Guys, get to it, man, especially you guys who live where our next guest lives, where it's cold. Those community cats need a place to go. You see how easy it was to build those houses. So let's get to it, you guys. Let's give our community cats a place to go where they can hang out for the winter and stay nice and warm. So speaking of the cold, I'd like to bring in our next guest because we're heading into prime time of a cat's life. So Dr. Christopher Chandru, live from Ottawa, Canada. Chris, are you with me, Chris? Are you with me?
Jackson!
What's up, Chris? It is great to have you. So you guys, Dr. Christopher Chandru, DVM, MSc coach practitioner, CPM. He has helped thousands of people over the years who are joined at the hip with their pets. He's saved lives. He's been side by side with the people at the end of their pets' lives. He's a conscious vet. He's a scientist, a photographer, animal welfare advocate, and creator of Stress to Success, STS, the essential guide to medicating your feisty, grumpy, or reluctant cat. And we'll tell people how to get involved with that program in a bit. Chris, welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jackson, hello, Cat Camp.
Before we get anywhere, what the hell does your what is that? Oh, there's Chewbacca. Better have a happy holiday. You know what? That comes, I mean, it ain't a sweater, but man, it is, it gives me a run for my money. It is great to have you here for obvious reasons. I think your knowledge base is going to be a really helpful thing to the campers. But I think one of the things that you and I have always talked about is sort of this crossover in terms of how we both approach our individual practices. And I think that that's one of the things that I'm feeling this through line when we talk about a well-lived life for cats over all stages of their lives. But you know, what I think I want to start off with is letting people know where that cross is. And it's really, it's bringing our philosophy about, I don't know, maybe a higher vibration with your cats. Right? I mean, that's what I think what we both talk about. And that has informed your practice a lot, hasn't it?
Yes. That was an easy conversation for us to have, you know, because we have a catchphrase with my vet mobile, and I think you would connect to this. It's, we don't treat animals, we treat relationships. Like everything is in service of the relationship.
Right. And I couldn't be in more agreement. I mean, everything I talk about is about that relationship. And I think, you know, I'm sure you've seen this a lot, where what you will get is a complaint from an animal guardian, and it will be this sort of, you know, anger. You know, my cat is doing this, and there's that subtext of my cat is doing this to me, that they are ruining things for me. And it's up to us to sort of do a little bit of this, a little bit of a switch over where we start talking about that relationship, you know. And do you, and by the way, you are fully mobile at this point as a vet.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. We're all on the road. We're like the roving, like Catmobile.
Yeah. And isn't it easier, I would imagine, to talk to people about that relationship in their own, I was about to say territory, but you know, in their own homes? Is it easier?
Oh, well, I mean, sometimes we call their home the cat colony, and it is easier because the act of walking into someone's home is, you are a guest. And when you are a guest in a space, there is a dialogue, a way of being that I think kind of transcends the material part of what a vet visit can be like, and really gets to a connection, which is where it needs to go to help heal whatever problems are going on with this relationship, whether it's behavioral, physiological, a medical issue. It absolutely just gels, and it really works.
You know, and I love the word. I love the fact that you use the word heal, because, well, first of all, you're a vet, but the thing is that you're not just healing a problem. You're not just healing a symptom. You're not just healing a series of symptoms. but you're also affecting a tightening of the bond, I guess, for lack of a better word, you know, and how that affects them for the rest of their lives. Because, you know, I would imagine you don't want to be called all the time. You would rather folks be able to, you know, start to figure things out before it just, I have a problem, come fix it, you know.
Yes.
Is a lot of your work sort of proactive in that sense? I mean, if you're coming over to someone's house, what's one of the most common things that you're called to a house for?
Oh yeah. So my cat has been recently diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, CKD. And I have some new subcufluids or medications or supplements to give, and I've tried them and it's not working, or I don't know where this is going to lead to. And so it's largely medical. It's like, I would say 80–85% of what we see are medical cases. And not only is the cat in distress, but so is the person. They're not sure of what their role is. And what they do know is when they try something, it ends up very often damaging the relationship. Like the cat doesn't want it. They don't know how it's supposed to go. And we see a lot of that.
Yeah, and as there was one section of Hannah's talk where she was talking about not walking into the safe space with a loud voice, or you're arguing with somebody, that you're vibing way up here.
Yes.
And I would imagine for a lot of your clients, especially newbies, that when something is going wrong, they're sort of vibing up here, and it becomes part of your job, I guess, to sort of help bring that down.
That is, I would say, the crux of what I do, because for my technician and I, when we walk in as a conscious veterinary team, I mean, we're definitely going to address the nuts and bolts of the physiology of the problem, right? So if it's CKD, it's your kidneys are doing this. This is what's happening with your potential anemia and your urea and your creatinine and your appetite, all these different technical things in the material world that you need to fix. But then all of those things are going to bring up something for the person in that relationship. And often it's a fear or insecurity. There's something in there. A problem has happened. You're going to face that problem. And the way that we face problems are very much like how we've always faced problems in our life. So what has made us who we are today affects how we continue on with this problem with our cat. And then taking it to the next level, there's a way to even transcend and to learn something about yourself, learn something about your cat, and bring that new knowledge together that you know you're doing what you need to do from your authentic self, from your true self. And you'll never regret that.
Right. And I mean, that's the thing. So you and I can put tools in the toolbox, but that toolbox is sort of your empathetic center as a guardian. And where you put it is just as important as what you put into it, right?
Yes.
And I think that's really important. Can you, because I want to make sure that we hit what we're doing today, one last question I've got for you is, when you call yourself a conscious practitioner, can you define that for us?
Yes, conscious veterinary practitioner is a practitioner that takes into account not just the material of what is faced in front of you, but also turns the mirror on the inside, what is coming up for you, and then using all of that to synthesize something which by your relationship with your cat is preserved in the problem solving. When we're all working together, there is no hierarchy, and there's only a journey. There's only a path, regardless of what the outcome is.
That is just well said, Chris. That's great. I'm just going to let that marinate for a second. Well, listen, you guys, what we're talking about today, what Chris and I are going to go into now is, you know, it's hard to distill the entire prime time of a cat's life, post-kitten, pre-senior, into this, you know. So what we decided to do was first we're gonna break to some pre-recorded stuff, programming, whatever the hell, first from Chris and then from me, where we sort of distill one thing that we thought about that represents that relationship and yet talks about something, in his case, something physical, in my case, something more behavioral, and gives you guys a glimpse into exactly what Chris is talking about a conscious approach. It's not just about us being conscious practitioners. It's about you guys being conscious guardians, being grounded in the moments of your relationship. So that's what we're going to be getting into. And just so you know that both Chris and I are going to be over at catcamp.com in the chat section while our what the hell you want to call them? Bits are happening. And then we'll be back at the end of that live to sum this all up. So just remember, you got to go and register over at catcamp.com in order to chat and also to be eligible for the prizes that we got coming at the end of the day. So let me get ready to throw this on over to Chris, talking about something that's a very, that you guys should be doing. I've seen stuff in the chat about it already. So I'm really excited to see it. Chris, again, before I throw over there, thank you again for joining us from probably cold Ottawa. And let's get on to Chris talking about, I'm not gonna even tell you, go for it.
Hello, Cat Camp. My name is Dr. Chris Andrew. Most people call me Dr. Chris. And what am I doing here? Well, I'll tell you what I'm doing here. We're talking about cats. But how are we talking about cats? We're gonna talk about cats in a very specific way. So I am what we call a conscious veterinary practitioner. And what does that even mean? Well, I'm a certified conscious life coach from Dr. Shefali's Conscious Coaching Institute, and I'm also a veterinarian. And so what we do is we bring all of that goodness together and make something really beautiful when it comes to you accessing veterinary care. So why do it like this? Well, when something is coming up for your cat, some problem, an illness, some issue, something is also coming up for you on the inside. And what this means is we just aren't treating a cat, are we? No, we're treating a relationship. And when you're treating a relationship, it's gotta be done with understanding and passion and togetherness. There's no better way to do it. Because this is the point of life, no? Share each other's journeys. Grow together with these beautiful, amazing creatures. So, Cat Camp, I wanna share 3 stories today. 3 stories. And so sometime in the future, you could be like, oh, wait. I'm trying this one thing. It's not working with my cat. I saw this on Cat Camp. We're planting seeds today. So you can go back and say, yeah, that's something I want to grow for me and my cat. The first story is about nail trims. The second story is about your cat and its cat carrier. And then finally, we're going to talk about something called your cat's Bermuda Triangle. This is going to be awesome. Nail trims. All right. No matter if you've had a cat for a couple of weeks or a couple of decades, nail trims can be a thing. But I gotta tell you, I've never had a problem doing a nail trim. Why is that? What's the magic? What's the secret? Well, it's simply this. Whenever I have a nail trim to do, I simply say this. Hey Tara, can you do this nail trim?
I'm the one that does it. It's not the vet, it's the technician. And I have a whole bunch of tips for you guys to help you with your kitty cats at home.
So Tara is my amazing RVT. See, you need a good team. With cats, you need a team to make things go well. And we took some video of her doing a nail trim on my cat, whose name is Lenny. And what you're gonna see is for Lenny, and I would say he's not a marshmallow cat. A marshmallow cat is what we call, you can poke, prod, kind of do whatever, and they're just along for the ride, they're not worried about it. Which is very different from what we call tactical survivors. These kitties are, you have to meet certain needs in terms of their emotions and psychology and behavior before you can go into some sort of intervention like a nail trim. And so Lenny's kind of in the middle. He's this cool cat I picked up in Cuba. Someone unfortunately had damaged his bum, and I was working with some vets out there, and I saw him and I said, hey, yeah, you can come home.
kind of help if they're a little bit sleepy and slow compared to hyper and fast.
This is what you don't do. When you come face on, they now know they have areas that they can run away. So he can back up easily. He can run that way if he wants. Even if I were not to put him between my legs and try to clip his nails, he can back away and run away. Okay, same thing, if you're putting them in the chair and you don't have help, they still have multiple areas that he can try to escape. So even if I were to put my body on top and try to clip his nails, he's able to get away. That's all right. All right, so we call this the wedge. We're gonna cross our feet in the back. Tuck your kitty between your legs and squeeze tight with your thighs. Grab your clippers. And then I put my hand underneath their head like that so they can't go forward. I use my chest to push them down as well. And then you pop their nails out. Clip. So he's already trying to back up, but he can't because my legs are in the way. Good boy, Lenny. So if your kitty is really struggling, then we can try, we'll try the towel. The paw that you need comes out. And then you wrap them up like a little burrito, nice and tight. And then shove them right back in the wedge. Boy. And then the thunder shirt, for those kitties who don't like the towel, first wrap just goes on, second wrap nice and tight, and they go floop.
There's nothing wrong with doubling up your efforts. You can use the thunder shirt and the towel at the same time.
What I do is I kind of grab the whole leg up to the hock. With one finger, I kind of push forward. Actually, it's not good. And then I press on the little jelly bean underneath. As soon as you press that, it pops your nail forward. So then you can see on every nail there's a quick. It's the blood supply to the nail. You'll see where it ends. And then it becomes thin at the end. If you're afraid to clip that quick, just clip off the tip that's really sharp, just like so. And if your kitty is struggling more than 3 seconds, it means we have to switch how we're positioning them. And it's really important to give them love after and treats.
If they're not bolting or running away from you right afterwards, then you've done a good job. You've stayed within a psychological safe zone of your cat.
So the story here is that sometimes little things make a big difference. Body positioning, how they feel in their environment, what their level of energy is. And there's so much stuff we didn't even get into. There's counter conditioning to the towel, to the clippers. You know what, we'll talk a little bit about that when we talk about the Bermuda Triangle. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about the cat carrier. Now, honestly, my life now, for the last 2 years, has been as a mobile vet. So for a lot of my clients, the cat carrier is kind of like gone from the equation. But for so many of us, including me, I mean, what if my cat needed some emergency surgery? I would need to go to a facility. There's a cat carrier involved. Now, there's a lot of information online through trusted sources. Jackson Galaxy, some great blogs and stuff out there that can teach you how to counter condition or create positive associations of your cat to the carrier. But why do that at all? Why do that at all? I know there's a struggle when they're not used to it, but where does that even come from? Well, today in our story, I'm going to show you a video from a cat's perspective of what it can be like to be in a cat carrier. Let's watch. Now, these video clips come from an online course that I made for cat people. It's called Stress to Success, the essential guide to medicating your grumpy, feisty, or reluctant cat.
So your cat's hearing all this, and they're starting to figure out what's going on, and their heart rate is starting to rise. So in the carrier we go, and now I want you to listen and experience what your cat experiences.
Okay, thank you.
So, what came up for you when you were watching that? If you're a kitty cat and you have like no context to the alien mothership that you've just been placed in, going through different sounds and the beam of white light, your pupils are just dilated down and then they get opened back up and then you're inside of a building and then you've got that, you're spinning around. For us, it's just a few degrees of rotation on our wrist. For them, it translates into this. It can be scary. And remember, fear in cats doesn't need to mean jumping, hissing, pinned back ears. It can be frozen, doing nothing at all. And so if they build up fear to the carrier, the next time it's worse. And a lot of clients that I have as a mobile vet, putting their cat in the cat carrier, it's scratches and stress and pee and poop, and it's just a whole lot of pain for everyone involved. Counter conditioning or giving positive associations of that cat carrier to your cat is really important. The more goodness you can put into that carrier, the better it is for you and your cat's relationship. All right, my last story today is something called your cat's Bermuda Triangle. So what is that even? Your cat's Bermuda Triangle is a space in which fear and stress can diminish and become transformed into something else far more positive. And when would you need to implement your cat's Bermuda Triangle in your cat's life? It's the day that you've come home from the vet clinic with some sort of medication, pill, tablet, liquid, injection, sub-Q fluids, whatever. And it's not going well. It's not going well. There is a way to know the truth of the matter. Can it go well? How would I know if it can go well? What is my cat saying to me? Because anytime it doesn't go well, it's actually your cat communicating to you. And you've got to take in that information and put that into the care and love and treatment plan for your cat. Bermuda Triangle gets you there. I'm going to show you two cats that did not want their medication at all. And within about 5 minutes, we found their Bermuda Triangle and they accepted their medication at the end of that process. These video clips came from my online program, Stress to Success. Let's check them out.
Zora can be reactive and sometimes feisty. We did the olfactory kickstart, and she approached the towel. By encouraging this type of exploration, we're starting to change her emotional state. Zora said no to the towel touch technique, indicating that we needed a non-towel technique to further vanquish fear or stress, therefore making her more agreeable to new things, like medications. Zora did not like pinch inhibition, but showed a preference for a pressure wrap. Whether they are food motivated or not, we take our 3cc syringe, cut the tip off, and fill it with something that smells good and is yummy. By having good experiences around the syringe, we are starting the process of simple counter-conditioning. Some cats need you to first place the syringe right in their food bowl so they get used to it, and others will take food from it right off the bat. Zora is now made to feel positive about the tool that we use to administer liquid medications, the syringe. For Zora, it just took 1 to 2 minutes for simple counter-conditioning. Now remember from our groundwork that we treat the room before we treat the cat. Zora prefers to be in this room on a bed, so this is where we start. While using her pressure wrap and the leg wedge, we now start to give her more food via the syringe. In effect, we are also making her feel good about how we position our hands on her body before we give the medication. We now pick up the syringe with her medication, we put a little bit of food on the tip, and start to give it. This medication is fenbendazole. Even with this medication that does not taste like food and has a different texture, Zora's emotional handling and simple counter-conditioning allows her to agree to new things. Even as the aftertaste begins to make her salivate, there is no struggling greater than 3 seconds. Zora still passes the 3-second rule. Because we worked in partnership with Zora and listened to what she had to say, things worked much better. Zora might not love the medication, but at the same time, she's agreed to it. If we keep things on her terms, things can go very successful. The right emotional handling, simple counter-conditioning, and form of medication allowed her fear and stress to disappear.
That kitty, bad Zora. Oh my god, I love that cat. I'm really into old cars, and I got this old Celica, and I want to put on the side on the tires, bad Zora. We love bad Zora. So if you look at bad Zora, it was like 5 minutes between, no, this isn't for me, to, oh, I'm in a different emotional state, and I'm able to therefore have some behavioral flexibility and accept this new thing, and I'm okay with it. It's awesome. So let's explain this Bermuda Triangle in a bit more detail. The first part I call emotional handling. For me, this gets into something called the 80% rule. And what that means is 80% of the success with your cat when giving a medication, sub-Q fluids, whatever, happens before you even touch them. It's all in the emotional handling. You've got to find out how they want to be handled. And there's a way to do that. Second part is simple counter-conditioning. New objects that may result in fear or have something kind of noxious about them, like a poke or a bad taste, need to be associated with something positive to increase their chances of acceptance. And then we have form of medication. This simply comes down to different cats have different preferences. What will work for one cat will not work for the other, and there's a flexibility within there. So if you got all of these 3 components together, your chances of success with medicating your cat go so much higher. Now let's talk about Ruby. Ruby's nice and feisty.
Ruby started out in a fearful, reactive state. The olfactory kickstart added some positivity to the mix. She said yes to the towel touch, indicating that a towel wrap could further induce calmness for her. We're going to use a pillar to increase her comfort and our own by keeping her hands out of her mouth, and some gel caps to eliminate bad flavors. You can see video 15, the 5-minute crash course, if you want more information on pill splitting. Everything we've done up to this moment is to change her emotional state so she is more accepting of new things. With a little bit of time, she accepts the pillar as a non-threatening object. While being handled in her preferred way, the pillar is simply used to deliver food. An object that could be scary is now being accepted. This is simple counter-conditioning. Place the gel cap in the pillar and coat it with some food or butter. Ruby, who is very reactive, still shows no fear. We simply hold the sides of her mouth, push the pillar to the back, and depress the plunger. Because we've taken care of her preferred handling technique and gave her counter conditioning, there's no special way that we needed to hold her head. Most of the work happened before the medication ever touched her body. One of the biggest signs of success is right after the medication, they go back to doing something they were doing before. Ruby shows no fear of the pillar. In fact, she'll eat off of it again. We have found her Bermuda Triangle. So we can go from this to this.
Yay, Ruby! All right, Cat Camp. If you ever need to find your cat's Bermuda Triangle, you can check out how to do it at I Will Help Your Cat courses. Till next time.
All right, so you guys, as Dr. Chris and I were talking about, what are the things that we can do that represent, through just everyday things that we do with our cats, that can represent the whole thing, the relationship, vibing at just a higher plane with our cat companions, and doing for them the good that we should be doing for them. And for me, that thing is, and I know this is going to be kind of surprising to you guys, is play. Play to me is something that is easy to do, it's fun to do, it's a bonding exercise, but for the cat, it's something that represents their mojo. They're just sort of raw cat. This is what I'm on the planet to do, hunt and catch and kill and eat. This is what I'm here for. And because they now live in our homes with us, they're not, for the most part, out there catching prey anymore. They need to have this thing connected. Their DNA is saying to them, I need to do this. And this is something we can provide for them. And it's just a small dose of that every single day. And the results that I've seen over the many years that I have been not just playing with cats, but teaching people like you how to play with cats and working with my clients, is that the results are dramatic if you do what I tell you to do. And just as Dr. Chris is talking about, and we've been talking about this whole time, it's not just about being reactive here. Oh, I'm having problems in my house, my cats aren't getting along, my cat is acting out to some degree or another, so I better play with my cat in order to remedy the situation. This is one of those things that we can do on a daily basis. It's like the apple a day keeps, litter box problems away, or any of the things that you guys might be dealing with. So today, I'm going to dig in a little bit to, right now we're talking about why play. Then we're going to talk about the different types of play and how to really maximize your play sessions with your cats. So the first thing that I want to talk about is the types of play that you're going to go through with your cat. Now, when I say play to people, a lot of times they're assuming that I'm talking about our first category, which is remote play, right? And by remote, I mean that it's a little fuzzy toy or a ball or whatever, and you toss it. They play with it by themselves remotely, and the toy is remotely, it's over there, and those have value to them in a bunch of different ways. For instance, having one of those little fuzzy mice in your pocket, and if your cat's looking for trouble, you pull it out of your pocket, you toss it over there, now your cat's going after something else. Or if they're just walking around the house and they have something to bat, until of course it winds up under the fridge, but that's for another day. But those are things where your cat can just momentarily have something to focus all that raw cat energy on, So it has value, but it's not exactly what I'd want for you and your cat every day. The second thing is, for lack of a better term, it's like flick the switch play. And flick the switch play is those battery operated type toys where you turn it on and it just does something, whether it's flashing a laser over here or whether it's just one of those things that goes under a little blanket and goes around and around. Again, they've got value to them, and the only value to me is if you really just can't do anything else with your cat and you just need to have some sort of stimulation. The problem is that rarely do these toys have unpredictable motion to them. Do these things actually act like prey long enough to retain your cat's attention? Because your cats are smart hunters. And if something's just going around and around and around in circles, they're going to get it after a while. I'm going to put my paw on it, it's going to stop. Take it off, it's going to go again. And maybe I'll have like a moment of just up energy, but it's not enough to sustain. So again, I'm not saying that it's without its merits. Any toys that you bring into your home, as long as they're safe toys, have merits. But that brings us to our third category, and really the most important category, and that's interactive play. Now, I've said this before, and I think because I smile a lot, you guys think that I'm kidding, but I'm not. If you have a dog, then my hope would be that you would have a leash and a collar and you would take your dog for a walk. Now, that sounds kind of obvious, but you know, it's because dogs have the need to go on a walk around their bigger territory, to smell everything, to get the exercise. And it's just something that you do with your dog. The equivalent when it comes to having a cat is interactive play, is having one of those wand type toys, you know, the ones I'm talking about, has you know, a feather at the end of it and you on the other end of it, and that is actual play. Now, it's not just a matter of the bond between you guys, and I can't emphasize how much this ups the bond, ups the connection, because you really get to know your cat at a much deeper level, because as they tap into who I call their raw cat, the ancestral cat, the one who lived by their wits and their hunting talents way back on the Fertile Crescent 10,000 years ago, that cat is alive in your cat. And as you tap into that raw cat, your eyes will open in terms of who they are and what really gives them their mojo, you know? And so that is important to do every day. And as I've said, you know, it's really this, it's not just about solving problems. It's about keeping them vital, keeping them connected. You got to remember, you know, because we've gone on this slow motion journey with cats over all these years, from more of a rural working cat model where they did jobs hunting mice, you know, on our farms and in our shops and on our ships and everything. And now we get to the point where we're living in smaller and smaller places, and they're living inside with us. So the way to awaken that life force in them is through interactive play. So let's dive into this, because as hard as it is for me to sort of demonstrate it, and you'll see I'm going to demonstrate a little bit of it with you guys, you'll get the drift here. But the first thing here is, let's just say we're using that sort of, you know, sort of standard interactive toy, of course, the toy we're using right now is the Jackson Galaxy air prey toy and ground prey toy. But you can use anything. Honestly, I don't care whether you use a stick and a sock at the end of it, as long as you're doing this every day, honestly. So what we want to do is we first want to find out what kind of a hunter is your cat's sweet spot. Not every cat wants to hunt up in the air. You know, a lot of cats will follow a moth at the ceiling for like an hour, you know, until that moth may or may not do something foolish and drop to the floor, at which point they get that moth. But some, when you're waving that wand in the air, actually will get scared of it, they'll avoid it, or they're just not interested in it. So that's not, you know, your air prey cat. Other cats really get their mojo going by following something on the ground. Ground prey, you know, the equivalent of a cricket or a worm or some kind of a bug. And so you can find out very easily by trying to get that sort of mojo motor started by trying to go on the floor with the toy or going in the air, and seeing which one really just snaps them into gear. Now, does that mean their body is going to follow immediately? No, not necessarily. And I think that that's where a lot of you guys kind of give up when you're trying to get play going with your cat, is that if they don't do it immediately, if they don't start running around, you know, like crazy, then you've failed and you've wasted your time and you've wasted their time. And okay, go and play with your fuzzy mice now, you know, I got things to do. But sometimes it takes a while for their motor to get started and for their body to follow suit. Something to remember that's really important is that cats are not built for distance, they're built for speed, which is to say that when a cat is hunting, they will stalk and then pounce. And that stalking could last a good long time. If they were out there hunting a cricket right now, that could take, an hour of just staring, just getting that movement down and then going for the kill. And that's something that could get repeated in your home. Now, of course, I'm saying this with the assumption that we're not just talking about kitten play here. If your cats are kittens, they will run all over the place and they will climb the walls until they're finally sleepy and then they just fall asleep. It's a lot easier than a cat in prime time, and that's what we're talking about today is prime time play. So the thing to do right off the bat is just to find out what really engages them. And by engage, I mean just turns the key. So if you take this toy and do what I'm doing right now, which is you just trail it around the back of a chair, or you disappear through the doorway very slowly, and then suddenly the tail disappears, do you see your cat just go, right? You're in. Whether they make that move in that moment or not, you're in. So now you want to do it again, and you want to keep doing it in different areas, and now you know that your cat really gets that mojo kick from ground prey. Likewise, if you're waving that feather in the air and your cat just starts doing that moth at the ceiling thing, just really their eyes sort of zoom into it, their ears are pointing at the toy itself, and their body is just starting to sort of fidget, you're in. Again, does that mean that your cat is immediately going to jump in the air for that toy? Absolutely not. What they will do is engage themselves. So now the rest is up to you. Now we know who your cat is in terms of their sort of play mojo, right? Their confident hunter. Now it's about how you become the prey. And that, my dear friends, is where we fail, right? We fail because we stand there and we just go like this. Or we'll have a conversation while we're doing this, or we're like texting while we do this, and then you'll come to me the next day and be like, Jackson, my cat doesn't play. Aha, right? Because you have to be as engaged as prey as they will engage as predator. I'm sure I could have said that much more fluidly, but hey. So anyway, you just have to invest in being that bird, let's say. So if you're being a bird, be a bird, which is fly around. Don't just wave in one spot. Move your feet, you guys. Go from section to section around the house, flying with it. Now, the way that you can really, you get them just doing that moth at the ceiling thing, and then be the kind of moth that, for some reason, dive bombs onto the floor. And just sit there for a second. That's all you got to do. Just sit there. And most likely, your cat is going to get interested enough that all you have to do at that point is just wiggle a little bit, and they'll jump. Now, it's important to know what the next step is. Whether they're going after ground prey or air prey, the next important thing is that cats are a little sadistic when it comes to their prey. So not only will they jump on them, a lot of times their top priority isn't just to kill right away. They retain a lot of their sort of kitten play equals prey behavior. So they'll go for it, and then they'll sometimes just let go, right? They'll let go to see if this thing is going to start wiggling away. So what do? Yeah, exactly. You start wiggling away. Just a little bit, right? Just wiggle a little bit and stop and see what happens. Wiggle a little bit more. Your goal in these moments, whether you are playing the injured prey, whether that's injured bug or whatever, or whether you are escaping and running away, is to invest in the activity, to actually say, I know you guys, you didn't think that I was going to be getting into method acting today, but hey, we want successful playtimes with our cats. This is exactly how we do it. And that sneaking away in that moment will get them to jump on, right? Or at least we're going to get them closer. One reminder, you turn that key where you get them going, that's great. Will their body follow suit? Will they keep playing constantly? They're not going to do, like I said, it's about speed and not distance. So follow the method that I call boil and simmer. Get your cats moving, and then they're going to lose interest, or they're going to feign losing interest, or they're even going to feign being tired. And okay, give it a rest for a minute. and then break it out again. And your cats will lift again, because again, they have that incredible ability to recharge, because if I missed this bug over here, well, another one's coming. I just got to rest up for a second, you know? And as you bring them up to a boil and let them simmer for a little bit, you're going to find within about 15 minutes or so, and of course I'm being completely general, that they're going to actually start getting tired. Okay, so I know I'm glossing through a lot of this, but the bottom line is, be interactive, be the bird, be the bug, invest in it, and use your whole house. Because remember this, whether we're talking about a cat who's just got that hyper energy, who might be a little bossy, or if you're thinking about a cat that I refer to as the wallflower, who's kind of scared and maybe doesn't come out as often as that first variety, the thing is that it brings out the best in them. If a cat is the wallflower, kind of hugs the sides and maybe spends time under the bed, the second that they follow a toy out to the center of the room and do that pounce, they own the center of that room. That's how important the act of hunting and catching and killing in a constructive way in your home with an appropriate victim is. And so I just want you to remember, whether you've got a cat who might be a little bit of a bully, a little bit of a wallflower, or anywhere in between, not only will this help sort of cure that situation, but it'll prevent it from blooming in the first place. Interactive play is a proactive way of keeping your cats vibing at their highest self at all times. So the last thing I'm going to touch on, you guys, is scheduling this. The most amazing thing that you will see is if you put aside time with your cats every day to play. Just do it for a week, you guys. Do it for a week. That every day I'm going to play with my cat. Afterwards, I'm going to feed them a meal. And it doesn't matter what meal of the day. Let's say it's your last meal of the day with them, and it's hunt, catch, kill, and then eat. Stick to it. Get them kind of tired, do the boil and simmer, and you tell me after a week of doing this whether you don't see a difference in your cat. The way they interact with space, the way they interact with other cats, with other humans, the way they sleep more predictably, and just walking around with a little bit of mojo, with a little bit of that, yeah, you guys, this is what I'm here to do. And I am telling you, I will put my cat daddy bucks on the table here, go all in, and tell you that you will definitely notice a difference. You know, don't think perfection right now. You're not going to be the perfect prey, and they're not going to be the perfect predator at first. But if you try to stick to a rhythm, if you just engage yourself and engage them, you're just going to see a huge difference, you guys. And on top of everything, and to get back to what Dr. Chris and I talk about, is this is about vitality. This is about just a different level of vibration, not just for your cat's best self, but for your best relationship with them. We're in the middle of prime time, you guys, and heading into the senior years, and there's no better time to get that relationship cemented in, because they'll need you more in the senior years. We'll talk about that in a bit. But this is that way to just lock it all in, man. Lock it all in, because it's fun and it's necessary. It's a bonding exercise. It's about vitality. It's about getting through every day just at their best selves, and you being the best partner to get them to their best selves. So that's a crash course, and it's not just about the how-tos. It's about just driving that point home, that there are certain things that you can do with your cat every day that will keep them vital and keep your relationship in top form. And the more the relationship is in top form, the better both of you are as individuals. And with that, I'm going to throw it back to the actual Jackson and Chris. Well, I'm kind of actual, but you know what I'm saying. Back to the live Jackson and the live Chris. And welcome back, campers. That was fun. Tossing to myself is kind of fun from Videoland technology. But that was great. Chris, I just, first of all, want to just give props to the whole method there. And I really think everything you're doing in there, if there's a measure to it, if you were you, I don't know if you were in chat. I saw you in the chat. So many people were saying, "Man, I was so scared of that. I was so scared of doing that." It really, and as you were saying, it just informs the relationship.
Completely. Emotional handling, like just knowing who they are, knowing who you are, and finding that pathway together. I mean, it's how we work with people and healthy relationships, and this is the way to do it for cats.
Yeah, I think it's funny. When we talk about the word relationship, I think it's a loaded word, right? Because the way we relate to humans, the idea of relationship is being available, being vulnerable, listening, putting yourself maybe to the side for a minute, compromise. And I don't think enough folks realize that that's one of the keys to success with your cat as well, and I think that you demonstrated that really well.
Thank you. I loved the cat mojo play, and as I was watching the video, what came up for me was I see a lot of in young cats kitty cat arthritis, and it's an illness of the youth for cats, and that engagement within play, when I through vet eyes, when I saw that, I was like, okay, this is amazing. Talk about getting those joints to be what they need to be year 10, year 15, sort of thing. And I also loved it because there's a lot of cats who are kind of extra squished, a little bit extra overweight. We love squishy cats, but cats don't like diets, and they do like that brain activity through movement. And so I love that from a weight loss aspect as well.
Yeah, and I think it's important. Thank you about that. I think that what's important for you guys to realize is that, and I touched on this, but play doesn't look, in prime time, play does not look like zoomies around the house. If you're, I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule, obviously, but they don't look like kittens once they hit that prime time. So you got to really work into, because it's all about body-mind engagement when it comes to a cat. And I think, Chris, that's a great point also, that it helps to sort of push other things back a little bit, the more sort of sedentary they are. And I think that that's something I'm sure you've seen plenty of, because the other thing is, again, with you being in people's homes, you see how sedentary they can become, and how that's accepted, How do you break it to somebody, by the way, that they've got a squish or a chunk?
Just like that, actually, just like that. I'm like,
okay.
I'm not judging. I got a little bit of squish, and so does your cat.
That way, throw yourself under the bus, man. Just take one for the team. I think that's great, and I just, it's great to have people like you out there, because I think there's one thing that I've learned over the years, because that's what we share in common also, is going to people's homes.
Yes.
And I got to tell you, man, just saying, I wouldn't have been on my own TV show. I wouldn't let people into my house and open up it's a lot, and it really talk about a relationship. And you have to be able to approach these things with a real kind of, I know I'm in your space, as we talked about before. The method that you're using in there, will you talk again just a little bit about the Bermuda Triangle? Because I found that really interesting. I just wanted a little more information about it.
Yeah. Like literally, we grabbed a camera, went out to the community, and let's see your cats, like in the raw state. Because people, when I started doing stuff online, we're like, well, that's great for you that your cat would accept that, but you don't know mine. Wow, this is mine. And as we did like 10, 20, 30, 40, all these different individuals, what I saw was these patterns of communication, and they were clearly communicating. And it's like, okay, what if we all knew more about what they were communicating, what they were saying to us? And you see enough cats, and you start to codify and look at these things. And the whole idea of the Bermuda Triangle was, okay, when can we, if we're asking them the right questions, in my mind, there's three core questions. If you're going to ask them those three core questions, they'll tell you the answer. And when you get that answer right, that fear and that anxiety and that stress, it floats away, and in comes back the relationship.
Right.
Yeah.
One other question I've got for you, because I think that folks would really find this useful, because the world of the mobile vet is expanding. There's mobile vets now, I would say in most cities where there really wasn't before. I just wondered if you had advice to give somebody in terms of, because they're probably nervous having someone come into their home, they're afraid that their cat's not going to cooperate, or do I have to drag my cat out from under the bed when you get there? Anything that you tell folks before you arrive there to just put them at ease and put their cat at ease before you get there?
Absolutely. We simply accept the as is. No matter who your cat is or who you are, we walk in, we observe, and we just accept what we see, and we go from there. So many people feel shame when their cat has been branded as the bad cat or the aggressive cat. They feel very shamed, and we walk in and just say, no, that's not a bad cat. That is a survivor. This is a kitty who knows what he wants or what she doesn't want. And we just simply go from there, and mobile appointments, we call them, they're on cat time. And what that means, they're not 15, they're not 20 minutes, they're not 30 minutes. Cat time is more like you need an hour, you need like 90 minutes, you need some good time. You're working according to the clock, the feline clock, not the human clock.
Well, so don't forget, you guys, if Dr. Chris comes to your house, make sure you've got like appetizers and some coffee for him, treat the vet so he can best treat your cat. That's all I'm saying. There's a plug for you. But I think, no, and I think that, again, we're here for you guys. It's the same thing in my practice. We're going to sit and wait. We're going to see, you don't have to sit there and think that you're going to have to carry your cat to the door, which a lot of you guys have done with me. Obviously I'd rather them not be under the bed. I've got a bad back. I'm tired of going under the bed, but we'll sit and wait, because the last thing we want, and this applies also to, going to a vet clinic as well, is we don't want them to make that association that every time this person comes to the house or a person comes to the house, bad things are going to happen. We want them to be their best self when they're being examined to the best of our abilities. So any other hints that you might have? I mean, we're talking about, uh-oh, Chris froze. Oh, technology. Are you there, Chris? Uh-oh. Jackson's got to improvise, which I'm very good at. So anyway, I wanted to say that when we're dealing with the prime time of a cat's life, I want you to think, if you guys watched Hannah's session before, all of the stuff that she's talking about applies right here.
Can hear you.
Oh, good. Chris still there. I was just saying to everybody about how what we're talking about is an extension of what Hannah was talking about before, and we're going to extend to that with Ellen and I in the senior section later, is that it's all about vitality across their lives. And I think that, Chris, what you illustrated so well in that video was that we can retain that vitality and keep them healthy at the same time. Same thing goes with play, you guys. I hate to be that broken record, that broken cat record, but okay, because I can tell you that in terms of creating vitality, keeping them vital, and as Chris was saying just a minute ago, keeping them healthy as well, these are little things that extend to the whole relationship. So Chris, I really want to take a second to thank you for not just what you do, but how you do it, and the respect you show to the humans, the cats, and that relationship. We're going to use that word over and over again. So I want to thank you for all of that. Also, I want you guys to know that I really urge you to check out Stress to Success. It really will help you. If you saw how that would help you just to trim nails and give meds, then you're going to get a lot out of Stress to Success. And if you go to iwillhelpyourcat.com, you will get all the information. And what a great website that is. Why didn't I think of that? Damn it. Anyway, Chris, again, thank you so much for your time and for your energy and for who you are. Thanks so much, Chris.
Likewise.
Take care.
Take care.
All righty, folks. So we are getting close to taking that off ramp off of prime time. But in the meantime, let me just make some announcements for you. If you just joined us, welcome to Cat Camp at home for the holidays. We're going all day long, all day strong, giving you all of the tips about a life well lived for your cats. I mean, a lot of times you'll see Cat Camp, or if you've been to Cat Camp in New York, you know that we are all about advocating for the cats in your community and for cats at large. We're here to help save cat lives. But this time around, it's about your cat and your life and that life together. So welcome. If you're joining us on YouTube or Facebook right now, welcome. But just know that if you want to join us in the chat, which a ton of people are right now, and our counselors, a lot of them are in chat right now. I think Chris was just in there a second ago, and I will be as well. You have to go to catcamp.com to register, and also that way you can register for all the groovy prizes, including a one-on-one consult with me. So go on over there. We'll announce that consult at the end of the day today, so also stick around for that. In the meantime, I would love for you guys to check out the merch that we got in the Cat Camp store right now, because there is great stuff. If you saw my, I don't know what happened to my beanie, but if you saw my kick butt beanie from before, because my head is cold right now, it's a little chilly in here. But anyway, great beanies, hoodies, other sweatshirts, t-shirts. We got great deals on my toys, other cat toys, masks, mask chains for your masks. So there's all kinds of great stuff. Just so you know, if you want to get stuff for the cat lover in your life, then for the Christmas holidays specifically, you've got about 4 days to order before we can't guarantee that it's going to get there. As it is, the postal world is a little rough these days, so order now. In the meantime, I just want to circle back to thank of course, Petco Foundation, because without Petco Foundation, you guys, this wouldn't be happening and it would not be happening live. So we owe them a lot. Also, I want to thank our other sponsors, Litter Genie, Pet Ag, Sustainably Yours, and Armacat. Thank you so much, you guys, for helping to make Cat Camp free and available and Paula-delicious. Yeah. All right. Anyway, and speaking of Sustainably Yours and Paula-delicious, first of all, I want to just, as I said, I want to thank them, but stay tuned for a little bit about what I consider to be the best litter out there. Just saying. And also then we will go to holiday craft video. So you can build your own crafts for your cats. Don't forget, you go to the catcamp.com website. There's a tab which is camp, what is it? Camp supplies? Is it camp supplies? Something like that. Hit the button and you will see all the things that you will need to work along with our craftmeister today, Paige Wilson. So stand by for all that, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome to Cat Camp, you guys. Hi, this is Jackson Galaxy. They call me the Cat Daddy, and that's because for over 25 years, I've done nothing but work with cats. Whether that's in homes like yours, on my TV show, in the 4 books I've written, you name it. And I finally found a litter that I can recommend. It's a natural litter called Sustainably Yours. And whether it's tracking control, odor control, or the big one, clumping, this one hits it out of the park with all 3 of those. I use it in my home, and I hope you use it in yours as well.
Hi, welcome to our holiday crafting tutorial session. My name is Paige. This is my co-host McMuffin. You may also see the junior intern for this session. Her name is Sesame. She might make an appearance here and there, so keep an eye out for her. Today we'll be making some holiday craft toys for our cats. The first one being our holiday cat castle. We're gonna use some holiday sock toys for our cats and some crafts with some toilet paper rolls, which I know we all have lying around. And you guessed it, it's also gonna be holiday themed. So let's see what we can get started with. The materials we'll need for our cat castles, we'll need 2 large boxes, some holiday wrapping paper. Mine has cute little cats on it dressed in little sweaters, packing tape, some double side tape. I found a large roll online, a pair of scissors, a marker, and a box cutter. Now, if you have any young ones watching, make sure you do this one with your parents or an adult, because we don't want anyone to get hurt with a box cutter or a pair of scissors. Okay, guys? Lay your boxes flat on your work surface. We're going to draw on some doors and windows for our cats to be able to survey their kingdom from their castles. So I'm just going to do big arches. There's our door and 2 windows. I'm going to do another arch door and some more windows. And so this is going to be the bottom layer of my holiday cat castle. So on the other box, I'm just going to do windows. But let's make some fun shapes. We're going to do a circle window. Let's do even a triangle. There we go. Other side, just going to do 2 circles. And I'm also going to put some windows in the smaller part of the box as well. Now we're ready to cut out our shapes with our box cutter. And remember, if you are a youngster watching, let's have an adult in this part, okay? Once we have all our shapes, our doors, our windows cut out of both our boxes, we're gonna put our boxes back together. Now that we have all the appropriate doorways, windows, and portals to the top tier of our cat castle ready, let's go ahead and we're gonna wrap these in our holiday wrapping paper. Once you've wrapped both of your boxes in your holiday wrapping paper, now it's time to stack them. We're gonna stack according to the little portals we've made for our cats to go up and down the cat castle. You've also already cut out all the shapes in your wrapping paper as well. And that can be done with our box cutter. So to stack, I'm gonna use double-side tape and place it all over the top of the bottom tier of our box, the one with the arched doorways there. I'm gonna need a pair of scissors as well. Once you've removed all the backing of your double-side tape, we're gonna take our top tier of our cat castle and we're gonna line up our circles and we're gonna stack on top of the box. And I'm gonna go in the cat castle with hands and I'm going to press the sides of the box together just to encourage the double-side tape to stick. And here we have our cat castle, ready for our cat's approval. Let's see what McMuffin thinks. We're gonna put a nice little blanket in the bottom here, maybe a few cat treats to encourage them to go in here. So let's see what McMuffin thinks. Looks like it's cat approved. To make our holiday sock toy, you're going to need a holiday sock. I'm using a child-size sock, a small tennis ball you can pick up from your local pet store, and some catnip. To start off, we're going to take our holiday sock, we're going to open it up, and we're going to put the tennis ball into the sock at the very end until it hits the tote line. Now we're going to take some catnip, just a handful of catnip. Whoops, making a mess there. That's okay. And I'm just going to put it into the sock and just encourage it to go down to the tennis ball. We can see in there. Hello! And now, we're gonna tie a knot right at the end before the tennis ball. Make sure that knot is nice and tight. And we still have our little holiday Yeti there. And now, it's ready for our cats to play with. For our next section of crafts, we're going to be working with some recycled toilet paper rolls. We're also going to be using some non-toxic markers, some scissors, a hole punch, and your cat's favorite treats. Let's go ahead and start with just one toilet paper roll. And we're going to look at the top, well, top or bottom. And we're just going to fold in one section of toilet paper. I'm going to go over to the other side and we're going to fold that in as well. So we're getting this nice little cone shape. And let's add some decorations here. I'm going to take a marker and add some cute little holiday decorations here. Once you've added your decorations to your toilet paper roll, we're going to grab some of our cat's favorite treats. I'm going to toss a couple in here. Let's add a few more. It's the holidays, right? We're going to be generous. And I'm just gonna fold it down just once on this side. Open up just a little bit, leave just a little bit of a hole there. And now this is ready for our cats to play with. For our other toilet paper craft, we're gonna need 2 rolls of toilet paper, a single hole punch, hair scissors, some markers, our cat's favorite treats again. So let's start off. We're going to insert one toilet paper roll into the other. And to do that, I'm gonna mark how big our hole needs to be. So I'm gonna grab a marker and I'm gonna mark. It's okay if you don't have a perfect circle. And we're gonna cut the circle out. So now we have a hole in our toilet paper roll. And we can put the other toilet paper roll into the hole. So now we're gonna grab our single hole punch and let's punch some snowflake designs into our toilet paper rolls. So I'm doing 3 clusters. You can just do 1 if you like, but I'm doing 3 to encourage treats to pop out on those sides. I'll flip it around to the other side. We're gonna do the same thing. So now let's do some at this end of the toilet paper roll. Now let's add some decorations to our toilet paper rolls. Now that we've decorated our toilet paper roll, I've used 2 of my favorite things I look forward to the holidays, some lights and snowflakes. And we have our holes punched out the sides and we have both tubes connected. We don't want it touching the very back of this roll because we want to put the treats in here and have them be able to, the cats maneuver them throughout the toilet paper rolls. We're going to take our cat's favorite treats again and we're going to throw them into the toilet paper roll. And we're gonna get these for our cats to play with.
Oh, do you got your little toy right there? Oh, she kicked it.
I'm here with our junior intern, Sesame. We want to say thank you for attending our crafting at Cat Camp this year. We hope everyone has a very happy holiday this year and a happy new year. Bye everyone.
And we're back. Okay, so I was just watching you guys, and clearly Paige Wilson, thank you, Paige, was a huge hit. You guys are like, wait, toilet paper rolls? Toilet paper rolls? I can do that, which, let me just remind you, there's some of us who can't. We're just bad all the way around. You put a couple of boxes in front of me and I'll just wind up crying. So I have props to everybody who is going to go try those great holiday crafts and give your cat a merry little catmas. So thank you again, Paige Wilson. That was really fantastic. Reminder to everybody, you can win Bob's from Skechers shoes and a lot of other great gifts. All you got to do is take a picture of you with a cat, you know, holiday sweater doesn't hurt, your cat watching Cat Camp, because all cats should be watching Cat Camp. And all you gotta do is tag at Cat Camp USA on social and use the hashtag Petco Foundation to be eligible for all those great prizes. So, and a reminder also, don't forget to shop at catcamp.com. Lots of great new merch, cool beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, also some great deals on my toys, other cat toys, masks, mask chains, and so much fun stuff. And speaking of fun stuff, you guys, it's time for something a lot of fun. I think, somebody remind me where we're going right now? Yeah, okay, so because it's fun, life with seniors can be fun, and life with Ellen is always fun. Ellen, is Ellen Kraza you are AKA the Cat LVT. You've been in veterinary medicine for over 26 years, concentrating on cats for a good chunk of that. You have done a lot in terms of creating programs and protocols for cats and seniors. And hello, Ellen. Good to see you again.
Hi, thanks for having me. I always enjoy working with you guys.
Okay,
Cat Camp is one of my favorites.
Can I just see a little bit more of your sweater? I want to see your sweater.
Oh, hang on a second. Is this Christmassy and gaudy enough for everybody?
Well, it's penguins, but yes.
I couldn't find a cat sweater like that. That Amazon
like
Prime
this?
could send me in time.
Like
I
this?
couldn't get one. Yeah.
Yeah,
jealous.
well.
And it's a white cat too. Jealous.
Yeah. Just saying, maybe I'll give it to you because I don't know when this is ever going to be worn again. In the meantime, you guys, we're back, and what Ellen and I are going to talk about now, because as you may or may not be aware of, we have gone through the kitten years, we've gone through prime time. Now we are into the senior years, the double digits and beyond. And as we've been talking about all day long, we're going to be talking about your cats living their best lives. And here's where I want to start. Your cats are going to get older. Let's just let that sink in for a second. Cats get older. And I think, and Ellen, I'm sure you agree with me, that part of the issues that we wind up dealing with is the human side, because we start to get a little, as my people would say, verklempt about our cats getting older. And I think we start to go into that place of just panicking about it. And of course, that doesn't do any favors for the cats themselves. I'm sure you see plenty of that.
Yeah, you do. And, you know, we're all guilty of putting our own personal emotions on animals. You know, they live their own lifespans. They can't live ours. And that's something that we actually have to learn to accept. A lot of people don't want to accept that, but, you know, they age so much faster than we do. So, of course, their lifespan is going to be a whisper compared to ours. And then once you realize that you can maximize that small amount of time that you're going to have, those years are going to feel like they're going to be by broader in the standards that you're going to actually have to create more memories with these guys. But you do have to realize that, you know, 20 years, I mean, that's a good chunk of time for a cat.
Yeah, I mean, we hear a lot of people go, wait a minute, my cat's 8, he's 9, is he old? You know what I mean? Is he going to die? You know, we're getting into that weird place. And I think that what you and I are going to dive into in a bit is how we can create vitality, how we can not just talk about survival through the double digits, but vital cats. And before we do that, I just have to, because he's getting squirmy. Can you bring over my boy? Because this will go somewhere, and this is weird that I would be bringing him in right now. But this right here is, you know, his name at the moment is Thor, but I think I kind of want to, he's my foster kitten. He is, at this point, I think he's 4.5 months old, somewhere in that area. And he's just a little, but here's the thing about him, other than the fact that he's like, whoa, where are we? But his name, I think, will become Valentino if I have anything to do with it. But anyway, he is the spitting image of my seniorest cat that I ever had the pleasure of sharing my life with, Valoria. And I wanted to just sort of segue into that about super seniors, because I think a lot of people who know me knew Valoria and knew the whole story. And okay, Thor. No, Thor, it's a big high table. Anyway, Thor's gonna live his best life off on a table. But anyway, here's a picture of Valoria with me on the cover of my book, Total Cat Mojo, available everywhere. No, anyway, this is when she was older. When she finally passed, she was 26, and she was with me for almost half my life. Crazy when you think about that, right? But a lot of people would ask me, you know, is that the normal lifespan of a cat? Can I expect that? How do I do it, etc.? And I would say, you know, it's always kind of a difficult question, because it's not really to be expected, you know. And you've had super seniors in your life, haven't you, Ellen?
Yeah, I've had two. I grew up with both of them were bottle babies of ours, believe it or not. One was named Baby, which should give you any indication on how she behaved at the vet's office. Anybody named Baby, you're asking for it. And then I also had Goblin, who was one of my little tiny kittens that I hand raised from, moment one. I mean, she came in a shoebox, half eaten by her mom, and we managed to kind of recoup her. And I had her till she was 21, till she passed from bladder cancer. But like, did I know they were going to live into their super seniors? No. Do I know the secret of what I did right? No. So there's all these things you have to consider. But man, I thought it was awesome having like a super senior in my life.
Yeah. And I mean, listen, I don't think we're immune to the fact as they get to that super senior level where we start going, you worry, I think, a little more than you would before, because they do become a little more fragile. But I do love the fact that people come to me and they're like, so what did you do? What did you do to make her live that long? You guys, I had nothing to do with that. I mean, not nothing, but I was blessed to have her in my life. And obviously, we're going to talk about vet care in just a second, obviously being proactive about her vet care. And helped. Diet, of course, helped. Keeping her vital through exercise helped. We're going to get to all of that. I just thought it was so weird that I have this short-term foster kitten right now, and he is literally the spitting image of her. So it brought back a little bit of, I guess it's normal to be a little sad about that, but also this weird, I don't know how to explain it. It just, but even, anyway. So anyway, Ellen, I'm going to take off my glasses now because I have so many copious notes. I've been reading through a lot of your material, and I want to make sure that we can talk about the things that we want to talk about. But I think that the connecting thing here is about, we're not just here to have your double-digit seniors just survive. It's about vitality. And I think there's a lot that we can talk about that'll get us there. Now, I think the first place I want to start is one of the facts that I actually found looking at your material, and I didn't know. And it is fascinating because, and we'll get into it and why it's so fascinating, but you said that 99% of cats over the age of 12 have arthritis.
Yeah, some cats, by the time they're 12 years old, you are going to have arthritis that you can physically see on x-ray. All right. By the time they're 3 years old, some cats are already showing signs of arthritic changes. So by the time they're in their seniors, they are actually having arthritic changes that you can physically notice on them. And we go ahead and we do those x-rays, and it's visibly apparent that we're just, it could be minute changes, but it could be changes enough that the client's like, oh, she's not getting up as easy as they normally can. They're having trouble jumping up on the couch, having trouble squatting when they're using the potty box. It's like all those subtle changes. And man, if you have arthritis yourself and you go ahead and look at some of these seniors x-rays, you'd be like, oh man, Kitty, I feel for you, because they're uncomfortable even by seeing it. But yeah, by the time they're 12, 99% of cats are going to have arthritic changes.
And it's funny that you say that, because the difference between humans and cats when it comes to arthritis is that humans are like, oh, my back.
Yeah, we like to complain.
Yeah, I know. You get out of bed, you're like, oh God, it must be the weather, barometric changes. But with the cats, because of who they are, and we think about who I call the raw cat, the cat out in the wild, it would be a death sentence for them to show weakness, to show that they're not feeling well. So they are incredibly stoic about pain, which is why, and I was talking about this the other day, that there was, when I was coming up back in the 90s, we were all going up, we were all amazed because there was a study that came from a vet teaching hospital that showed that 70% of cats over the age of 2, because we never knew to look for it proactively. They hid it so well, So I think it's amazing that you see that much arthritis. So that said, let's take arthritis as sort of one of those diving boards to get into the deep water of seniors and talk about not just diagnosing, but preventative and what to do once it's diagnosed, both behavioral and physical. So I'll start with you. Take it away. Tell me something. Pretty much everything.
Oh, pretty much everything. Okay, so like when you're actually noticing about, like if we're talking about arthritis in cats, there are the subtle changes that you are going to notice. You may notice some changes in your cat, which we like to call sarcopenia, as they get older, that they're naturally going to start losing weight and losing muscle mass and as well as body fat, which, you need that tissue to hold the skeleton up, right? So now the animal becomes a little bit weak in those areas. They might have trouble squatting. They might actually have a hunched appearance as they're walking because their back hurts. A lot of cats will develop arthritis in their elbows. A lot of declawed cats will develop arthritis even earlier. And so then you have this referred type of arthritic changes simply because they're walking on their feet differently.
Right.
The cool thing about veterinary medicine is in the past 5 years, there has been the feline grimace scale and the feline pain scale that has come out, right? You can use their face and their body language by telling you how uncomfortable they are. So we've actually evolved quite a bit in medicine for us to even just look at the patient at home and say, if you're noticing your cat looking like this, and we notice your cats have these physical changes, you can be more adept as an owner to noticing that your cat is in some sort of discomfort that we need to address, whether or not it's on the medical standpoint, or can you supplement at home as well?
Wow. I told you that no matter what you said, I wouldn't know it. So that's really amazing though, that scale is out there, because I really think, and again, you guys, this is, if we're able to help with anything over the course of this day, it's also being able to look at your cat family in a different light and to be able to see things for what they are and not what you fear them to be or hope they won't be or whatever, but having this sort of objective sort of scale, I think is amazing.
Right.
And that helps to keep, so if somebody calls you and starts to say, I think my cat's going through something like this, you would be able to ask them, are you seeing what? Can you give me an example of what you'd be asking them?
Well, normally when you have someone that calls up and they say, I'm noticing like my cat's howling at night, or it's acting lost, or, it's doing a whole bunch of things. When they call the clinic and you have to go through well, I really do think you need to see the doctor. Let's get you in to make sure there's something physically not going wrong with the pet. But at the same time, what you can do, and it's public access, is we send them that grimace scale and the facial pain scoring scale so they can say, yeah, my cat's really uncomfortable. I need to get in sooner rather than later. But you're going to notice a lot of changes. You're going to be like, are they able to go to the bathroom? Can they eat and drink? Do they seem in significant discomfort? Can your cat actually curl up into a ball to sleep, or is it only able to loaf? I mean, these are all of the subtle signs that we know this cat is not feeling well and something needs to be addressed. When they're actually not sleeping comfortably, like they're in that nice little C curve that look like a little croissant, we know those cats probably have some sort of major arthritic changes that they can't even sleep comfortably. So when they say, I've noticed things are off with my cat, including grooming, arthritic cats, a lot of them will not groom properly. And that's usually the first thing we notice. We're like, that cat doesn't look right. Oh yeah, he hasn't groomed in 6 weeks.
Right.
Something's
and
wrong.
Mats, we'll see mats because they're not grooming. All of a sudden we'll see
Right.
mats, and see dander accumulation, greasiness, and that kind of thing. Again, it's great. We're talking about things that you can look for and say, okay, I think, partially this is what my cat is going through. So then the next step becomes, what can we do for them? And
Right.
both from an at-home perspective and from a clinical perspective. So let's just start with the at-home stuff, because there's some things that, the one thing that I didn't think about, and obviously you guys, Ellen and I have talked before, but one thing I didn't think about was the height of their bowl, and how a cat with arthritis might avoid eating just because of that. Can you go into that a little bit?
Yeah. So when we have arthritic changes, a lot of people just always think it's mid back and lower back. Well, when you have cats that have elbow arthritis, they have shoulder arthritis, they can have cervical vertebrae arthritis, bringing the bowl up for them to eat so they can just dip their head down to make it a lot easier, it's probably going to be able to enhance their quality of life right there because it's more comfortable. And that's when we lower the back half, because we know they're probably going to have problems squatting to use the litter box. So we need to make sure they have lower access so they don't have to work as hard to step over items.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure what we're doing is meeting their physical needs, just like by making subtle changes. It's nothing major in the house. These are very subtle changes that we can do to enhance the quality of their senior years as they're starting to age.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've found that has worked so well for seniors is switching to a puppy litter box. And puppy litter boxes are big, but they also have as close as we're going to get to a non-existent lip at the front. Yeah, are you going to have a little more litter kicked out? You know what? Okay, that falls under the category of deal with it, because you have a senior. But the thing is, with them, they can just walk in and walk out. And I think that that's just so important. One other note I would give on that one is another thing that you can look for is, especially, and again, this is just my experience, especially when it comes to pooping out of the box for cats like that. One thing to look at is the height of litter that you have in the box, because in order for them to get into the position of poop, then they've got to grab on. There's a little bit of grab that happens, and it's a totally different body position. And if they've got to get into that litter too much, just experiment. And when I say experiment, by the way, guys, I don't mean do a real sudden change in an existing box. I mean, add one, and then you have an experiment going on. So if you're going to bring in a puppy litter box, you bring another box in, you put it in around the same location as their most used box, and then see what happens. And so that's just a couple of things that can happen. But yeah, I love that idea of like meeting in the middle. We raise the bowl, we lower the side of the box. We just allow them to be as close to center as we can. I mean, and obviously there's tons of reasons why a senior would maybe stop getting into the box, but that seems, arthritis is one of those things I guess we just don't really think about.
Yeah,
And
because
also,
everybody thinks that arthritis is no big deal. It is a big deal when you're an animal that depends upon all their weight on all four limbs.
And I was just about to say, we should spend a minute talking about seniors who have been declawed, because that brings arthritis to a whole different level. So for you guys, and believe me, we know there's a lot, and I know we're gonna see it in the chat about declaw. Everybody gets it. I think at this point, the declawing is a very bad thing and should not be done to any cat. But that said, once it's been done, we are taking their digitigrades. They walk on their toes. And when we change that by a declaw, everything gets thrown off. So we're going to see a lot more changes. Are there certain arthritis symptoms that you see a lot more of in declawed cats?
Well, we see they're much more crankier when they come visit us. Number one, they tend to be the more of the quote unquote problematic patient that comes into the clinic simply because they're in a lot of pain. And unfortunately, when you work feline only, you are blessed with second and third hand cats from other clinics that they have given up on. And by the time we get our hands on them, the majority of them are declawed, and we can understand why that they hurt. So that brings in the aspect that we notice that they have more elbow arthritis. They're more reluctant to walk. They tend to be obese because the people bring the food to them, and that doesn't help the situation either. So now you're putting on more weight on digits that can't even support the weight to begin with. So why are we doing this to them? So it's important that we keep those cats that are declawed at a healthy body weight so we can minimize the gravity on those toes already.
Right.
And that's one thing that we don't think about.
They can get, so let's sort of shoot down the list of where we're most likely to see arthritis in cats. I know this is it might seem kind of obvious, but with declawed cats, we're going to see arthritis in their toes, right? I mean, you'll see it there.
They're pretty ugly on X-ray.
Because
they look like this. They're awful.
They get gnarled, right? And then as we go to elbow to shoulder, spine, hips, knees. Do you see them?
You can, especially in the cats that are all four declaws. But then again, when they're actually shifting their body weight, So they're going to try to keep the weight off of those front feet as much as possible. So now you're going to see more spinal spondylosis, more stress on the hips, more stress on the on the knees. Sorry. So you're going to see all this stress happen there. But you can have cats that are prone to more severe arthritic changes versus just some subtle changes that you'll see. I mean, there's some cats that we look at the x-rays, we're like, oh my God, kitty, how can you even move, like even actually flex your joints? Sometimes the arthritis is so bad. So it really depends upon the cat and their genetics on how bad their arthritis is going to get. But pretty much guaranteed, those declawed cats, a lot of it is that referred pain that's just not joint pain, but it's also muscle pain as well, because you can't support the body the right way. So you have to think of treating the cat in a broader spectrum, not just trying to localize and pinpoint the source of pain as well. You have to treat everything in order to make them feel better.
So let's talk about that for a second, because as we're talking about vitality, we don't want to just give you guys a laundry list of all the things that happen. We just want you to be able to observe these things. But how do we get through it? And you were just talking about treating the whole, the whole cat. So recommendations so that we can, and then I'll jump in and talk about sort of specific things that you can do just to keep your cat going in terms of their raw cat mentality, their mojo. But in terms of just getting them to the point where they can be their best selves, whether it's pain management, whether it's joint sort of lubing, what is the kind of thing that when you start talking about the whole that you're talking about?
Right. So that's basically what it is. Do we have to treat the pain with actual like opiates, non-steroidals if their kidneys can handle it? Do they need any kind of neuropathy pain drugs to kind of help with that neuropathy pain, especially in those declawed cats will have that neuropathy pain with their feet? And joint supplements are a big one. And a lot of people don't give joint supplements a big enough chance. In all honesty, they go through the one little bag of chews and they're like, I didn't see a difference. And then they throw it away and they don't supplement anymore. And they just want more of a Band-Aid medication from their vet. Well, you are going to see better changes and a higher quality of life when you go the multimodal route for treating their pain. And you don't always have to do oral medications, that you can do laser therapy. You can do TPEM therapy with the Assisi loop. You can do acupuncture. You can do massage therapy. There are other adjuvant therapies out there other than just medicating these cats and supplementing
God, I love
them.
the term multimodal, man. Let's just sink into that for just a second. Multimodal, I mean, obviously, you heard what Ellen just said, that we're talking about, because we tend to do that. I think we were just, and I'm guilty of this. If something hurts, I grab a Tylenol. I do whatever it is to make it go away. But there are things that we can do for pain. You did mention very quickly the Assisi loop, which I really, what have you seen with that? If you guys don't know, if you can explain the loop and really quickly and say what it does.
It's TPEM therapy. It works on, if everybody knows about the cold laser therapy for animals, it works on a very similar route. It actually activates like the mitochondria of the cells, makes them do their job, helps reduce swelling, increases circulation, allows the body to heal itself. But a lot of it is to help decrease the inflammation on the cellular level. And I'll admit, I own a lot of Assisi products. I have like 3 mats and like several loops. I'm a big believer in them for all life stages, not just the senior animal. But I've personally seen a major difference, especially when using one on Egbert. It was really important for him to have that type of therapy every single day, other than rehabilitation for moving. We got to keep the body moving, because when you're arthritic and you don't feel good and everything aches, well, sometimes just simply learning to move again and moving correctly makes a big difference for these guys. So while we're actually treating them for that inflammatory response, we actually have to kind of keep those tissues moving as well so they don't atrophy more.
I mean, when you think about it, it's a little bit of a, where are we going to go here? Because you don't want to get your cat to a place where they're consistently kind of dopey, because then how are you going to keep them moving? And it's something that I want to get into for a second, but the idea that we can keep them moving, and like you said, it's multimodal, depending on where they are. But I also, people ask me about Valoria. man, she was glued to that loop for the last couple of years of her life.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's funny. I mean, I put out a video a couple of weeks ago about seniors recommending multimodals, and I went into a couple things. I mentioned acupuncture, and kaboom, I get all this like pseudoscience. I get it.
Yes.
There's some things, but I will tell you right now that Valoria would not have lived to 23, let alone 26, without acupuncture, because it wasn't her kidneys, her liver, her internal organs that broke down. It was her joints, and it kept her going. And the loop, and like you said, supplements, lots of things that you guys can give in conjunction. And we're gonna loop back around. Get it? We're gonna loop back around to something else.
Cece loop it.
And we're gonna have Cece loop back around in a second. But I did want to say, in terms of the vitality of keeping your cats moving around, all I can say is this. So when it comes to play, it does mean, we talked about playtime with kittens and with prime timers. When it comes to the double digits, a lot of time you got to bring them out into Muhammad a little bit. You've got to be able to get them to just engage. And whether it's sometimes passive engagement is still engagement when it comes to the raw cat, as long as they're reaching up and going for something, they're not going to run around half the time,
Right.
So
I think it's important that you've brought that up as well with the vitality. Is one thing that everybody forgets is not that you're just bringing the enrichment to them, you're actually enriching up here as well.
Exactly. Because as we talk about, like you're saying, we're talking about the whole. And with cats, they are whole. The mind and the body are just so at all times actively engaged. And for a cat to feel vital, they got to be hooked into their raw cat, to their hunter, to that feeling of, I know what I'm on this planet to do. So in a way, look, there are a couple of suggestions I would make for the seniors when it comes to that movement is, number one, think about toys that are like that. Puzzle toys are a great way to get them going. And if they can't really move around too much, you can still go for those play stations where they have to dig something out. They don't have to chase anything. They just have to go for it. The other thing is with interactive toys, it's okay if they just follow you. They don't have to jump. They don't have to do, well, they won't anyway, but just moving and engaging and getting those joints, having some natural lubrication to them. And the last thing I'll say about it is in terms of environmental enrichment, or catification, as I call it. It's all you want to do. Your cats still want to get up in the window. They still want to hang out in the sunshine. They still want to be able to look at the birds and the traffic and the people and everything out there. We have to just think about adapting. That's all. Instead of having them jump up, let's have a ramp for them and make it adapted to their ability to walk upwards. But don't give up on them. Don't give up on the vertical world just because they're getting older, And then you can still also enrich the lower part of the world as well. All we have to do is adapt a little bit. So I just wanted to go off on that spiel there. I'm sorry about that.
It's an important spiel to say. I mean, a lot of people don't think about that. They think as you age, this older cat, all it wants to do is sleep all day. That's not true. You're not giving them the opportunity to interact anymore. You're just letting them, go to sleep in a corner because you are afraid to actually have them interact with the world around them. They're not these fragile little creatures. We're making them into fragile little creatures because we're allowing them to just sit in atrophy for the rest of their lives.
You go. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And again, this circles back to the very beginning, guys, when we were talking about the fact that cats get old, but that doesn't mean that we have to treat them like crystal. I always butcher this quote, but aging itself is not a disease.
No, it's not. Getting old is not a disease. Age is not a disease at all, and that's why when we have these cats that come to the vet, like I had a 19-year-old the other day have his teeth cleaned. They were afraid of doing it. Yeah, 19 is 19, whatever, but the vet cleared him because he's healthy otherwise. Let's do it. Let's enhance the quality of his life. He has gross teeth. Let's fix this problem. We're going to enhance this quality of life and give him a couple more years out of it.
Thank you. It wouldn't have been good without the little swirly dot at the end of it. So I know we're because we could go on for 3 days, I'm sure, but I did want to mention this one because another thing that you talk about in your senior presentation that I just thought was really, it was mind-blowing for me, and I've been around it for a long time. But let's talk a little bit about dementia. Let's talk about because I am thoroughly guilty of this. When I start seeing symptoms that could be, I assume that's what it is. And of course, then you go through a little bit of a freak out because that's one of those, you're getting old, you know?
Yep.
And
That's
it's the
it. Put
first
grandma in the
step.
home. That's it. We're done. She's going crazy.
Oh no! Now what are we going to do? But it's not always dementia.
No.
Can you go through some of the things that folks should be looking for before they make that call?
Right. So it's always important. And I know it's actually kind of funny because that's what
Well,
everybody
you're kind
thinks
of funny.
immediately. This is the reason why your veterinarians want your cats to come in when they start becoming seniors, to at least see the veterinarian twice a year so we can start catching any progressive diseases early. So when you start noticing your cat is, I don't know, eating a lot of food, but still like really thin or losing weight, or my cat's now howling in the middle of the night, my cat's acting lost, my cat's acting like it can't hear me. You might go to the vet and be like, oh, I guess it's dementia. A very good veterinarian will be like, you know what? I think we need to run a full metabolic panel and a full exam and find out if there's something biologically and metabolically wrong with your cat that's causing these symptoms of dementia. Because believe it or not, high blood pressure, kidney disease, hyperthyroidism, all of those have very similar symptoms of dementia. I mean, you have to rule all of those out before you can say, yes, there is some sort of cognitive dysfunction going on with that animal. Now, a lot of times these cats tend to have high blood pressure, and that's usually one of the number one reasons why we're starting to see symptoms of dementia. We know when they howl at night, they act lost, they're spacey. A lot of it is due to high blood pressure. And it's really important to advocate that when you go in for that senior exam, you're not just doing an exam and blood work. You want to make sure that cat's having its blood pressure taken every 6 months. I personally like to see senior cats come in more than twice a year. When I've had my seniors, now, I'm not a veterinarian, but as a technician for over 26 years, I think it should be 4 times a year. Can it be, financially feasible for most people? Probably not. But when you have animals that are starting to have changes, the more you keep on top of those changes, the sooner we can start treating the changes. And sometimes 6 months is too long for many of these changes.
Can I ask you something in terms of the senior wellness test and test panel? Is T4, is thyroid usually included in that? Or do you have to actually say, I'd like you to check thyroid levels?
It depends upon the blood package that the veterinarian will have. A senior cat, most veterinary offices will have that thyroid panel included in it. If you are unsure, ask what's in the blood panel, because most vets will be like, we're just going to run your senior lab work. That's nice. What's included in that senior lab work? I want to make sure that my cat has everything so I don't have to bring it back in and stress it out for more lab work. So we want to make sure we know what we're looking at on your cat metabolically. Now, sometimes the T4 might not be enough. Sometimes if we notice an elevation or a gray line number, we might have to actually run additional panels to be like, is it really thyroid disease? Is it really kidney disease? Like, what's going on here? So that's why your vet is always like, we need full bloods, and we need urine, and we need this, and we need this. And it sounds like a lot, but that's what paints the broader picture for this species that don't like to tell you that they're ill.
Yep. And for any of you guys who, if you've never dealt with hyperthyroidism in cats, which honestly, I don't know if it's just me and just because I've been around for too long, but it feels like hyperthyroidism is more prevalent than it was back in the day. And the same goes for diabetes. And I don't know what that, I mean, diabetes is obviously because of obesity too, but is that true? Do you notice more hyperthyroidism?
We're noticing it more, and there's probably 2 factors to this. Number one, feline medicine has gotten a lot better in the past 26 years that I've been in medicine, so we're paying attention more. Number 2, there has actually been discussions of, is it all the flame retardants and smoking, et cetera, that these cats are exposed to in the home? Because you have to remember that, we're up about, we're much higher than they are. And they're right on top of these fabrics that have flame retardants. They're on top of all of these carpets that have fumes in them, et cetera. Are they being exposed to it at a different rate than we are? What are causing these underlying diseases? But a lot of it, I think it has to do because we're actually paying better attention.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. If you don't know what hyperthyroidism looks like, and if you've never seen it in your cats, one of my oldest friends who's a vet, she said to me, it's like being on an IV caffeine drip.
Yeah.
And it's just, you are always just sort of going and you're eating, but your body is still just metabolically like just consuming. You're always in this state of moving. And that's, again, when we might see with seniors that excess vocalization, which we would normally, because like I said, I'm guilty of it, chalk it down to dementia before going into that place,
Right. And it could be just even simple, age-related changes, such as, nuclear sclerosis, when their eyes just start to cloud over a little bit. And it's not cataracts, it's normal aging for their eyes. Their other senses are going to go down as well. Like as you get older, you get a little hard of hearing. You might not smell as good. Food might not taste as better. So these are all like these changes that we need to make for our feline friends. Like maybe they need a nightlight. Maybe they need to have their food heated up. Maybe we need to change to a different diet to make it more palatable as well. Maybe we need to not just do, other just talking to your cat, but maybe other cues of like clapping your hands or waving your hands in front of them, just so they can acknowledge that you're present. So you just need to make these other subtle changes for them versus saying, my cat has dementia. Maybe it's just age-related changes as well, and we're not noticing it.
And that's the key, is noticing. And the way you notice is you get ahead of the curve just a teeny bit, right? Don't forget, these changes happen fast, whether it's visual, whether it's scent related, whether it's hearing. If you notice that your cat is just responding slowly, something as simple as standing behind them and doing the old snap test or clap test, because you should see the ears just do a little bit of that thing, that little radar dish, right? And if you're not seeing that, it's like I said, it's incredible how fast it can happen in cats, and that just the deafness in itself leads to more vocalization. The fact that they're not seeing in the dark as well as they used to, which is what happens. The light goes out. Hold on a second. All of the tools that have kept me vital all these years and alive are and the panic sets in.
Right, your sun is dimming.
Yeah. And it's just really interesting. It really is that I think that things like dementia, when coming back to what we said before, it then becomes more about us and our panic and our dread and our sense of, oh, my cat is mortal and he's going to go someday. I get it. It makes sense. But in terms of promoting vitality, we got to push that aside. We have to push it aside.
I think you need to realize that they live their own lifespan, not our lifespan. And I think once you accept that fact, I think it makes you appreciate your pet a lot more.
Yeah. Now let's talk about, again, I'm going to try to stay as brief as I can, but we talked about vitality through arthritis. So vitality through loss of acuity or things like dementia. You mentioned something like a nightlight, but are there other things that you would do, and whether this is from a clinical standpoint or just a home sort of proactivity standpoint, for cats that are going through that?
Bring a lot of the things to them, especially if you're having cats that can't seem to find the litter box. A lot of people with these cats that have these comorbidities or cognitive dysfunction, they think their cat is vindictive or it's, urinating or defecating out of the box because they just want to. It's not because of that. Maybe they're having a hard time finding it. So if you have your cat's station where it likes to lay down in all the time and have the food and potty box not on top of each other, but within the same vicinity, so there's not a lot of searching that needs to be done, it makes life a lot easier, especially for these cats that are so thin and or so obese they can't even move anywhere, that they actually need that extra step to get their items to them. So they're not making these mistakes that we, would be like, my cat pooped underneath the dining room table. Now something's wrong with it. My cat's mad at me. I pulled a vacuum cleaner out and it pooped under the rug. Well, maybe your cat just can't squat in the box anymore. Maybe it's had to go to the bathroom so bad that it couldn't even make it. And that was the easiest spot. And it felt good to just go there at that point in time. So bringing items to them sometimes can make a big difference.
And it's so funny you mentioned this, and it's just I feel like I've got the past to talk about this, from the Jewish world or from the Italian world. Food is love, man.
Yeah.
Food is love, and we feed the hell out of our families.
And those obese cats are a huge problem.
It's a problem.
Everybody thinks they're cute. It is a major problem, and we are actually causing more medical problems with these animals by not keeping them at a lean body weight.
Exactly. Love is love, you guys. Enrichment is love. Food, not necessarily, and it doesn't mean just because you feel sorry for them that you should feed more, It's just, again, and a lot of this, because I just want to make sure that I'm hitting everything. This, like I said, we could talk all day, but it really does come back to, if you want your seniors to retain their vitality, to keep searching out new things, which is possible. We can be however old and look for new exciting things in our life and not just settle in. It really comes down to you as their person, not letting that dread or not letting that fear or not letting anything stop that relationship from staying vital. The relationship has to stay vital in order for the cat to stay vital. And I think that's, and I think that by and large, the world of veterinary care has come so, we were just touching on this before, come so far in terms of it not just being about, I call, my cat's peeing on the carpet, bring the cat in. That there is so much more support, I feel.
Yeah.
And a lot of that has to do with people like you on the front line of all the, can you talk just really briefly about what you've done? I mean, I know that you've worked on protocols for senior cats. Can you just talk about that just briefly so that everybody knows?
I regularly lecture on the veterinary front. I do have my lecture on, senior cats, enhancing their golden years, basically. And a lot of it is like, when you discuss it, even to your colleagues, some of them are like, I never thought of that. They're so into the moment of it. It's all about medicine, and it's not about the broader picture of the animal. So when you break it down into simpler and more connective terms, I think you have a better opportunity for people to comply, to actually want to do things. So a lot of my format is to, if I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to teach you, or I'm not going to preach to you about it, because I firmly believe, as an educator, that you need to practice what you preach. So my goal is to always give practical and useful information, even in clinical practice, that you can bring to your clients that are actually going to be useful to them. Because you can lecture to a client all day long about, you need to do this, or this. And if you make it impossible for them to do, well, they're not going to go ahead and do it. And so I enjoy, teaching in that aspect of working with the feline patient down into very easy terms that you're going to want to use and you're going to want to share with your clients.
One thing, and we're not to bunch this down to the very end, but we've got like a minute here. But if you had to give everyone out there one piece of Ellen wisdom to bring into the veterinary care of their cat moving forward, what would that be?
Advocate for your pet. Don't be afraid to have serious discussions with your veterinarian, even if it's the smallest concern. You do not need permission from your veterinarian to have your cat seen. If you feel that there's a problem, they should be seen immediately. You have a legitimate concern. Maybe you're the one that can tell us more about the changes in your cat, and we really should be listening to you. But just because we say 2 years, that's just a recommendation. If you want to come in more, we're more than happy to see you. We want to make sure that we're actually going to be able to enhance your cat's life through many, many years. And if we have to see you sooner rather than later, we much would prefer that. Advocate, and you don't need permission.
There you have it, people. There you have it. Words of wisdom. Ellen, thank you so much for helping us take it through the senior years here. And again, you were around for the kittens this morning. You were around for the seniors today. Ellen, the know-it-all. And I'm so stoked that you were here with us today and bringing everything you have. So again, thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Bye, Ellen. There's no guarantee because I haven't talked to Ellen about this, so I don't want to actually. She may be on chat after this, so send all. No, I was going to say send all your medical questions. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that at all. But she may be hanging out. Please, gosh, I'll never hear the end of it. But in the meantime, you may check in because a lot of our counselors have been on chat today, including me. Seeing all these great things that you guys are asking, and really, just from a standpoint of, where's my boy? Can you bring Thor back here, man? I just need a little bit of kitten love again, because I can. He's my foster boy. So anyway, I think what I'm seeing here today is testament to the fact that we are thinking about relationship. And I think whether it's what you've heard today from Hannah, from Dr. Chris, from Ellen, from me, it is possible. Come to me. Oh, my boy, my little fluffy boy. I'm happy now. He might not be, but I'm stoked. He's like, but what's over there, foster daddy? But I think that what we're seeing is a real move in that direction from you guys as well. So this is wonderful, and it's wonderful to see. So just a reminder for you guys, you can, he's just like, I just want to jump on top of lights. Go for it. Yes, foster mommy to the rescue. So I just want to remind you guys that you can win Bob's from Skechers shoes and other gifts by tagging @CatCampUSA on social. And don't forget to hashtag Petco Foundation in order to do that. And again, a reminder to shop at catcamp.com. We have tons of great new merch. And for you guys who were at the first Cat Camp, you know how great that merch was. Well, we brought a little bit of it back, but we got a whole new wave of stuff like beanies and sweatshirts and t-shirts and great deals on my toys, other stuff from my store, along with masks and mask chains as well. And you can get all that stuff. And you can get it before the Christmas holiday if you move kind of fast, which I'll tell you to do. One more reminder for you guys who are watching on Facebook and YouTube. I'm happy to have you. We're thrilled to have you. If you want to participate in this chat with our counselors, if you want to be eligible to win prizes, you got to go to catcamp.com and register to get on in to that world. So I would definitely love to see you there. And also that way you register to get prizes, as well as I guess one of the bigger prizes of the day, which is a private consult with me via Zoom. And we will announce that winner towards the end of our day and before the after party, I believe. Yes, there's an after party that's coming your way at the end of all of this greatness. And that will include Catman Bingo. And my guess would be at this point that most of those bingo cards must have been sold. But you can go ahead and check on catcamp.com for that. And then also you got to stick around for this. We're going to have some campfire stories about some extraordinary cats through history. I'm sticking around because, because I'm sticking around, but I would stick around anyway because it's going to be a ton of fun. So let's talk about a ton of fun right now because I'm stoked about this next guest. We had the pleasure of meeting some folks who have taken the social media world and the webosphere by storm this year, and that would be the folks behind Owl Kitty. That's Lizzie the cat, Owl Kitty, and her humans, Tebow and Olivia. who are all wonderful. The cat, the humans, and the stuff they do. So check this out right now. It's my discussion with all of them. All right, you guys, now comes the really exciting part of Cat Camp. Not that the rest of this is not exciting, but this is really exciting. Right now, I want to welcome in Thibaut, Olivia, and Lizzie. Lizzie, better known as Owl Kitty. Welcome to Cat Camp, you guys.
Hey, thanks for having us.
I am incredibly excited. And you can tell Lizzie is just absolutely spellbound right now. Oh, that's the secret. Food.
Yeah.
Food is the secret. It's amazing that you actually got to see Lizzie born, which is incredible. And not only that, but you got the bonus of her coming from a rescue. You got her from Cat Adoption Team, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Great place, great people. And did you foster her?
Her mom was found abandoned under someone's deck and heavily pregnant and, you know, just really suffering. And the Cat Adoption Team took her in and had her taken to one of their foster homes. And it's the foster mom who was caring for her and was uploading all of this content to her Instagram and, you know, just sort of broadcasting, we have this pregnant mama cat. She's going to give birth in, you know, 3 weeks. Stay tuned. We think it's 5 kittens, and kind of giving all of these updates. So we were really following along, and we couldn't wait to see what these kittens would look like. And then when they were born, there was just one little black one, and we immediately were like, oh, that's the one.
When was the first Owl Kitty video? Which one of these is the first one that you did?
The very first one was Jurassic Park. It was.
Oh, that's jumping right in. That's not an easy one.
It's the one that made the most sense. You always wish that Jurassic Park just had cats in it. We weren't even the first ones to have done it.
Okay. Good.
My personal favorite, and I don't want to, but I love Pulp Fiction so very much. And the work that you did in Pulp Fiction was so crazy good and so many different scenes and everything. Anyway, if you don't mind, let's take a break and I want everybody to watch this one, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay.
It was a teenage wedding and the old folks wished them well. You could see that Pierre did truly love the mademoiselle. C'est la vie, said the old folks. It goes to show you never can tell.
How long did that one take to make?
That one took about 2 weeks. Yeah, about 2 weeks. And it's one
Damn.
of the more recent ones.
2 weeks. Well, like I said, there was a lot of different scenes. You had the driving scene. Your patience is crazy, you guys. But it looks like a lot of damn fun. I mean, it really does. It looks like a lot of fun to me.
Yeah,
it is. And we have to, that's also like accounting for like going to the arts and crafts store to find special gold shiny paper so that we can put her in the box with the shiny paper and it'll be the briefcase. And
Yeah, like you said, a lot of patience. It's sitting in front of the camera and getting her to do the perfect thing. And it doesn't always work out. And, we'll just wait. And if we don't get it today, we'll get it tomorrow. That's that.
I mean, if she's not in the mood, it's not going to happen. It's not like a child star, I think, where like maybe you could reason with the child. Like, you just have to do this. And then, if the magic isn't there, we'll just put it off.
And there's a good amount of even changing things within the shots that you wouldn't know unless I told you. Like for example, in the Pulp Fiction one, when they're driving, John Travolta's head, he's smiling in it. In the original movie, he's obviously very upset, if you remember the scene. And so I had to find a face of his where he's happy and paste it onto the scene in the car. So it looks like I only added Lizzie, but I changed everything about the scene.
Oh, Thibaut is like cutting off heads, pasting faces, all of this extra editing work.
The other video and I didn't see it behind the scenes on this one, but the other one I gotta say that's just incredibly good is the New York Giants one. That video, you got to talk me through. First of all, you guys, let's watch the New York Giants video real fast.
There is a black cat on the field. Takes it all the way in. 42-yard touchdown. Who's got cat corralling skills in them?
I mean, look at his change of direction.
He's got great lateral movement.
Oh, my goodness.
That's an epic jump. How did you get her? I mean, you're making me look bad because I always thought that I could, like, you know, get cats to jump pretty high. How? What the heck? What?
Yeah, that one. So it's funny because when that happened, and it went viral that night when it happened on the field, and
well, it really happened. Like,
right.
there really was a black cat.
That's the thing, right.
First of all.
So there was a black cat, and then we get a bunch of messages from people. Was that Owl Kitty? My brother texted me. I don't watch football.
Right.
Neither do you. Like, I didn't know, but so right away we're like, okay, we have to say something because this black cat is trending, and luckily we had some footage of her playing, and so I can send you the footage, but it's just her jumping, trying to catch a toy, and there was one that was high enough at the right angle that we were able to use, so we didn't have to shoot anything new, which was great. And within hours, I think I ended up working until 5 a.m. that morning to get it out that following morning, and yeah, because to jump on the bandwagon of the hashtag while it was still trending.
I want to switch to you guys for a second because I know that you both do a lot of nonprofit work. I know that you guys are kind of immersed into what can be a pretty heavy world. Was part of doing this at first just to blow off some steam, just to put some energy someplace else?
Absolutely.
I mean, for me, it was my full-time job, my day job is I'm a video editor for the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU. I edit videos on a daily basis that are pretty awful. It's a lot of, just following the news. And so it was like, I can't look at this anymore. I need to make something fun.
Right, because when you're editing video, you're just so in it. You've got the audio, you're watching it, you're hearing it, you're just kind of reliving it every single day.
Olivia, the same thing with you. You do so you do social media work, yeah?
Yes. I work for Mercy Corps, which is an international humanitarian aid organization, and so similar to the level of seriousness, hunger, Ebola, COVID, all of these challenges around the world, and a crisis all the time. It's been so nice to channel my energy into something really joyful and something that's been bringing people together to like celebrate silliness and celebrate this kind of spirit of fun.
When you guys started this whole thing, was there any intent behind it, or was it just let's just have some fun?
No, there was no intent, no goal whatsoever. I make stupid videos for friends and families every once in a while because I've got a green screen and it's funny to play with.
Photoshop is Thibaut's love language, so.
Love Photoshopping.
Yeah.
I don't know, and so with no expectations whatsoever.
From the standpoint of what you guys have turned this into, and being able to raise awareness, raise consciousness about cats in general, about adopting, about rescue and all that. First of all, tell me how that started and how you sort of brought that into this whole thing.
Between the two of us, we've always had cats growing up, and always shelter cats. So that's just been kind of like the way we've lived our lives, and we felt like we had this crazy opportunity with this platform and this audience all of a sudden to be able to promote that and spread that message and use kind of what we had at our fingertips to shine some light on the cat adoption team who helped bring Lizzie into the world and does so much great work out here where we live. I don't know. I guess it's surprising just because we're so deep in it to know that other people don't have this like immediate, adopt, don't shop, of course.
There's a couple of things that it seemed so obvious. Things like don't declaw your cat, obviously adopt. I didn't even think about the fact that it could be such an issue to advocate for. Like, until all of a sudden we have this following and we realize we have this platform and it's important and we need to share the message.
Brilliant. And that's, time, passion, expertise, you put them together, and as you both know, in the human world, you do that, and you're going to save human lives as well. So thank you guys for what you do for humans, for what you do for cats, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, thank you for having us. We're really starstruck.
Yeah, no, it's coming this way more. It's like, oh my God, Jackson, Alex.
Well, thank you guys, and keep doing what you do. You're going to do it anyway, so we look forward to it. We look forward to it.
This year has not been like the others. Scooty started off her year with an FIP diagnosis, but by the time she became a survivor, I had to shut down my businesses. They're still closed today. But one thing I could be grateful for is that she was with me when I moved back in with my parents as we started sewing masks. She pushed her way into my dad's heart, converting a person who didn't even like cats into being her best friend. Her curiosity turns every day into an adventure. She opened up conversations and brought us laughter over the past year, and she gave me a new relationship with my father, who's now a hardcore cat man. I'm so grateful to have Scoochie in my life, and I shared her story to win a Petco Foundation Holiday Wishes grant from Meow Parlor. We are eligible to win an additional $25,000 in the People's Choice Award. You can vote for us at the link below and read the stories of other winners.
Hi there, Cat Camp 2020. I am Dr. Danny McVitie. I'm so honored to be here with you guys. Thank you so much for having me. In 2009, I founded a company that was brand new to the veterinary world at the time, Lap of Love Veterinary Hospice. It was just me. I was practicing emergency medicine at the time, and I started tapping into some volunteer work I had done when I was in college for human hospice. And particularly when you're in emergency medicine, there's a lot of times that we have to have conversations with family that go something like this. We're either going to need to, admit her into the hospital and do a lot of tests, and it's going to be $500 to a couple $1,000 maybe, or we need to start talking about euthanasia. And of course, the only wrong answer is going to be doing nothing at all. So there are a lot of times that we have to have those conversations with families in emergency medicine. And again, that's how I found myself really tapping back into the human hospice field. And I just kind of from a spur and really at the time just wanting to help make some extra money to pay back my student loans and more importantly, even do something that I loved. I started Lap of Love Veterinary Hospice. What we do and what we've always done is strictly in-home end-of-life care for pets. At the beginning, I thought we would be doing a lot of hospice care, so maybe a lot of longer term in-home care to help pets be comfortable at the end. But I found that I can help other veterinarians do that part in the clinic. And a large part of what we do is in-home euthanasia. So along with that comes the conversation about how, what, when, where, why, and under what circumstances we're going to say goodbye to a beloved pet. So that's what this talk is going to be about, which is what we can do at the end, what we can't do at the end. And then at the end, of course, how we're going to make that as beautiful and loving and compassionate of an experience that we possibly can. Because I truly, truly, truly believe that when we have a peaceful and loving and compassionate end of life experience, perhaps that's euthanasia for most pets, that we heal better and that we open our hearts and homes to more animals more quickly. Which honestly, you guys are the ones, attending a cat camp like this, you guys are the ones that should be owning pets and should be loving them and having them in your home. And in that really weird kind of small way, we can, I hope, change the world. So let me talk about hospice first. Veterinary hospice is, of course, very different than human hospice. There are things that we can do and things that we can't do. Human hospice plays a much larger role in the end of life of humans, simply because we don't have the euthanasia available in most states under the same circumstances that we do in veterinary medicine. That's beyond the scope of this talk. But veterinary hospice really has a lot to do with you as the pet parent, what you're going to communicate to your regular veterinarian and what you want. And I'm going to be very clear with you guys at the beginning. There are some veterinarians that are very, very comfortable with this stage and some veterinarians that just simply aren't as good at it. For example, I'm just not good at dermatology. I live in Florida. I should be, because we have allergies all the time with our pets out here. But I'm just not, it's not something that has ever really interested me, even in vet school. So I have a hard time learning more about it and keeping up with it and that kind of thing. So if your veterinarian maybe isn't as comfortable with the hospice time, and ask them, they'll hopefully tell you, honestly what they think. But if they're not as comfortable with that hospice time, then maybe ask for a referral. There are, again, more and more of us veterinarians out there in different areas that are doing this. Lap of Love, we have over 150 doctors in 35 different states. So there are some of us, that do this on a daily basis. There are also tele-advice companies like ours that will have conversations with you over the phone that can also guide you on how then to go back to your regular veterinarian and how to request certain medications. In hospice care, just as in veterinary hospice, just as in human hospice, we really kind of push the line on some of these medications because we're not worried about them injuring the kidneys or the liver or anything like that anymore. We are strictly about comfort. So even in theory, if the medication that we're increasing the dose on might, in theory, shorten the lifespan of your pet, that's a risk that we're willing to run because of the fact that we have euthanasia, and most of the time we're going to be making that call before we really get to that end stage of that disease. That's the goal, because these end stages of many of these diseases aren't really very pretty or easy to watch. So definitely look and research and ask your veterinarian. But there are a lot of pain medicine that we can use. A lot of our dogs get put on gabapentin, which is just one example. Trazodone is another one that we've been utilizing a lot lately. There's another medication called tramadol that many of you that you have older pets might be using. And it's a wonderful medication. And I was taught in vet school 15 years ago that it was a great pain medicine, but now some data is coming out that says that it's not as good of a pain medicine. That's why I'm mentioning it to you now. But what tramadol does do is it does calm the pet down. So when we have pets, particularly large dogs that are panting, pacing, whining, crying at nighttime, or even cats that can't get comfortable and maybe you just know they're not acting like themselves, sometimes it's a medication that we may use just simply to make them feel better. Cats, we use a lot of times a medication called buprenorphine, which is of course an opiate. And it's a fantastic medication. The other reason why we love it so much for cats is because we can just kind of squirt it in the mouth and it's absorbed in the gums. So we have a lot of options, a lot of ways that we can get medication into your pet that your veterinarian may not be completely up to date on. So if your veterinarian is not, then definitely reach out. And I want you guys to make sure that you have that knowledge and that right to reach out and find somebody that does this specifically. We can't say specialized yet because there's no board certification for veterinary hospice yet. There might be one in a couple decades. It takes that long to get it going. But we can certainly say that this is what our practice is limited to, and this is the only thing that we do. So besides that, I'm going to talk about a couple of other things. We have a very short amount of time. I wish I could talk to you guys for an hour. But the one other thing I want to talk to you about before we go into what we call the 4 budgets, which is going to help with the quality of life conversation, is this idea of a natural passing. So a lot of times pet parents will say to me, well, I just want my cat to pass naturally. And that's certainly understandable. I definitely want to maybe readjust our scope of what natural is. Natural passing, remember, is out in the wild and typically around 5 or 6 or 7 years of age. A cat will get a disease, of course, a car is not a natural predator, but perhaps out in the Serengeti in Africa, they don't have those. But if a cat is outside right now, if we have a feral cat, they're only going to live to be about 5 to 8 years old. And being an emergency veterinarian, I would see these cats come in all the time, and it was heartbreaking because you have no idea how long they've been in a sufferable situation. Just mange that ends up literally killing them, fleas that can suck them dry of blood, getting hit by a car, and injuries that end up kind of healing, kind of not. So my point is that a natural passing is very different for us in the way that we live nowadays versus what Mother Nature intends a natural passing to be. Mother Nature is neither quick nor painless. We know this. The death process is not one that comes without pain. I remember when I first started Lap of Love, there was a very sweet woman who called me with her cat, and he had going on end stages of renal failure. And we had many conversations over the phone about what she wanted and what she didn't want. And I was a brand new veterinarian at this point. I was probably about 6 months out of school, still doing emergency work, and had just started Lap of Love at the same time. And I was coaching her, and she was very adamant that she wanted a quote natural passing. And I'll never forget where I was when she called me, and it was 10 o'clock at night, and she was screaming at me. She was so mad at me that I let her go through that process of a natural passing. She said that her cat was screaming, that he was grabbing onto a blanket, that his nails were digging into her skin because he was in so much pain, and that she finally had to take him to the emergency room. And that he was, obviously a very difficult euthanasia at that point. It's not what she wanted. And I remember feeling very, very, obviously very regretful at that time. I thought I was doing what she wanted. And so from then on, I've been very, very clear with people about what a natural passing actually looks like. And it's not go to sleep and not wake back up. That's not what a natural passing is. Maybe 1% of the time that happens, you just kind of come home and you find them passed away, but that's not something that's very typical at all. So if that's something that you're trying to lean on, I would definitely make sure that you know what you're in for, but also that you are completely prepared and knowledgeable, and that that you know your own boundaries. All right. So make sure that you ask your veterinarian, ask any of the medical guidance that you have with you, what that's going to look like. And I also want to make sure you guys understand that a natural passing for kidney failure looks very different than it does for congestive heart failure. Every disease process is going to guide us on how I'm going to tell you what that natural death process may or may not look like. So again, make sure you get that guidance from your doctor based on the disease process that your pet has. And again, I really want to stress it enough that a natural passing, when you're prepared for it, like human hospice is, when you're medicated, sometimes it can be a beautiful thing. But people that say to me, I just want him to go to sleep and not wake back up, I say that's what euthanasia does, is they go to sleep and they don't wake back up. Euthanasia, the actual medication, is an overdose of barbiturates. So we give it typically intravenous, although there's many different ways that we can give the medication. Intravenous just means in the vein. And so it gets circulated into the body. And then because it's a barbiturate, it affects the brain. So the brain goes to sleep. The respiratory center is all the way in the back of the brain, very protected back there. And once it becomes an overdose, then the respiratory center gets shut down. That's what an overdose is. And then tertiary to that, the heart will stop. So barbiturates, when we deliver that medication, the euthanasia medication, we're not stopping the heart as a function of the medicine. Stopping of the heart and the death is a side effect of an overdose of barbiturates. So it's a very, very peaceful way to go. I call it an epidural, for death. And death is something that's going to happen whether or not we step in. So remember that, the death process will happen whether or not we euthanize or not. Just like the birthing process will happen whether or not we use an epidural or not. I have a lot of respect for the natural process of going in and out of this world. I'm pregnant with my fourth kid right now, and my first two were born at home naturally on purpose. My third was C-section because I had complications. But my point is that I have a lot of respect for the natural process. But when it comes to euthanasia and pets, I also have a lot of respect for the quality of death that we provide, because we can't talk to pets about why they don't get the decision to skip the suffering part of it like we do under some circumstances. So again, euthanasia is a very, very beautiful thing. I said a phrase a second ago that I want you guys to remember too. We talk a lot about quality of life, and I'm going to go through a couple of things here in a second that we'll discuss that a little bit more. Quality of life. It's a very common statement that you're going to hear. At some point, particularly in hospice care, we start switching to what's called a quality of death. And the reason why we say that is because I want all the families that I work with and that our team works with to understand that we can provide a beautiful, beautiful passing. Death, of course, is not a pretty thing, just like birth is not a pretty thing. But we can do our very best to provide this beautiful quality of life. And if you have a pet, or I'm sure most of you have been through this at some point in your life, as your pet ages and we get kind of towards that end, we start to make decisions on a daily basis, whether or not it's going to be today or not today. Are we going to medicate? Are we going to go back to the veterinarian? What are we going to do? But I can tell you that based on your disease process that you have, again, renal failure is something that we can get a long time with. Congestive heart failure is not something that we can get a long time with. So if a renal failure family wants to really push the envelope and wait a long time, that's something that I can help them do under most circumstances. But a congestive heart, failure cat, we don't always have that time available, because that heart is going to work until the second that it stops, meaning it's going to go downhill very, very quickly. So under those circumstances, I will make sure that I'm very clear with the family that says, right now we have the possibility of providing you a beautiful quality of death. You can be at home surrounded by family, candles lit, prayers said. We can go to, I'm in Florida, so I apologize to all of you that are not. But we can go to the beach and have a beach ceremony. And, there's all these beautiful things we can do to honor your pet. But if we wait too long, that option will be taken away from you, and you will be driving to the emergency room at 2:00 in the morning. We used to provide round the clock care, but we don't anymore for many reasons. One of the most important reasons is that cops don't like it when I go through stop signs and red lights very fast. I got a couple tickets. So rushing to an appointment is no longer something that we can do. Over 50% of our families call us with less than 48 hours notice. So short notice is very, very, very common for anybody that does in-home end-of-life care. But emergency appointments are very different. The quickest and fastest way to get your pet out of suffering in those circumstances are for you to go directly to the emergency room, and that's our communication. But I don't want you to get I don't want you to get to that point. We're not an emergency service. No one that does this work can do an emergency service. But I want all of my families to understand that the sooner that you make that decision under appropriate circumstances, the more we can guarantee a peaceful, calm, loving, compassionate, and in-home end-of-life experience. And that is what a quality of death is. That's what a quality of death is. Now, you're probably asking, well, when, right? When do we make this decision? When I first started, I didn't know how to answer this question, right? Everybody is asking me this question. I just went through 10 years of schooling, and I don't know how to answer that question. But let me give you, over the past 12 years, what I've learned and how we coach families through this. So there is not one moment in time when it's the appropriate time to say goodbye to your pet. Sometimes there's a moment when you can't wait any longer. And that typically happens at the emergency room when I'm saying we have to make this decision now because he's suffering. Now, but there's rarely one moment in time, but rather there's a subjective period of time when it's an appropriate decision to make. And before this, as a veterinarian, I'm going to refuse to euthanize because there's a quality of life, right? And these families typically don't come to us. This isn't you, all right? This is when a quality of life exists. But after this time is when there is sustained suffering. And I'm telling you, as a doctor, we have to say goodbye because there's sustained suffering, and the action of death has already begun. This is the dying process has already started. Now, theoretically, we're all dying at the moment, but you know what I mean. So in the middle is a subjective period of time in which euthanasia is an appropriate decision. Some families have family in town and they need to plan and they need to make sure that, that everything is set up properly because they want to, I don't know, witness a cremation or something like that. There's some things that families really, really want and that require planning. And sometimes those have to happen a little bit sooner. Sometimes families maybe have never been through this before and they're pushing the envelope and they really want to wait until that very, very last moment because they want every last moment with their pet. And when we push that envelope, like I said before, we really do risk going to the emergency room, right, in the middle of the night. Now, additionally to that, there are also some families that have pushed it in the past. And they push it so far that once they actually say goodbye to their pet, they get up after the euthanasia and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm so, and I'll finish their sentence. I'll say, you relieved? And they say, yeah, I'm so relieved. But then they're like, I feel guilty for being relieved. I'm like, no, you don't. There's always going to be a little bit of guilt associated with the loss of a pet, whether or not it's euthanasia or death. But sometimes when we push it a little bit further, we become extremely relieved that they're not in suffering anymore and that we don't have to worry about them anymore. So I don't want you guys to be scared of that emotion when you do say goodbye, but just be aware of it. Now, I will also tell you that a very interesting phenomenon started to happen that I saw a couple years into doing this work, which is that families that have pushed the line in the past, sometimes when they're going through this with a subsequent pet, will actually want to say goodbye very, very much more sooner in the continuum of care. Some of these families have done very drastic measurements, oncology and radiation, and have been going, taking their pet to the veterinarian once a week for 2 years or whatever it may be. A lot of these families have been spent a lot of money, a great deal of money, thousands and thousands of dollars, just getting to that very, very last edge. In fact, I had a family had a golden retriever and 6 years old that had osteosarcoma, which is bone cancer. Very, very sad. Goldens get this kind of frequently. And we waited to the very end, and that's what they wanted. And they did an amazing job. And I mean, they did everything that I told them to do. It was perfect. And they did, of course, get, to the very, very end. The problem is that about a year later, they actually called me with their second pet, and their second pet was diagnosed with osteosarcoma. And literally, they called me on the way home from the veterinarian, and they said, "Can you come to our home today and help us say goodbye?" And it was very sad, but they told me, they said, "We just don't want to go through what we went through last time. We don't want to put her through what we put Toby through last time." And that's a very, very, very valid concern. This end of life experience for people carries a lot of emotion, and not just for the family going through it, and not just for the pet as well, but also sometimes there's other things happening in your family. We have people that have spouses that are getting sick, and with COVID these days, there's a lot of stress in the environment. And sometimes walking through that path is very, very stressful for people. And not always do you really get a good quality of life or a good quality of time with your pet, even when you do push the edge. So it's definitely something to consider. So along those lines, how do we know when to make that decision in this continuum of a subjective period of time? There are 4 budgets that we talk about with families very, very frequently. So the first budget is something that you guys are all going to understand, which is the financial budget, right? Money. Everybody understands what I can afford and what I can't afford when it comes to money. There are a lot of studies out there and data that say most people really don't have more than a few $100s worth of just, disposable income at any given time. And it's very difficult for us as veterinarians to ask somebody to spend money on a pet that we know is only going to make it maybe weeks or months. Some of you think that that's completely fine, and then you would do that and you would mortgage your house, to get your cat just another month. And there's nothing wrong with that by any means. I just never want to put a family in a situation of not being able to care for their human kids, and not being able to put food on their table, and not being able to make a mortgage payment just to get to a few more weeks with your pet. A lot of people feel very guilty about that, but I don't think that that's something that our pets really want us to feel. I think our pets want the very best for us. They're very pure in spirit. They're pure in love and everything. And I just don't always think that that's the best thing to do, to really stress yourself out financially just to get a little bit more time. And also given the fact that time isn't always quality. Some of that time is spent in a hospital, going in the car, going back and forth between clinics, and shoving medication in their mouth and that kind of thing. So that's the first one, is the monetary budget, understanding what you have and what you have at your disposal, and what you don't have at your disposal as well. The second one is probably the most important one, which is your emotional budget. I have helped families say goodbye to pets that have been in really amazing circumstances, both sad and also just heartfelt circumstances. I have euthanized dogs and cats that belong to spouses that have died, that belong to children that have either committed suicide or have been killed somehow. I have helped, there was one particular woman that she was in an abusive relationship for many, many years. And her partner ended up turning on the animals. And at that point, I had to help her. We had to make some very tough decisions for the numerous animals that she had collected over the years. And she told me that she collected these animals to help ease the pain. So many different things. I actually started in 2009 as well, when the foreclosure market was just rampant. And there were so many people that I had to help that were being placed, or the homes had been foreclosed on, and they had to go move in with someone else, and they couldn't take their pet. And we had to make some tough decisions. And sometimes that's a shelter, and sometimes that's saying goodbye. So my point is that the emotional budget is very different for everybody. Sometimes it's not just losing a cat anymore. Sometimes it's losing that spouse, it's losing that child again. It's going through the loss all over again. And sometimes that means that people want to wait for as long as they can. And sometimes that means that it's a suffering. They are suffering every time that they are having to think about this. So that emotional budget is really something that's very important for me as a veterinarian, as a hospice practitioner, to talk to families about, and to help them decide what they are capable of undergoing and what they are not capable of undergoing. Sometimes, again, saying goodbye in a very peaceful, calm, and loving way is the very best way for a family to begin that healing process. And again, I'm saying within that subjective period of time, for the pet. So we talk about financial budget and emotional budget, and the next budget is the physical budget. There are some pets that require a great deal of nursing care. And maybe not necessarily for cats, but for large dogs, sometimes we're talking about turning them over and cleaning them and making sure that, they're able to kind of get up and walk around with assistance. And if you have a 120-pound Mastiff, and, potentially maybe the owner doesn't have a good back and can't get them up and moving around, that's a very serious budget that we have to consider. Cats, of course, we don't have necessarily that same kind of budget. However, the physical budget with cats becomes, can you get your pet to give them the medication? I've had a couple families that the cat started running away from them, when they went to go give medication, whether it be oral medication or sometimes injectable medication or subcutaneous fluids, just meaning under the skin, or even diabetes medications. Sometimes it ends up happening that your cat's running away from you every time you walk up to it because they think you're going to shove something down their throat. And, that's a valid concern. And that ends up a little bit harming the human animal bond. So it's something to take in consideration, that if your pet requires all these medications to get him to the end, and yet the bond between you and him is being stressed during that time, is that really, the best for you and your beloved pet? And maybe it's time to say goodbye a little bit earlier. So that's budget, emotional, physical. The last budget that we're going to talk about is the time budget. This is something that is, different for everybody, obviously, but some families have the time to chase their pet around the house and to give them medication and to do every 6-hour medication administrations, and to keep their pet clean and that kind of thing. And some families sit there and tell me, they're like, look, I'm a single mom. I'm working 2 jobs, or, I am a dad that travels around, for work. And it's very difficult for me to get medication into my pet 3 and 4 and 5 times a day. And that's it's a very, very valid thing. And it's something that we need to discuss, as a team, and talk about what we can do and what we can't do. So again, the 4 budgets are monetary, emotional, physical, and time. And all those things are very, very, very valid concerns for a family to go through. And once when we're within that subjective period of time, it's going to take you having someone that you trust and guidance that you trust to help you and the practitioner that you're working with make the very, very, very best decision that you can possibly make. The one last thing I'll say is again, something that I found after a few years of practicing, which is that families going through this for the very first time. So if you're facing the loss of pet for the very first time, you tend to wait to the very, very end. And sometimes that means you wait too long, which means you're in the emergency room at 2:00 in the morning. And I don't say that as it's my opinion, but it's actually just something that I found and what families tell me. So, when you're going through this for the first time, again, you want to do the right thing, and every day you're making that, you want to make sure you're making that right decision. And sometimes, again, that means you end up waiting too long. I really want to give you guys permission to have that quality of death and to say goodbye at a time when it's a peaceful decision to make. Sometimes that means your pet even looks good on that day that you're saying goodbye. But something a friend told me a long time ago, it's better to help a friend a day too early than a second too late. And when I see people go through this experience where they've waited too long and their pet has actually suffered, they regret doing that more than anyone has ever regretted doing it too soon. I've never had somebody regret doing it too soon, not one. I have had numerous families regret waiting too long. So again, I want to give you guys permission to have those conversations. I also want to give you permission to find a practitioner that knows this type of work and is very good at this type of work. Please remember that veterinarians, we are trained to save lives. And that doesn't mean that we're always trained to help you through a decision at the end of life. And sometimes euthanasia can feel like a failure to us even. We want to save them. We want them to live as long as possible. And sometimes when we euthanize, it does feel like a failure. So I want you to give, I want you guys to have permission to ask those really tough questions, to really think about it with yourselves, to reach out and find a hospice practitioner that does this and that can give you a bit of guidance when you're facing that hard decision. So thank you so much for your time. Our website is lapoflove.com. If you have any questions, we have tons of videos and resources, even if we don't have a veterinarian in your area. Or if we're, if literally just come to us for resources, that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. So we have lots of articles on there and all that kind of stuff if you ever need anything. But again, I'm Dr. Danny McVitie, founder of Lap of Love Veterinary Hospice, and I'm so happy to have had this time with you guys. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Bye-bye.
All right, you guys, we're back. And I just want you to let you know a couple things. Been following the chat. You saw me chime in there quite a few times. I know that discussion like Dr. Danny just had, and by the way, thank you, Dr. Danny. Thank you to Lap of Love for all you guys do. What an incredible resource. I'll be honest with you guys. There was a lot of discussion around whether we were going to go here today. And I thought, and Christina thought, that it was important because it is part of a life well lived. And as we talked about in the senior section of this, our cats start getting old and we start to have that anticipatory, wait a minute, they're going to die someday. That's going to happen. Well, of course it is. And we owe it to them to see this relationship through in our most vital way. And I know that that's really hard, but we wanted to make sure that we had this as part of the programming because it is part of it. It is part of a life well lived. And I also want you to see, and one of the things that's so touching to me watching this unfold in real time is that we are here for one another here. This is a community. We have been where you are. You have been around the block with us before. And if you've never had a cat family member before, know that you are supported. And that is something that we wanted to help build. So that there is no one who's immune to loss. But what we can do is be there for them. And yes, vitality can last through the end days of their lives. Now, past there, now we're talking about how we're going to be there for one another and be there for yourself in times of loss. So if you want more support around end of life or loss for your animal, tomorrow we have a special day. We have a few remaining spots left for our 2 sessions with grief counselor Stephanie Rogers. If you visit the website listed below, you are able to sign up. We're also going to be sending out an email after Cat Camp if you're interested to sign up. So make sure that you're registered so that you receive those emails. Like I said, it's a limited attendance, but that way Stephanie has a chance to give as much individual attention as she can and really help talk you through it. And yeah, the holidays are a time where loss sometimes comes back to the fore. So again, it's about support. And it's about being there for each other, being there for yourself and for your cat family. Hopefully, we've been able to guide you through a life well lived, from kittens to prime time to seniors to super seniors and through the hospice part of things, because it's all about making the best relationship that we can possibly give. Now, we are reaching the end of our main portion of Cat Camp. And, you know, let's be honest, I personally think it's been an amazing event. The ups and downs and the fun and the owl kitty of it all and making gifts and the seniors and the kittens and all that. That said, I think we can all agree it's been a rough year. I mean, you know, unlike any other rough year, it's been a real bumpy road this year. So I asked our Cat Camp counselors why they are grateful to their cats in 2020. And maybe that'll kick it in for everybody here. So let's take a look at that.
Jackson Galaxy gave us a little bit of homework on, like, why are we grateful for my cats in 2020?
I think 2020 has been rough on all of us.
2020 was a crazy year. Yes, we could all agree to that.
My husband and I have battled everything from COVID to cancer just this year.
Early on in the pandemic, when we were sheltering in place, we had to euthanize our 16-year-old cat, Clarabelle. That was terrible. Since then, we adopted 3 sisters, Ruby, Coriander, and Professor Scribbles. And I am so grateful to have them in my life, not only because I really enjoy caring for cats and giving them a good life, but because they make me laugh every single day.
Why am I grateful?
And I'm grateful for my cats in 2020 because they keep me company in like Zoom classes.
Levity, comedic relief, entertainment.
They don't judge me for like living in sweatpants.
McMuffin specifically because she chose us at the shelter, and her crazy antics every day just always make us smile.
I am so grateful for all my cats, indoors and outdoors. And I'm very, very grateful for you guys, my cat family. Yes, you guys. I love you all.
And I don't know how I would have gotten through these last 9 months if it wasn't for Allegra.
They make me laugh every single day.
They provided us with so much joy and happiness. We were so glad they were there every step of the way.
And I'm thankful for my cats this year because every day they do something that makes me laugh, like right now. Bud's kick is making biscuits on my belly.
As a vet, every time I get to meet one of these amazing furry fuzzballs, well, they're attached to one of you. And then I get to meet one of you, and I get to meet this whole relationship. I love it. It's the spice of life.
Having kittens and cats in my life has given me a purpose, and I love having their healing purrs, their smiles, and they give me a routine.
How did my cats get me through 2020? I mean, take a look.
So keep love alive and represent Cat Camp USA, okay? Have a beautiful, happy every day. Peace and love.
Every single cat that comes through our facility and even into my own hands, we do treat as our own pets. I wish you a safe and happy holiday season, and I hope we have a better 2021.
Thank you so much for joining us at Cat Camp this weekend.
And we are back. See, a little bit of gratitude goes a long way, man. And I think maybe that kicked it into gear for you, thinking about why you're grateful for the cats in your lives. Speaking of gratitude, let me just run this out here just a little bit. I got bunches of people to thank for what I thought was a fun day, and hopefully you guys agree. First of all, of course, to Petco Foundation. For believing in the mission of Cat Camp. I can't tell you how much we owe to them. And I really invite all you guys, post online, thank them for this weekend. If you go to @CatCampUSA to post, all you have to do is, hashtag Petco Foundation. Also, then you're eligible for some prizes as well. But just know that without them, this is not free, you guys. So there you go. Future Cat Camps, all owe it to them, as well as our, the rest of our sponsors. I also want to thank Jessica Martela and Christina Ha, the dynamic duo behind everything that's going on here today, and for being awesome cat camp counselors and all around just killer human beings. Also, thanks to Be Live, our tech team in New York City, who is just furiously pushing buttons and pushing my buttons, you know, and everybody else, and making sure this was all smooth. Many thanks to Brandon Morris, who's sitting here with me, making sure I get through the day intact. There's a lot of people behind this, you guys. This is not just, you know, let's press go. And I want to announce our grand prize winner for the consult with me, and that winner is Heather Hills. Heather Hills, come on down. No, or, you know, virtually. Now, we are also going to be picking prizes, winners for prizes like a year's worth of Litter Genie refills and so very much more on Tuesday. So there's still time to register. You can totally get on board, register, and you can get those prizes. Now, also, don't forget, as we go through this holiday season, we will be having more fun contests and more ways for you to interact with us and win more stuff, like another consult with me. Yeah, that's coming as well. And all you got to do is stay tuned to our social media. And best of all, like I said before, sign up. And that way, when these emails go out, like the one that's going out after the event today, you will be the first to know about everything. And one more reminder, it is the holiday, so shop till you drop. Go over to the Cat Camp store, and we have really great stuff on there. I don't know if you saw the beanie I was wearing before, but that's the best thing, man. You know, for a bald head, but for any head, really. But you can get everything from sweatshirts and t-shirts and masks and mask chains and my toys and things like that. Just tons of stuff over at the store. And if you order before, I would say within the next couple of days, we can make sure we get it to you before Catmas, you know, because it's coming. It's beginning to feel a lot like Catmas. Anyhow, now on to what's coming up next. We are now wrapping up our main portion of this event, and the after party is coming. And in the after party, we're going to have incredible true stories from Paul Kudinaris, and then we're going on to Catman Bingo with Adam Myatt, Catman of West Oakland. So let me just say, before we wrap up this section of Cat Camp and head on to the after party, I just want to give you just a big dose of Cat Daddy gratitude for you, for the community that you have become, that you are, the cat lovers that you were before, and whether you were just cat curious walking in here and you're like, oh, I wonder what these guys are about, or whether you've had cats all your life. You've made this thing what it is. I want to express so much gratitude to all of our Cat Camp counselors today, past, present, and future. You guys make this what it is, and your knowledge base and your passion base is what drives us forward. And I just want to add why I'm grateful for my cats this year, along with little Thor, the kitten that you saw a little while ago. I really, in a year like this, when I'm just somebody who's used to being out on the road, I'm just used to being out there with you guys, and I'm not. I've just been home, and I'm so grateful for my family for keeping me on the rails. And whether it's the cats in our life, we have 8 cats in the house, plus fosters. We've got 3 dogs, a turtle. We got into the chicken world a little bit this year as well. And of course, my wife. Without those guys, man, I don't even know. So thank you to my cats, my dogs, my turtle. I always put my wife last, but that's not good. Wife first, for keeping the Cat Daddy sane this year. And like I said, you as well. So that is the end of our regularly scheduled programming. But now, you guys, now it's time for the after party. So let's all start gathering around this fire, warm our hands around the fire. and get our sort of virtual s'mores put on board, start roasting those marshmallow. I don't know even what's in a s'more, but it's time for some incredible stories with Paul Kunaris. And Paul, hello, Paul, is an author and photographer from Southern California. He's written 3 award-winning books on the visual culture of death and is the leading figure in macabre art history and the death positive movement. He's also a feline scholar who has lectured in Europe, the US, and South America on the history of cats. Go ahead, hold that thing up again. His latest book, A Cat's Tale, presents feline history from a cat's point of view using his rescue cat Baba as the narrator, and it's available at all chain and most independent bookshops, and of course, all online retailers. Go, Paul, that's amazing. And I am thoroughly looking forward to this talk. I've gotten a little bit of a preview, and I'm all at Twitter. It's great to have you aboard.
Thank you, Jackson. And I'm so delighted to be here to talk about a little bit of feline history, although when it comes to feline history, there's no such thing as just a little, because after all, they've been cohabitating with us since the Neolithic, right? Since prehistoric times. So we've got many thousands of years. So what I decided to do today was pull out one very special segment. One group of famous cats that lived in the United States in the 1950s that truly did change history. And their stories have been almost completely forgotten, but without them, without this group of cats, we would not have the relationship with our cats that we do today. They truly set the stage for the modern era of human-feline relations. I call them the Puss in Boots cats, and this is their history. Now, it starts in 1949 in upstate New York. It starts in a little town called Dunkirk, New York, upstate New York. There was a pregnant black cat by the name of Clementine Jones, and she was owned by a family called the Lundmark family. Now, Mr. Lundmark, Robert, had gotten a job in Colorado, and he had to move his family near Denver. And he decided to leave Clementine behind in New York. Now, hold on, people. Before you get angry at Mr. Lundmark, remember she was pregnant. And he thought that moving her across the country might not be so good for her. So he decided to leave her with relations. So they made an arrangement with some relatives that Clementine would live with them while they moved to Colorado. And this was fine with everybody except for one Miss Clementine Jones. Clementine gave birth to her kittens in Dunkirk, brought them up until they could take care of themselves. And in 1950, by the summer of 1950, she was gone. No one could find her. They searched for this cat. They assumed she must be dead. Who knows? Tragic story like many others. Maybe she was hit by a car. Maybe she had been killed by a dog, but she was gone. And that's all anyone knew. As I said, presumed dead. And the sad messages went out. We think Clementine's dead. Folks, Clementine Jones was not dead. In the summer of 1950, she was somewhere on this map, somewhere loose in the continental United States, because she had decided it was time to find that family that she loved that had left her behind. Now, hold on a second. Upstate New York to Denver, Colorado, that's 1,600 miles. This is a suicidal journey. There is no possible way this little cat can survive out there in the continental United States on her own. And even if she could walk 1,600 miles, by the way, think about this, she'd have to thread a veritable needle because she's going to have to cross under the Great Lakes, go far enough south to cross under the Great Lakes, but not so far south as to get trapped in the Rocky Mountains and wind up on the wrong side of Pikes Peak. Impossible, but the impossible happened. In September of 1950, in Aurora, Colorado, she showed up at the door of a house she had never seen, at a house she had never been in a city and a state she had never been in, the Lundmark's house. This little cat had done it. She had crossed the country 1,600 miles to find the family that she loved. The first press report of this came in the Rocky Mountain News, the Denver paper, and they wrote this up to tell people about this amazing cat who had done this extraordinary thing, and truly extraordinary, because this is something that cats were not thought to be able to do, to have this kind of loyalty and this kind of determination and this kind of will to do something so amazing across the country on their own. This was the kind of thing that only dogs were thought to have been do, and at that, very few of them. In the 1920s, there was one very famous dog who had done something quite similar, walked from Indiana to Silverton, Oregon. His name was Bobby the Wonder Dog. To find his family, he became a national hero, such a big hero that when he died, Rin Tin Tin, the most famous dog who ever lived, came up to Oregon to lay flowers on his grave. But Bobby is half collie, half sheepdog. He's a lot better prepared for this kind of journey than little Clementine Jones. This was such an extraordinary story. Do you know what the nation said about this new feline hero who had crossed the country in 1950 to find her family? Do you know what the reaction was? No, it wasn't applause. The reaction was, no way. This didn't happen. A cat can't do it. They said, look, black cats all look the same, don't they? This is the wrong cat. Your cat died somewhere in New York and some random black cat showed up at your door. This is not the same cat. But guess what? The naysayers were in for a surprise because little Miss Clementine Jones carried her own personal ID card that couldn't be fabricated. Clementine Jones had 7 toes on one paw. The cat who showed up at their door had 7 toes on one paw, and not only that, the pads on those paws were worn through to the bone from having walked 1,600 miles. This cat was the real deal. And now, when that was proven, the story went out over the wire services. I don't know if they'd run this headline nowadays, but the story went out over the wire services to tell the country about this incredible, heroic cat in 1950 who had walked 1,600 miles to find her family. The whole country heard about this story. And one place they heard about this story was in the port of Los Angeles. In Wilmington, California, there was a fishing company called Coast Fisheries. Coast Fisheries had their own brand of cat food. They'd take their fish and they'd grind it up and put it in a can. They sold it under the brand name of Puss in Boots. And they read this story in the port of Los Angeles and they said, wow, what an incredible cat. Someone should give this cat a medal. But there was no one to give a cat a medal, so they said, heck, let's just do it ourselves. And they called a local artist and they said, can you make a medal for us? A big bronze medal with a picture of a cat on it that says honor and merit. And we'll call it the Puss in Boots medal after our company. And by November of 1950, that medal was minted and it was sent to Clementine. She had won a medal in addition to the publicity for her incredible journey. But the thing about this medal was, the Puss in Boots medal was not minted as only one. What they decided was at Coast Fisheries, well, if we're going to mint these medals, if we're going to mint a medal, we might as well mint more than one, right? Let's mint a whole bunch of them and we'll start giving them out to cats all over the country who do incredible things that cats aren't thought to be capable of doing, to cats who really prove themselves as the equal of dogs in the eyes of the public. Let's show the world what cats can do. It became, in fact, I have one of these, a couple hundred were minted. I have one of them in my hand right here, an authentic Puss in Boots medal. It became the feline equivalent of the Nobel Prize. Now, was this a crass marketing ploy on the behalf of the fishery? Yeah, to an extent. It was a marketing gambit because, of course, by passing out these medals and with their brand name on them, of course, everyone would hear about Puss in Boots cat food, but it was also something more. And it was something that was, on the part of the company, completely altruistic because it was a kind of we can do it statement on behalf of cats. Through the first half of the 20th century, they had always been lesser than dogs. They had always been the lower pet. They had never been the popular choice, and they had always thought to be the capricious one and the disloyal one compared to the heroism and loyalty of dogs. And these medals passed out among deserving cats in the American public and later throughout the world were going to show the public what cats really can do and how great they can really be. And on the back of that medal was a slogan, a kind of motto as to what this medal represented for contributing to human happiness. This pet has further elevated the cat as man's friend, loyal companion, and vigilant protector. Over the course of the 1960s, A couple hundred of these medals were given out to deserving cats. And these stories are incredible. To this day, they're really extraordinary stories about how these cats serve the American public. This one is amazing. Kitty Billy was a stray cat who showed up one day at a Louisiana plantation. Now, on this plantation, this was a stray cat, by the way. Stray cat did not live there, but stopped its journey through life because it sensed at this plantation an ailing animal. That ailing animal happened to be a hound dog that lived in the plantation house. This hound dog had gone blind. It was old and it was sick and it was very, very miserable. But this cat started waiting outside the door for this dog. When this blind dog would come out of the house, usually the owner would just let it out to sit there in the sun and it wouldn't go anywhere. This cat would walk with the dog. It would walk the dog around the yard. It would walk the dog safely down the street, back and forth across the street, and make sure that it got home safely. A seeing eye cat? Well, that was something only dogs were allowed to do. And isn't this a twist? A seeing eye cat for a blind dog. An incredible story of compassion. And that stray cat stayed at that plantation until the very day that dog had died before moving on. Incredible story. Others of these cats had saved people's lives. They had saved them in fires by sounding an alarm for a family to get out. One cat who won one of these awards in Denver, Colorado, had foiled an armed robbery. This guy owned a store. A robber came in with a gun. The cat jumped him, bit him in the face, got the guy to drop the gun, and then they chased the guy out and the police arrested him. Another incredible story. Here's another great story of compassion from Southern California. A cat by the name of Susie, or Mama Sue, was owned by a family in Reseda. Now, in Reseda was a stray mama cat with a litter of kittens, and some really nasty kids had stolen this stray mama cat's kittens. So this mama cat doesn't have her kittens, and she was filling up with milk that she couldn't discharge. The family that owned Mama Sue found this ailing mama cat, the stray, and they called a vet. And they said, this cat is in incredible pain. She's swelling up from all this milk, that her kittens are not there to drink. What should we do? And the vet said, well, you could bring her in. You know, this could be a lot of problems. This could be trouble for her. You should bring her in to me. But in the meantime, their own cat, who had her own kittens, saw what was happening, understood the other mama cat's plight, picked up 2 of her 4 kittens, walked them over, forced them into the other cat's belly, and forced them to nuzzle this stray cat to relieve all the milk so that she would no longer be in pain, and allowed this other stray mama cat to live in her house. And from there on, these 2 mama cats shared these 4 kittens. Again, another incredible story of compassion. In Torrance, California, in the early 1950s, another cat who won one of these medals was the election cat, BB. When you checked into your polling station back in the day, BB was there to meet you, help you check in and help confirm your identity, walk you over to the polling place, and basically make sure everything went smoothly in the electoral process. Never had there been a cat who cared so much about the electoral process and democracy as BB from Torrance, California. One of my favorites of these medal winners was the San Quentin prison cat. Her name was Chicky. 1 cat, 2,000 prisoners. Can you imagine how much love this cat received? The prisoners made all these little things for her in the carpentry shop. They made a bed, they made a little table, they made a toy piano that she could play, they made a hot rod that she could ride around the prison yard. And when the medal was received at San Quentin for this cat, it said, to Chicky for brightening the lives of 2,000 people. Some of these stories are just plain weird, but again, they were stories that people love to hear about cats. Now, Rufus, this cat Rufus in New Mexico, had raised thousands of dollars as a charity cat to fight polio, but also he was notable as the only cat who ever refused to pose for a photo with Eleanor Roosevelt, and apparently this was considered big news, got him a medal. Sanka, this is a This is a great press clipping. Her name is Sanka. She's a Miss, adores lean meat, is left-handed, and belongs to the Presbyterian Church. This Presbyterian cat, Miss Sanka, had raised $468 for the church. For an unmarried miss, this is notable, it said, and for an unmarried cat, this was considered a fundraising record. The interesting thing about this cat, Miss Sanka, who raised money for the Presbyterian Church, is that I also found several articles in the local paper about certain amounts of petty cash that were gone missing from the local Catholic Church. So apparently she might have been stealing money from one church to give it to her denomination. Another cat named Squeaky won this award for demonstrating a possible method of flea control. Squeaky liked to be vacuumed. And so it was thought at the time, maybe this would be something that was better than flea collars if Squeaky could convince all the cats in America to just like to be vacuumed in order to get the fleas off of them. Another cat won a medal for becoming best friends with a skunk. A cat by the name of Felix won a medal for being the only cat ever to be arrested for contempt of court. Yes, at least in the United States he was. Felix had run through a courtroom in the middle of a trial, knocking over all the papers on all the attorneys' desks and causing court to need to be recessed. Got him a medal. I don't know if it really demonstrates honor or merit, but maybe if you're a cat, it does. One of my favorites was a cat named Ming, who hid in the choir of a church, unseen, and on a Sunday morning when they came in to sing, started yelling out in such a loud and frightening voice that people ran out of the church thinking that the devil was there. Got him a medal as well. Anyway, there are all kinds of these stories. There were cats who saved their own kittens from hawks or eagles. There were cats that saved their families from dangerous reptiles like rattlesnakes. There was even a quartet of 4 medals that was sent off to Africa for 4 cats that served in the diplomatic corps. There was a cat that put out a grease fire by urinating on it. I didn't know that worked, but apparently it's cheaper than a fire extinguisher. There was a cat who attacked his own local county's district attorney, and apparently that was considered quite heroic. I guess the DA was not well liked. And one of my favorites, a mother cat in Joplin, Missouri, another incredible story of compassion. An opossum was run over by the side of the road, killed dead, but in her pouch were 4 baby opossums, still alive. The mother was dead, the 4 baby possums were alive. The people from the local Humane Society didn't know what to do with these baby opossums, so they brought them down to their facility. And one of their cats, who had just finished nursing her own litter of kittens, walked over, picked up those opossums, pushed them into her belly, forced them to feed, and then raised the opossums too, as if they were her own kittens. And this cat was honored on Be Kind Animal Week as a kind of compassion that can exist in the animal world that humans can only aspire to. Again, an incredible collection of stories. Now, I said they changed the country and they changed the world too. How so? Well, remember, I said that up until this time, cats had really been considered second-rate animals, and definitely very second-rate to dogs. This promotion, these medals passed out around the country, wound up in truth changing people's attitudes about cats, showing the kinds of things that they're capable of. It started in the 1950s. Did they really change people's opinions? Well, consider this. In the 1950s, the first feature film ever starring a cat winds up getting produced. Cat ownership starts to grow to the point that for the first time ever in the history of the United States, it rivals dog ownership. And for the first time ever, cats started being selected for advertisements, for national advertisements as promotional tools. All starts in the 1950s, and then that giant American marketing machine will spread that, the films, the animated cartoons, the promotional items featuring cats. It will start to spread that around the world. I'm not saying that these cats alone gave us the relationship we had with cats, but they pulled back the curtain on showing the world what cats can really be when they had been considered second rate. You know, a landslide can start with small stones just as well as it can start with big. And these cats were the small stones. These Puss in Boots Award winners, the couple hundred of them from around the country, were the small stones that started a landslide that eventually wound up in the modern relationship we have of love and respect and caring with felines. None of them, aside from Clementine Jones, were ever national celebrities, but they're what I call micro celebrities. This is the day before things were viral. Do you want to know, did these cats, were they really known? Did they really have the power to confront the public and change attitudes? Well, like I said, I called them micro celebrities, the small stones in the avalanche. This is a day before the internet, and it's the day before viral. What it was the day of, it was the golden age of local newspapers. And all these stories get written up in the local newspapers, not the national ones, but the local ones. And I dare say there was not a county in the United States that did not have some incredible article about what one of these cats had done to win one of these medals. And this was front page news. It wasn't back page news because, as I said, this was the golden age of local newspapers. I gave you, here's an example. This is a newspaper from a small county in Michigan. Take a look at not the headline, but the big picture. That big picture is a cat named Gigi. Gigi had saved a group of orphan kittens, gotten one of these medals. Now, this is on the newsstands all throughout this county, and Gigi may never be known by people a county over, but it's on the newsstands in every one of these counties. And this is back in the day when everybody actually read the newspaper, this golden age of journalism. Gigi is on the front page with her picture big and proud, letting people know not just a heroic thing that a cat did, not just a compassionate thing that a cat did, but that there was a cat among them living in their town, in their county, that had brought fame, had brought notoriety, and had brought honor to their locale. These cats really did have the power to confront the public and change attitudes. And underneath that picture of the cat on the medal are the words honor and merit. Keep one other thing in mind when assessing these cats who won these medals. I showed you a lot of blurry pictures from the newspapers. Well, most of these articles didn't even have pictures. And as you saw, when they did have pictures, you could scarcely even make the pictures out. None of these cats ever won a medal for being cute. These cats earned this medal, as it said on the award, through honor and merit of some kind. And it was through that, not through being cute, but through honor, merit, through compassion or bravery, valor of some kind. And it was through that they not only won these medals, but it was through that they had the power to change the attitudes of naysayers. The detractors who said cats aren't really good for anything would not have their minds changed by a bunch of cute little kittens, but they would have their minds changed by cats who truly accomplished something heroic or something compassionate. What happened in the end? Well, by 1960, and the last medal I've ever found a record of being distributed was in 1959 in El Paso, Texas. By 1960, Puss in Boots cat food had been sold by Coast Fisheries in a corporate takeover to Quaker Oats, and Quaker Oats just really didn't understand the importance of giving medals to cats. They phased out the program. They also phased out the brand itself. The brand name was still available for licensing purchases, but the brand itself, as originally canned by Coast Fisheries, was gone, and so were the medals. And this history, well, it faded away to be mostly forgotten. Believe me when I say that for every one of these stories I've recovered, and for every one of these headlines that I've been able to track down, and believe me, it is not easy to find Chicky, to find an old prison newspaper from San Quentin in 1952. For everyone that I found, there are probably 5 more that I did not. So these stories really were lost to history, but lost to history, but their legacy lives on today in the way we truly believe in our cats. Consider them to be family members, consider them to be compassionate and loving members of the house. And it all started in 1950 with one very determined cat who set paw to pavement in order to find the people that she loved and prove to a nation what cats can really do. We have a few minutes left, and I wanted to talk about my own Puss in Boots medal, which I have here in my hand, which I've shown you because there is a story that goes with it. Actually, there are 2 stories that go with it. I owned at one point in time an unminted, never distributed, mint perfect Puss in Boots medal. Got stolen by a drug addict who had broken into my car, and I never saw it again. But I was later contacted by a woman whose father, Jimmy, had owned a bar in New York at one point in time, and his cat had won this medal presented by Coast Fisheries to a cat by the name of Miss Tinker, and I'll tell you her story. Miss Tinker, who won this medal, was the cat that made the band stop playing. In the early 1950s in New York, there was a jazz club. And one day this band was on stage and someone noticed something under the stage. When they looked under the stage, they saw a mama cat giving birth to kittens. And they decided, no, she needs to be taken care of. The band stopped playing. The guys in the band and Jimmy, the owner of the club, stopped everything they were doing. And the audience as well, they came over and they disassembled the stage and they used the wood to build a little cattery for her so she could give birth to her kittens in comfort and in peace. And so that's whose medal I own, Miss Tinker. And if you want to know more about this kind of thing, as Jackson mentioned, my own cat, Baba, has written a book with a section about the Puss in Boots medal in it. You can buy it or you can win it for free at Catman Bingo. All right, well, I will turn this over to Catman for the bingo game. And thank you very much for your attention.
Come on down to Cheeselman's warehouse for all your Cheeselman's needs. If you need a broom, whether big or small, Cheeselman's warehouse has it all. With Eloise as the CEO, Cheeselman's is the place to go. So come on down to Cheeselman's warehouse for all your Cheeselman's needs.
Actual products and services may vary. Cheeselman's is not responsible for unswept floors or broken brooms. Also, Eloise has never actually sold a broom. Furthermore, cats can't sweep. Terms and conditions may apply.
Come on down. Come on down to Cheeselman's Warehouse. And thank you, Paul. I honestly, I could listen to you talk all night. As long as the fire keeps going, I could listen to Paul talk. And don't forget, you guys, A Cat's Tale is his book. You can pick it up most bookstores and, of course, online retailers. And it is a lot more stories like that told in Baba's voice. So again, Paul, thank you so much. And now to continue this rockin' party, it's time for some Catman Bingo. I believe that our Catman, Adam Myatt, is standing by. Meow, meow, meow. Oh my God. Oh, Adam. Oh, Adam. It is
You been having a good day, Jackson?
I've been having an incredibly fabulous day. I thought it was just a ton of fun. And
Yeah,
now you're here to just kick us all out the door for our final session here. Who you got with you?
This is Bud. He is my nephew calls him double blind Bud because he has no eyeballs. But he is an amazing cat. And he has absolutely changed my life and been a wonderful, wonderful cat to be thankful for during this, like you were saying, very crazy year.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's honestly, especially, weirdos like you and me. It's great to be it's great to be tethered to the earth by something, and those guys have definitely had it. Can I please see your sweatshirt?
Oh yeah, yeah. Says deck the halls.
Oh, I knew it was coming. That was me. I asked for that one. Oh yeah. Anyway, it's time for bingo, mister.
So.
I know, exactly. I only think I do sometimes. So we have bingo this time, and last time we sold out of cards instantly. This time around, it was semi-instant. But you got a lot of people playing today.
This is even bigger. I think we're gonna have like over 350 people playing. So that is insane. And it's people from all over the world. Like it's amazing clicking through and seeing where there was like Israel, the UK, all over the US. Like you were saying, like being virtual has opened up our community so much wider. And it's amazing. Like there's something really special to getting to be in places with each other and getting to like hug your friends and see people. But like if this is what we got to do, I definitely feel like we're making the best of it. So
I agree, man. Well, go ahead, take it away, have some bingo, and thank you so much for joining us, man, and being here as always. We love you very much.
Meow meow.
Meow.
Thanks, Jackson. Hi everybody, Catman here. In just a second, you'll be seeing the screen share, I believe, and we will be getting rolling on Catman Bingo. If this is your first time, well, actually, if you're on the Facebook stream or YouTube, you want to make sure that you get over to catcamp.com because we're going to be using that chat as like the master chat for claiming your bingo prizes. And so you should have gotten your bingo card emailed to you. You're going to have 4 different ways to win on a single card. So like you see here, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this isn't your grandma's bingo game. We're playing Catman Bingo. Usually we'll spell cat, but since we're at Cat Camp, we're gonna spell camp. You can see it there. We got the C shape, the A shape, the M shape, and the P shape. It's pretty straightforward. Again, if this is your first time, you'll be able to see this the whole time. Or if you want to go to catmanbingo.com, you can click the second image on that page, and it has this that you can download and keep at home. Otherwise, you'll just be able to take your finger or your cursor and tap on the numbers as we're getting rolling. And let me look over my notes here to make sure I'm telling everybody all the things. Let's see. So yeah, to get a bingo, since we're doing this virtually, this is where it gets a little tricky, but that's why you're gonna go to catcamp.com and use the chat room in CatCamp, because once you're there, you're gonna type, and you get this C shape, A shape, M shape, or P shape. You're gonna type meow, 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 and then at the top left hand of your bingo card, there should be a bingo ID number. And if you type meow, 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 and that bingo ID number, I'll be able to look up your card and confirm your win. We've got a lot of awesome prizes, and we'll have 4 main winners. So we'll have a winner for the C shape, the A shape, the M shape, and the P shape. All winners are getting awesome prize packs. That's going to include cards, or greeting cards, pins, patches, cat balls, cat masks, and I'll go over it as we start winning the prizes. Let me open the chat window here just so I can see you guys too. And that is going to be down here now. Excellent. Oh yeah, I was looking up some holiday cat jokes. We'll go over those soon. Okay, yeah, there we go. So we got a bunch of, I see a lot of meow, meow, meows in there. Excellent. You can print out I'm just gonna look in the chat, scroll through the chat real quick. You have one card, if you have just one card, there were ways to buy multiple cards, but if you have just one card, you're playing for all of these shapes on that single card. So I think that makes sense. You're playing we're trying to get this C, the A, the M, and the P all on one card. Does that make sense to everybody? Can I get like some thumbs up or like that makes sense? TMS in the chat. Let me look at my notes here one more time real quick. Like I said, you'll give me the, you'll type meow, meow, meow in your bingo ID number. And we will, no, you can't mark off the middle space because it's not a free space. It's a number. So that is, oh yeah, I see Cat Grammy in here. Who's playing? Oh, we got Andrew. He's the king of the I only have one left. Kid and ladies in here. Awesome. My mom's in here. Actually, we're gonna I'm gonna embarrass my mom for 1 second and let her and tell everybody that it's her birthday. So everybody give an HBD in the chat for Cat Grammy. She is wonderful. She is part of how I'm here. If it wasn't for her and my dad, I wouldn't be here. So happy birthday, Grammy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Grammy. I'm sorry, I'm at cat camp. But with that, wow, yeah. I hope somebody from camp is going to help me keep monitoring the chat for potential winners once we get going. No, we're doing all of the letters. This is just one massive game. One game, 4 winners. Does that make sense? You get the C, you get the A, you get the M, you get the P. That's what we're playing for right now. Let me pull that out of the way so you can still see the instructions here. Everybody's got that, which is wonderful. And oh, okay. So and there's going to be a little bit of a delay because now I see all these happy birthday Grammys coming in. This is amazing. I freaking love it. That is awesome. And with that, I think everybody's got the general gist of the game down. If you don't, ask some. If you still haven't gotten your card, I'm sorry. I'm just one person right now, and email me and I will refund you. But a lot of people got their cards. Check for Catman. Check your spam folder for Catman of West Oakland at Gmail. And with that, we are gonna get rolling. Whoop. Don't worry, I'm not actually using the roller, but it's a good sound effect. With that, our first call for Cat Camp. Catman Bingo at home for the holidays is going to be I-28, letter I, number 28, I-28. And again, like we're saying, you see the C, A, M, and P shape in the bottom left corner of the shared screen of the bingo board there. Those are the shapes we're trying to make. And you're playing all 4 shapes on your one card. Let's see. So again, I'm going to try to keep up here in the chat, but yeah, give me 2 more seconds. I'm going to shut off one more thing. Okay, and probably should take my phone off the Wi-Fi as well. Good call, everybody. So yeah, we are playing all 4 shapes at once. If you have multiple cards, you're playing all 4 shapes on all 4 cards. So each card has 4 chances to win. Each card, we're going to have a C shape, A shape, M shape, and P shape. And the next call in Catman Bingo is going to be O66, letter O, number 66. O66. No one should be meow meow meowing right now. If you're meow meow meowing, we're gonna ban you. We're gonna kick you. And that's not gonna happen. But we will just shame you in the cat comments in the chat room. Next up, we've got B3, letter B, number 3.
For those who are still confused, you can win with any one of those shapes. So one person could potentially win with all 4 shapes. That's probably not going to happen, but it could. One winner per letter. Emily's got it. I see you in there, Emily. You got it. Yes, and all the letters on one card. Next letter number combination, we're going to have 61. Catman Bingo is so much fun. 61. We are all sold out for the cards for today if you're just now seeing, but join us next time. Next up is going to be N34, letter N, number 34. Then we're going to have G48, letter G, number 48. If you meow, meow, meow now, we will hiss, hiss, hiss. I freaking love that. This is excellent and wonderful. And yes, again, make sure you're at catcamp.com and you're chatting in that stream, not on the Facebook or YouTube streams. That's the camp chat room is the only place we're going to be watching for bingo calls. Next up is 75, letter O, number 75. Then we got 71, letter O, number 71. One second. Here. There we go. Then we got B5, letter B, number 5. Yeah, if you meow, meow, meow and you don't actually have the bingo, we'll sick the dogs on you. We'll bark, bark, bark. Next up, we're going to have B6, letter B, number 6. B6. You will not clear the card between the rounds. We'll just have one main game, one round for all 4 winners. I do not believe that anybody has gotten bingo yet, but I saw meow, meow, meow. So, arf, arf, arf. Then we got I-19, letter I, number 19. I-19. Then we got I-29, I-29. Next up, we're going to have 70. 70. Everyone's least favorite number, 70. That's as close as I get to do that joke at this show because it's a family event. Next up is G59, letter G, number 59. Oh yeah, if you meow, 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 Simon will ban, ban, ban. Then we got N39, letter N, number 39. Yeah, no, that whoever said one, Megan who said meow, meow and 184 doesn't have anything. Heather, I can't see your chat, so that's weird. And yes, if you're having trouble seeing the chat, try refreshing the page. I mean, it is a family event because we are all a family. Hey. And I'm your crazy uncle. Next up, we got N37, letter N, 37. Letter N, 37. We are adults here, but it's the internet, so everyone's a moody teen. Then we've got
Oh, shoot. That was I-21, and then there was a lag. So it was I-21 and G57. I-21 and G57. Oh, sorry, Cat Grammy. I'll try to go a little slower. Yeah, the Cat brother who moved to Oakland and started a band and started the cat rescue. And next up is B7, letter B, number 7, B7. Beth is smart with how she did her bingo cards. Good job, Beth. And yes, dysfunctional family, but family nonetheless. Like most regular families. Then we got I-27, letter I, number 27. I-27. And what do we got next? Bingo gods. G47, letter G, number 47. G47. G. It would be crazy to have 47 cats. Oops. And I just lost the chat. There we go. Excellent. No, Cat Grammy is my actual mom. I have a nephew now that she is Grammy to, and she's Cat Grammy to my cats, and to all the hood cats. Next up is going to be N33. N33. Letter N, number 33. Then we got G55. Letter G, number 55. My sister just sent me a text message that said, slow down. So I'm going to take a sip of my water. And from watching the chat, I kind of see how long the delay is. So let's see. I am gonna slow down. Whoa, Priscilla's out there with 80 cats. But if you have a sanctuary and you have space for 80 cats, that's something different. I'm gonna call one more number. Then I'm gonna tell you a joke. N38, letter N, number 38. And this joke. What is a cat's favorite Katniss tradition? It's putting the micing on the cookies. Hey, you're just here for bingo. So the next letter number combination is going to be I-20, letter I, number 20. Eric is calling out my jokes. Then we're going to have B11. B11. I'm sure Simon's got some good cat jokes. Simon, shoot me a message. Oh yeah, so my shirt is the holiday shirt that I made a couple of years ago. And it says, "Deck the halls with cat balls." I don't have any more of the sweatshirts right now, but I do have. Oh, that one's dead. I do have pins that are also that you can win today, or if you don't win today, you can go get at the Catman shop.
but they're ridiculous. And oh, there's some reflection. Oh, I see. It's my cat Stubbs, and the little orange balls blink. His little orange balls. And our next bingo call is going to be I-16. Letter I, number 16. I-16. The sweatshirt doesn't light up, unfortunately, but the pin does. And the pins are at catman.shop. Or maybe you'll win one! Also, cat ball keychains. 3D printed cat ball keychains. Something's wrong with my brain. I think I have the toxo. Next up is going to be I-25. Letter I, number 25. Oh, I've seen that the two cats fighting. That's a very good joke. Grammy Jen. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I got far away in the chat. Let's see. Okay, next letter number combination is going to be I-26. We had I-25, and then now we're going to have I-26. I think I was 26 when I first started getting involved in cat rescue. No, that was, yeah, maybe around then was when I started getting involved in cat rescue. It was like 25, 26. And then I met Anne in Cat Town, and we opened the Cat Cafe in 2014. And I met, that's how I met Christina, is through opening Cat Town. We were it was, I feel like it was Oakland, San Francisco, New York, and Portland were all some of the first cat cafes that were trying to get off the ground. And I did a road trip in 2016. We virtually met through the internet just because we were trying to do the same kind of business, Christina and I. And then when I met them in 2016, or when I did this road trip across the country in 2016, I went to Meow Parlor. I met Christina and Simon and Emily, and they are amazing people. And now they're some of my closest friends. It's rad. It's pretty crazy what cats have done to my life. In a good way. Next letter number combination is going to be G49. Letter G, number 49. G49. All right. Then we're going to have N36. Letter N, number 36. If we were playing normal bingo, I'd have a bingo, but we're playing Catman bingo. Next up, we're going to have O64. Letter O, number 64. I don't know about you guys, but I've just been in sweatpants all day. That's another very holiday festive thing, is, yeah, just nice cozy sweaters and sweatpants. And while I like being at regular conventions and dressing up like a regular human, sitting at home and drinking coffee and comfy clothes all day while learning about cat rescue and getting to hang out with all you guys has been pretty excellent. Going to be pretty tough to beat. All right. Next up, I-24. Letter I, number 24. Let's see. We got anybody close out there? You got 3, 4, 2? How close are we? Who's getting close to a Catman bingo? We got a B4. I remember life before cats. And that was when I was doing music and stuff a lot, and it was rad, but then cats came into my life and took over. Other than actually, I did get to help make the Cheeselman video with Hannah and Andrew. That was using my college education for a joke business about a cat with a broom warehouse. That it's, if I told like 18-year-old me that was what I would be making with my college degree 10 years later, maybe he would have chose a different path. But he'd be wrong, because that was a blast. All right, here we go. 072. If you got 072, you know what to do. Tap that number on your internet browser or stamp it with your physical marker. Oh, wait, someone called with a 13? Oh, okay, sweet. Hey, I like everybody looking out. Hang on one second. Let's look. Card number 13. No. Someone called bingo. Card 13. I am looking at card 13, and I'm sharing card 13 with you all, and you can see that we got a Catman bingo troll. This is a new one. All right, next letter number combination, 072 into I-30. Letter I, number 30. I-30. Simon's ready for the band. It's okay. Everybody calm down. We're gonna be all right. Luckily, it's not a super involved process to figure out if they're BS or not. So next letter number combination is gonna be B8. Letter B, number 8. B8. I like the hisses. Then we got B12. Letter B, number 12. B12. Just gonna show this to everyone one more time too. Bigger. C-A-M-P. Camp. Where are we at? Camp. Citrus spray. We need some of Jackson's calming sense for the chat. Everybody calm down. Then we got N40, letter N, number 40. What is it? Justice? Justice, you're being a B. I'm just kidding. You're not being a B. I'll call your B's soon. I promise. Next up, we got B10. Letter B, number 10. B10. 3 away, Scrappy Cat there. Oh yeah, you got to take your B12s to be healthy. Or your B8s. It's all vitamin jokes. I'm one of the least healthy people you'll ever encounter, so. G60 is our next one. Letter G, number 60. Dana, join us next time. Now you know. Follow us at Catman of West Oakland on Instagram or Cat Camp USA on Instagram, and you'll know for next time. Let's next up is going to be B13. 13 black cats cross your path on Christmas Eve. That would be great. I would have no problem with that. I'd look for an ear tip. Next up, we got 068. 068. There's no number that's as great as the letter number combination 068. That's a lie. Next up is G54. Letter G, number 54. Letter G, 54. No, you don't have to have all 4 letters. You have to have one of the letters. So if you have the C shape, the A shape, the M shape, or the P shape, You can use any of those. I want any of those. So I'm waiting for a second, because if that was a question, I want to see if we catch a meow, meow, meow. Maybe I'll call one more number. Yeah, I'll call one more number. N41. I feel like that's going to be one of them. N41. No one's winning on N41. All right. Jackson, you're being paged to the chat. You want to get in, or if you want to jump in and call a bingo number or two. Next up, we got G46, letter G, number 46. Here we go. G58, letter G, number 58. Are your paws getting sweaty? This game. It's not rigged, I promise. We're definitely getting there, though. Oh. I just received a note from my lovely assistant, Erica, to not slap the table because it's really loud. So sorry about that, everybody out there. I won't do that again. Thanks for that, Erica. Next up is I-17, letter I, number 17. I-17. All the numbers are currently on display. You can catch up super easily. Oh wait, someone called it. We got a meow, meow, meow. 92. All right, great. Let me look. Give me 2 seconds. Wait, number 92. And for all to see, you're missing 074 for that C. There's not an A because you're missing the 53, not the M or the P. You guys know what to do. What holiday song? Oh, this is good. Oh, Mario. What's up, Mario? Out there in Florida. What holiday song was made famous by Jose Feliciano? Feliz Navidad. It's okay. Oh, she uncalled her meow, meow, meow. Okay, well then I'm going to uncall my hiss. Sorry about that. All right, here we go. 074. 074. 074. Just a mistake. We don't have to hiss. It's okay. I didn't see her call, and I didn't see her accident. So we're all good here. Oh, we do have a meow, meow, meow on 14, though. So let's look at 14. Damn it, 14. Still not correct. 235. At least we don't have to go live like we used to on Instagram. Oh, snap. We have an M winner. We have our winner for the M shape. Letter M. That was 235. And hang on one second. I'm going to save your info for our first prize. And then I'm going to show you what your first prize is. The first prize for Catman Bingo, our first prize winner, is going to get an awesome sticker and patch pack from Baby Cats of California.
super awesome. Lots of cool colors and rainbows. Ice popsicle cat. That one's my favorite personally. You're gonna get a tin of Bud's Wise Herb. One of the awesome. That one doesn't blink. Blinking Stubbs pins. Deck the halls with cat balls. And my new awesome Catmas cards with this awesome artist named Kate Parnell. She runs an account called Garfield from Memory. So we made these amazing Catmas cards showing the birth of our Lord and Savior, Garfus Christ. Remember, the true reason for the Catmas season, the birth of Garf. But so congratulations, 235. We have our first M winner. I'm going to set this stuff aside for you, and then I will be shipping it to you shortly in the future. Okay, setting that aside. And 14 was definitely not a winner. 235 and 14. Yeah, 235, 235. Just confirming here. Wow, I'm so far out from the... Oh yeah, 235. 235, great. So we have our M winner now. We're just looking, and that M winner was very close on pretty much all the other letters. But so we have the M shape down, looking for this P, looking for this A, and looking for the C. And with that, we're gonna keep rolling. Oh wait, 92 got the C now? Oh, thank you guys. Everybody's looking out for each other. I like this a lot. 92, let's see. 92 got the C. Meow, meow, meow. Our second winner of Catman Bingo, Cat Camp at Home, is going to get these amazing pins, Catmas pins from Danielle V Designs. It's this adorable cat on a sled and a cat snowman. And you're also going to get one of these super cute cat masks that me and Erica make for the catnip dispensary. It's a Christmas cat mask. You won't get this one. This is the one that I wear. And I'm not trying to send you my germs in the mail. And you'll also get a tin of Stubbs Secret Stash. So congratulations, number 92. Let me copy your email here so I have that for later. And bam, 92. Paste that. Excellent. So congratulations. That is the C shape. You were the C. This was the M. And now we are still looking for the A and the P. The A shape and the P shape. A shape and the P shape. Down here in the corner. Makes sense to everybody? Jackie, congratulations. 136 called something too. Let me see. Thanks for looking out, everybody. Nope. 136 is incorrect. Oh, probably Tamish. So it's okay. With that, now we're actually going to get rolling. Still looking for the A shape and the P shape. Meow, meow. Next up is going to be 065, keeping Catman Bingo alive. 065. You could potentially win multiple times. 136 is not a winner. Don't worry. I looked. Everybody, hiss, hiss, hiss at 136. A and P are the only ones left now. Correct. Excellent. Next up is going to be 063. Catman Bingo was fun for me, and I hope it's fun for you too. Then we got B1. A lot of the talks today really hit home with you want to be one with your cat. Be one with your cat. Really, it's like any other relationship. You want to come to the relationship with what you have to bring to the table, and you want to see what they have to bring to the table, and you want to work together and have a harmonious life. That's having a cat. And sometimes that means letting the cat sit on the couch by themselves, and sometimes that means having to play with the cat 15 times a day. But oh, we got a meow meow meow. Oh snap! Sorry, I got on a little rant. 223. We got 223. Oh, you're so close to the. We need the B15. You're so close to the M and the P. If that's the next number, then you're going to be good. That was 223, right? Yep. 223. Oh, and 70. 223 was first, but they're missing a number. Let's see what 70 looks like. Oh, 70's wrong too. Come on, guys. 223 and 70, both incorrect. 12 and 4 maybe though. So let's look at these real fast. 12. Oh, 12 does have a winner. 12 is a winner for A. Awesome. Meow, meow, meow. Let me copy your email and share what you're winning. You won with the A. And you are winning a Hood Cats prize pack that comes with a fresh copy. Just got them in yesterday. And I'll start shipping the Kickstarter pre-orders and all that jazz out tomorrow. Hood Cats 2021 calendar. Meow, meow, meow. You will also get a booty face mask from the catnip dispensary. I'm not going to put this one on my face because this one's not mine, but you'll get it and you can put it on your face. You'll also get one of Booty's catnip blunts, also from the catnip dispensary. These are pretty good. Booty's a fan, and I've seen some videos of people with them with their cats, and seems like it's pretty good nip. You'll also get a pair of gray Booty balls and a ton of Hood Cats stickers. So that was our A winner.
70 had A.
No, 70 didn't. I'm gonna look at 70 again. Hang on, guys. 70. Oh shit, you're right. 70 did have the A. Oh, I'm sorry. 12. 70 did have the A. That was totally just my bad. You will still get an awesome prize pack, I promise. But so 12, or what was it, 12? No, 70. 70 gets the first prize pack, and then our other number will get a runner-up prize pack. You'll still get a calendar, you'll get pins, you'll get a pair of balls. Don't you worry, I got you covered, because that was my bad. Let me scroll through the chat and get, wow, it's so much chat. Let's see. Wow, everybody, calming senses. 223 is being robbed. You know what? You're both gonna get the same pack, so nobody's getting robbed. I got another booty mask for both of you. You'll both get a bunch of cat stickers. You'll both get a booty blunt. 223 and 12. You both got A. Congratulations. Number 4 said they have a P. So give me 2 seconds here. 223 had the A first, and I thought 70 had the A first, but we're going to give them both prizes because that's how cool Catman Bingo is. And then let's see. Someone said number 4 has a claim, so that could be our grand prize winner. Let's see here. Oh, no, 73. 004. Oh, snap! Number 4. Feline 66. You and justice for 223. 223 had A first, correct. And then 70, I called had A first, which was incorrect. So I'm going to give them both the prize packs. So everybody wins. So it's all good. But
number 4 got a P on their own volition. So let me copy their 4th prize, or the 4th place winner, over to here. You won the P. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think people are mostly joking, but if another person got A, just shoot me an email, and I'll with your card number, and because this is chaos. But it looks like number 4 is our grand prize winner, who gets a copy of the Cat's Tale by Paul Cudenaris, who you've just heard those amazing stories. This book is just full of those amazing stories and photographs. It's insane. Like, Paul is like an amazing, incredible, crazy person. But he's one of my favorite cat people that I've met in this world. And if you get this book, you'll understand why. And you'll also get a 15-minute virtual meet and greet with Jackson Galaxy himself. Meow, 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 meow. So let's see. I'm just trying to go through the chat and see how, if anyone's real upset. I think they're not. I think everybody's good. Before we go, though, normally what I get to do is, like if we're all streaming together, or if we're in the same place, in the same building, we get to meow, meow, meow together. But instead of that, since we're all in this chat together, no, we got an M. Since we're all in this chat together, I want to see as many meow, meow, meows in the chat as possible. Can we so just like go ham with the meow, meow, meow in the chat. That's what I want to see, because this is 2020 and this is what we get to do now. Meow, 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 meow. Wow, Simon is going hard. Leave some room for the rest of them, Simon. This is so ridiculous. Oh, I see some people requesting to go for a full blackout. Does that seem like something you guys want to do? If you guys want to go for full blackout, let's do it. Like we'll just roll. We'll keep rolling. And you'll win not a pound of catnip, because that's way too much catnip, but you'll get more catnip than you'll know what to do with, I promise. And you'll get to black out your cat. So I love all the meow, meow, meows, but now we're going to jump back in and finish this blackout real fast. So if you're still here, congratulations. 5th round of bingo. It's going to be fast, though, so pay attention. Next up, we got G53. Letter G, 53. Oh, my God. The meows are still going. This is amazing. All right, now we need to stop with the meows, because we're going to keep playing bingo. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Let me look at these chats real quick. Okay. That was Hannah saying 223, justice for 223. I love this. This is amazing. So G53 was our last blackout number call. Next up is going to be I-23. I-23. It was 4 games on one card, and now we're doing a 5th secret game, Blackout. You'll get to win a Hood Cats prize pack and more catnip than you'll know what to do with. Time to admit it, I'm not even playing. All right, I-18 is our next one. I-18. Then we got O-73, letter O, number 73. I'm glad everybody's enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. This is wonderful. I can't believe Christina and Jackson let me do this. N45, letter N, number 45. N45. Uh-oh, meow meow 477. Let's look. No, I'm so sorry, 477. That was incorrect. We're playing for blackout. We need to fill up the entire card. Next is I-22. I, 22, took back the meow. That's all right. That's fine. You want to blackout works by you fill out the entire card, and we'll have one grand prize winner that'll get a Hood Cats prize pack and enough catnip to black out their cat for probably all of 2021. N31, letter N, 31. You don't have to be playing to still have fun. Oh, I missed that I believe there are 19 days until Christmas. Whoops. Next up is going to be N32. Letter N, number 32. N32. Yeah, 447 took it back. I saw Jude. Jude's been gunning for the blackout bingo since I've been doing bingo. 420 is going to get it. I can feel it. Next up is N35. Letter N, number 35. Let's see. Oh, that's smart. Having it ready to go. Uh-oh. We have a meow 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 on number 44. Let's check it out. No, bro. Come on, man. You're missing like 4 numbers. Next number is going to be G51. G51. Uh-oh, meow, 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 342. Again, guys, we're filling the entire card. Meow, meow, meow. 44 was incorrect, but 344 or 342, you got it. Oh, wait, that's my mom. 44 did not have it. They were missing numbers. But Cat Grammy, happy birthday, Cat Grammy. You're going to get enough catnip for Winnie for all of next year, I promise. Yeah, 342, that's my mom. What a great way to end her birthday. Can we get HBDs in the chat again for my mom? Because again, without her, I wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here playing Cat Bingo. And I just want to say again, thank you to Jackson. Thank you to Christina. Thank you to Petco Foundation for helping put this together, and everyone on the Cat Camp team, and you guys for coming. Like, this wouldn't be fun if I was just sitting here chatting into the void. Having you guys here with us, I don't know, just makes it feel like really awesome. Nepotism, I'm sorry. If it was rigged, I support it. That's great. Maybe someone said 370 meow meow meow. Oh, 370 got a meow 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 too. Awesome. Princess Puppy, I'll send you a little bit of catnip in a pack too. Because that's how it goes. Everybody wins at catnip bingo. Blackout, Mom, and Princess Puppy. Awesome, guys. I do believe that there is one more video coming up after this, if that's correct. Yeah, I just saw in the chat that there is another video. So again, one more time, just thank you guys so much. This is super ridiculous, and I had a blast. I hope you guys learned something and had a blast too. And we'll see you guys in 2021. Yeah.